Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and welcome to this very important Bharat Drone Manthan 2.0. May I request the domain experts, the distinguished speakers of the inaugural session to kindly come on the dais. Major General C.S. Maan, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Shri Shekhar Dutt, Mr. Michael Jain, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, and Dr. Manish Pandey. Kindly come on the dais, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, before formally starting Bharat Drone Manthan 2.0, may I request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. May I request our honorable speakers to kindly light the holy lamp and let us invoke the blessings of the goddess of knowledge so that we are able to become more knowledgeable at the end of the day. Sir, please. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. And as we discuss the transformative vision for India's drone ecosystem, a vision that aligns with our nation's ambitious goal of achieving Viksit Bharat by 2047. So, this Drone Manthan 2.0 is not just a summit or an event. Basically, it is a catalyst for economic growth, for innovation, and making our nation self-reliant. And as we know that drones are no longer a futuristic concept. They are basically present-day reality with applications spanning defense, agriculture, healthcare, and infrastructure. And as we know that global drone market is estimated to reach $54 billion USD by 2025. So our country is poised to capture a significant share of this opportunity. So in order to understand the nuances of the drone ecosystem in our country, PHDCCI has curated this very important Bharat Drone Manthan 2.0 so that we are able to understand what are the nitty-gritties, what planning and forecasting should be there in our blueprint as we go towards, as we harness this energy of drone in our nation. So without any further ado, I'll request, first of all, our CEO and Secretary General of PHDCCI, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, to kindly come here on the podium and please give the welcome address. Over to you, SJ.
Thank you. Very good morning, everyone. Mr. Piyush Srivastav ji, Shekhar Dutt ji, General Man, Mr. Michael Jain, Dr. Jatinder Singh, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to you, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all in the Bharat Drone Manthan 2.0 2025. This is very important for us, as PHDCCI is also celebrating 120 years of its legacy in 2025. We have completed 120 years, ladies and gentlemen, and this has been your support that the organization has been in the service of the nation for last so many years. Today we are talking about creating an ecosystem for innovation, investment and industry integration in this drone Manthan. As we envision to be Viksit Bharat by 2047, I think that technology is one primary factor for driving the growth in this era. And drone has played very important role in this direction. If we look at the strength of India, we have more than 65 million MSMEs. And we are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world with more than 115 unicorns. And every day there are so many startups who are coming into the ecosystem. Drone is one sector which offers great opportunity for the young people, and how Indians have really contributed when it really needed, that we could see only during the COVID time. In March 2020, when lockdown was announced, then that time we didn't have a single PPE kit manufacturers in the country. But by July 2020, ladies and gentlemen, we were producing 8 lakh PPE kits per day. That is the kind of entrepreneurial prowess this country has. So therefore today, when we are at the cusp of transformation and we envision to be Viksit Bharat, I think this drone technology offers great opportunity, as India has already targeted to reduce its carbon emissions by 45% by 2030. How drone can really play a role in sustainability, in mapping the afforestation or deforestation, or how can they play a role in this? In agriculture, precision agriculture, how they can play a role, and how we can create, time is not too far, when we can have air corridor or drone corridors in logistics sector, in serving the last mile people, like in the villages, how drone can really give that critical medicine. I think that these times are not too far when drone plays very important role, ladies and gentlemen. And today, with India's young population, more than 65% people are below 35 years of age, with 1.4 billion people, the country is full of young people. So therefore, this technology can play a very important role. We have seen in recent wars like Ukraine and Russia war, how drone has played a very important role. I think that with coming times, this technology can really be one of our strengths. And I call upon the young people to really look for that new startups in this sector. And thank you very much for joining us. In these 2 days, we'll be looking forward to your suggestions and recommendations which we can give to ministry, and we are very thankful to all the distinguished speakers who are here today, and this is an opportunity to listen from them, and we once again welcome all of you and look forward to your suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anjit Mehta, for laying the foundation of Bharat Drone Manthan 2.0. Now, with this, I'd like to invite Dr. Manish Pandey, Director and Head of Project Analysis and Documentation Division, Quality Council of India. He'll be basically giving us insights about the conformity assessment framework. Over to you, Dr. Pandey.
Good morning, all. Let me first thank PHDCC to have the Quality Council here. I have only some few words to speak, and this is regarding, thanking the Ministry of Civil Aviation and, of course, DGCA to have Quality Council in towards having a conformity assessment framework so that some due diligence is done before actually it goes for type certificate. When we talk about type certificate, we all understand it as a license which allows the manufacturer then to commercialize the thing. Before that, there is a due diligence process. How we people do it is through a process where we actually have a very structured kind of a technical criteria. The technical criteria talks about the various aspects, and how it is designed is also to take a lot of inputs from the various stakeholders through a multi-stakeholder committee, where we have in recent times found that there are certain aspects to be strengthened further. For example, the cybersecurity part of it, and these would be done very shortly. And the current process that we are now also, having a discussion with the Ministry of Civil Aviation along with the Ministry of Agriculture to see that how do we do some more interventions so that we have a clear-cut understanding about the indigenization content in drone. So for that, again, we have a technical committee which is looking into aspects. We have done the initial round of discussions and presented a framework. I think so within the next coming fortnight, we will have some kind of a framework, which of course would be shared with all, so that there is a renewed focus and there is a structured process of actually mapping the indigenization part of it. On the cybersecurity aspects, I have to just also brief you that we have been talking to the DGCA, who is in turn collaborating with the Ministry of Information and IT to see that we have certain other aspects, specifically on clause 7 and 9.3, to see that the cybersecurity aspect is also strengthened. So with this, the only short point that I have to make is I wanted to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, DGCA, and of course PHDCC to have us here. There is a detailed discussion which will happen tomorrow at about 12 p.m. where we would elaborate on all of these aspects. And I once again thank PHDCC to have us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manish Pandey. In fact, PAD division QCI role has a very, very important role to play in the entire drone ecosystem, particularly for the conformity assessment framework. Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey. Now, I'd like to invite our distinguished speaker, Major General C.S. Maan, AVSM, VSM, Additional Director General, Army Design Bureau. Over to you, sir.
Esteemed panelists, members of PHDCCI, the veterans here and some of the serving officers, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Jai Hind. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to PHDCCI for having invited me and given me an opportunity to share my views, our views, on this very important technological development of the recent past. And also I would like to compliment them for this apt topic, advancing the drone ecosystem towards Viksit Bharat. I think that's what is really required. We need to look at it. How do we contribute? How does this drone itself contribute towards Viksit Bharat? Well, I think most of us are already aware, but I'll just like to recapitulate that in recent conflicts, we have seen that drones have become a game changer. they are actually changing the dynamics of warfare. And it is just some few tactical successes by these drones which are actually leading to strategic connotations. And that's why, in fact, at times we think about it, that are they really just a drone or are they battlefield equalizers? It is because of the capability, the versatility, the flexibility in their operation, and the low-cost options which actually have made us to think, do we really need a tank against a tank? Or for that matter, do we even really need an anti-tank guided missile against a tank? Or can that be, the same effect be achieved by just a drone of few lakhs or at least less than a crore? And that is not to say that the tanks are not required, and especially I can't be saying that, because myself being a tank man and armored corps officer, tanks have their own importance, their own relevance. But the value, the importance of drones as battlefield equalizers is something which is really has come to the fore, and we need to exploit it. Various kinds of applications as of today, starting right from, say, ISR operations, target strikes, and with precision. The asymmetric warfare, wherein the loiter munitions are able to achieve much more. The electronic warfare being used as for the purpose of communications, relay stations, and say for minefield detection and diffusion. Also can be used for any kind of recce, including in the areas of, say, areas affected by chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear effects. And of course, logistics, including the medical. Okay. And it is not only in the conventional warfare, they are being used across the entire spectrum of conflict. That is, say, whether it be UN peacekeeping operations, whether it be for the counter-insurgency or counter-terrorist operations, or even, say, for human assistance and disaster relief missions. So some of the emerging trends, so far as the warfare is concerned, which we have seen in the recent past is the complete range of drones which has got its employment. Right from the hail category to those small nano drones. And also even biomimic insects or, say, birds. And the dominances of low-cost platforms. And that's why we can see that the proliferation is down to a section level or maybe even an individual soldier level. And this aspect is also very evident from the fact that what Ukraine has said, that they're going to be actually manufacturing more than 1 million drones in 1 year. So we can imagine the kind of proliferation it will have on the battlefield. And the enhanced effectiveness of it because of the use of AI, the advanced sensors, and swarming. In fact, swarming has now again made us think about, do we really need a package of aircrafts for an operation the way we were actually planning for it earlier? Or can it be a package of these swarm drones only? May be able to achieve similar effects. And it is actually the civilian drones which are getting militarized. The concepts of manned unmanning teams has now, because of the drones, even gone into unmanned teams. And there's a recent example we saw in Ukraine, wherein the drones and the unmanned ground vehicles both being used in conjunction with each other for an operation. So, in this backdrop, what is the Indian Army's approach? Our approach is eagle on every soldier's shoulder, which means looking at almost like one drone with every soldier. That is for the purpose of ISR and even for the purpose of some targeting also. And towards that, we're looking at establishing drone labs even at the formation levels and also having drone incubation hubs in some of the military stations. I hope it was not a drone. But I think, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, good. Good. Yeah. The major challenge, so far as the Indian Army, is it working? No. Okay. Okay. The major challenge, so far as the Indian Army is concerned, the drones for the Indian Army are concerned, is in the high altitude areas. And that is something peculiar to the Indian Army only. Because nobody has got a battlefield at the 20,000 feet of altitude. The conditions over there the operational conditions as well as the terrain and weather conditions are quite different, which have large implications on the kind of equipment which has to operate over there. Now that includes operation in very, very say severe temperature conditions, that is maybe say from minus 40 degree onwards. And because of these temperature conditions, the battery is drying out very fast. Then icing taking place on various components, and then operating in a rarefied atmosphere, and that is something again only peculiar to Himalayas. While there is snow, adequate snow and all in other parts of the world, but this rarefied atmosphere is only here. And because of which the performance of any machine over there goes down to almost 60% of what it operates in the plains. And then high speeds, wind speeds, anything more than 30 knots. So stability of the drones required to be able to operate in those kind of weather conditions. And that's a challenge. But at the same time, I'm happy to say that I think in the last about 2 to 3 years, a lot of industry has come forward and is trying to meet these challenges. And I have seen them coming up, starting from a logistic capability of just about 5 kg at 15,000 feet to now having gone up to about 30 to 35 kg. And I think that's the way forward that gradually I'm sure our industry will be able to meet these requirements. And to give an idea of all this, what I have said, have a feel of it practically on ground, is what we have been actually facilitating the industry to visit those forward areas. And we had specifically conducted 2 events called as HIM Dronathon, one in 2022 somewhere in November, and one last year in September. And good about 30 odd industries participated in that. They have their experience of actually practically going over there, operating and actually verifying whether how much their equipment can perform under those actual battlefield conditions. Now, what are our requirements apart from this high altitude? I would, while say we keep launching these requirements by means of the IDEX challenges, or say in terms of make 2 cases getting initiated, or by in TDF and all. Recently, we have launched a compendium of problem definition statements during Aero India, CPDS 25. It's available on the Indian Army website. You can access that, and there are good about 8 to 10 cases related to drones in that. Okay. For example, IC engine based logistic drones for super high altitude area, heavy payload logistic drone for plains of the deserts, looking at about 200 kg plus, swarm drone based mine dispensing system, standoff range explosive detection system, cardboard drones, tethered drone systems operating as say for the purpose of radio relay, for comment, for ELINT, and for medium range battlefield surveillance radars. So these are some of those which I have just mentioned. You can have a look at that and the problem statements, and I think the industry would actually request for maximum amount of participation so that we can get the best possible solution. And also another aspect related to this is that we are going to be conducting, I think most of you must be already aware, is something we are calling as SWAYAT, that is for the autonomous systems. And we are going to be conducting an experiment around last week of April. Exact dates will be intimated. And whatever case you have any drone, especially if it has got to do anything with targeting or in terms of weaponized drones, most welcome to please participate in that experiment. Bring your equipment, we'll see it on ground and then see what is the way ahead for that. And also at the same time, I'll say we need to even think beyond just the unmanned aerial systems. We need to think at stealth so far as drones are concerned, because it's always a cat and mouse game. It's always a race between a technology and a counter technology, especially in the military domain. So therefore, while there are drones getting developed, similarly, the counter drone systems are also getting developed. So you need to look at stealth for the drones and also the counter stealth measures. That is in terms of the surveillance payloads. Okay. They are used for the purpose of deception. For example, say, to be able to saturate the AD cover, a drone being used, but with some means, for example, say, by use of a Lumberg's lens, wherein it is projecting like a helicopter and not just a drone. Some of the essential things which have become very, very important now is to have anti-jamming and anti-spoofing measures. And to be able to operate in a GNSS denied environment. For that purpose, we haven't seen some of the recent examples of even control through the fiber optics cable also. Okay. And protection against the directed energy weapons. Maybe in terms of some sort of say protective coating on the surface of the airframe, and in terms of some advanced materials which can withstand those directed energy weapons. So we need to look at these counter to counter solutions, so that it's not that while we develop, keep developing, and then tomorrow when the adversary uses those countermeasures, we again find ourselves that we are not effective against it. So it's a great opportunity for industry. The global market says that the CAGR of nearly about 8%, and Indian market, the expectation is about $1.8 billion by 2026. So that's the kind of market we have today. But while we have all this, and all this will lead to Viksit Bharat, but for Viksit Bharat, it can be possible only with a Surakshit Bharat. And that Surakshit Bharat is not in 2047. While we're talking of Viksit Bharat in 2047, that Surakshit Bharat has to be right from today. Because only then it can contribute towards that Viksit Bharat. And why I'm saying that is because, even like yesterday there was an example. Someone mentioned in one of the seminars that there are 840 drone companies in the country. And someone from the industry countered it that no, actually they are just only integrators. Hardly, otherwise actually there are very few whom you can count on fingertips who are actually drone manufacturers. So what we need is the indigenization. The need for this self-reliance has been felt in about last 3 years plus. We all are very well aware of it. But now the dimension is different. It is no more just for the purpose of supply chain resilience, or no more a logistical challenge. It is a national security challenge today. Because if we have the components coming from China, they are being used in these drones, and then the entire data, the control of these drones is very much in the hands of the adversary sitting over there. Can you imagine the amount of vulnerability we have with all these drones operating in the country? So that is what we are targeting now, and I'm sure the drone industry is aware of it. When we started off with this process in October, we had the first event of Drone Shiver with the help of Drone Federation of India. Thereafter, we have had multiple iterations with the industry, and including other government agencies, including QCI, STQC, and various other ministries, Ministry of Civil Aviation, and METI, and all. And we have been able to evolve a framework which can mitigate the security vulnerabilities in drones. So that framework is going to get applied during the procurement of these drones for the defense. And this framework is likely to get approved very soon. It has already been presented to the Defense Secretary. It's going to get implemented in a few months, I can say. And that is what is just one of our steps, so that we ensure that at least we do not have the vulnerabilities. Now, why we are restricting to that is because today we know that the level of indigenization in the country is not there. In the semiconductors, the fabrication, that much of capability is not there what is required. So obviously, while the efforts have been taken, the initiatives have been taken by the government, it will take some time for it to actually get established and develop that kind of capability. So in the interim is this, that at least if we can mitigate these security vulnerabilities, that will be good enough for us. But ultimately, the aim is indigenization. Now, why is that not taking place? It's not taking place. While going through this entire process of making this framework, when we interacted with the industry and we mapped their capabilities and who is doing what, we realized there is not even one component of drone which is not being manufactured in the country, designed and manufactured in the country. At least there is one private firm which is manufacturing that particular component. So the capability exists, but the problem is of the awareness. That awareness is not there even amongst the industry also. As to that, for that particular component, which is the industry which can actually provide you that component for those who are actually, say, manufacturing the entire system. So that is where I would request the organization like PHDCCI. I think we need to map the entire industry's capability and create that awareness amongst the industry, and of course with the customers like us who are actually going to be using it, because that is what then can help us to lay down that, okay, these are the components which we want to be indigenous only. Yes, then there are challenges. The challenges are primarily of cost. And that cost challenge, because obviously when we are getting that component from China, who is making it in millions, vis-a-vis our domestic requirement, and if we look at it of only the armed forces, it's very, very minuscule. So therefore, they can never actually match in that competitive bidding of L1. So that is where we need actually a whole of nation approach. It is that once we have indigenized any component, because before coming on to that, I would say that why this whole of nation approach? While I have spoken about the security vulnerabilities for the defense forces, but I think the similar vulnerabilities exist for everyone across every sector. Even if, say, that drone is being used for, say, agriculture, or even if it is being used in the mining sector, look at the amount of data which it is able to collect. May it be about the terrain, about the area, about the population, anything. So that data, and today the warfare is not restricted to only those domains of land, sea and air, or say even the space. It is into cyber also, which can be affected by this, and it's the cognitive domain. It's actually speaking, means a battle of narratives. What narratives can be built by virtue of this data being collected even from our commercial and private sectors is anybody's guess. So therefore, we actually need to have totally indigenous solutions and which do not have these security vulnerabilities. For that, it is a whole of nation approach required. Once anything getting indigenized, we make it that, okay, this particular component will not get imported, but simultaneously also have that capacity building addressed by having multiple firms, then being able to actually manufacture that and meet the overall domestic requirement. So that the domestic requirement itself becomes, at least be able to be competitive against those Chinese components. It's again a challenge. Obviously, it will not be so much, since China has captured most of the world market. So that is where again the government's role comes in, where we need to have some sort of, say, equalizing factors, some sort of incentive being given in that manner, so that the L1, when we are looking at the L1, that with that equivalence factor being applied, he is able to actually match it. So these are some of the issues, I think, which we need to look at. And another aspect is, I think the industry also needs to look at consortium approach. So while there are individual those components being made by different industries indigenously, but then somebody wanting to do it himself only, and being that L1, therefore importing and all, I think we need to look at a consortium approach that will be good for the nation as such. And lastly, we have seen in Ukraine surge capability. Just now we mentioned about how India as a nation, we were able to fight about COVID. Similarly, if tomorrow required, this is one thing where again we'll have to fight it like that. So surge capabilities in both. It's not only just limited to production. We have seen it's every 2 to 3 months a new technology coming up, a new counter being developed to it, where cat and mouse game is being played almost on daily basis. And to be able to match that, we need to have surge capability even in our R&D also, to take it right from that TRL 1, 2 to 9, so that we are able to then actually manufacture and produce in bulk. And for all this, I can assure you that Army Design Bureau is always there to handhold the industry, to assist you, to guide you to what our requirements are. I've already indicated things like CPDS, which we have launched, and other such documents and other such interactions. We'll be able to give out what are the kind of requirements we have. And then we're ready to take you to the forward areas to make you feel actually the kind of terrain and weather conditions, so that we are able to develop the equipment accordingly. The forward area tours are being conducted by us. Last year we conducted good about 10 of them in 1 year, and nearly over 100 odd industry and academia reps were facilitated. And then when you have any product, the NCNC demos is we are most welcome to offer it for that, and we have been doing it, which has actually resulted into lot many procurements thereafter. Because with those NCNC demos, the advantage is that we get to know the capability which is there with the industry, the kind of employment, then we look at it, that what kind of employment we can have. And also at the same time, the industry gets to know as to what are the shortcomings in that, what kind of product improvements are required to make it acceptable to us, because that acceptability factor is also conveyed by the troops on ground when you're conducting those NCNC demos in those kind of terrains. So that is how this is an iterative process, a collaborative approach thing, which will help us to make the entire ecosystem grow and be able to meet the requirements of the Indian Army to make it future ready. Funding, there are various routes today available, and which we are actually following a mix of all these various routes, right from maybe IDEX, TDF, MAKE, or even the Army Technology Board. And that is where the entire R&D actually we are getting developed through this Army Technology Board funded projects. And any ideas, any solutions you have at any time, most welcome to please offer it to us, and then we will see how best we can utilize it. We'll be able to guide you how to move ahead in that. For contacting us, just Google Army Design Bureau. For those of you who still don't know about it, just Google Army Design Bureau and you will get our contact details over there. Send us an email, contact us on telephone, and we'll follow it up. With that, once again, I would like to thank PHDCCI for having given me this opportunity and wishing all the best for this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Major General C.S. Mann, for your very, very enthusiastic speech. In fact, now we have the demand on this side, the supplies on that side, so it's a perfect, matchmaking platform, because in fact, I'm sure your document CPDS must be giving the entire details about what all different type of demands are required. And with, industry on the other side, I'm sure that will be a good ready reckoner to understand, what is the way forward. Thank you very much indeed, Major General C.S. Mann Saab. Now, I would like to invite our guest of honor for special address, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. Over to you, sir.
Gracing the dais today, Mr. Shekhar Dutt, Major General Mann, Mr. Pandey, Mr. Jitinder Singh, Mr. Michael Jain, and Mr. Mehta, Dr. Mehta, who had to leave early, and of course the distinguished audience here. I was just telling Major General Mann कि आपने तो सब बोल दिया, मैं बोलूं क्या? But then I'm absolutely delighted to be here today with you in this morning when PhD Chamber is celebrating its 128th year of existence and the second consecutive drone Manthan that I have been lucky to be part of. It is actually reflective of our collective resolve that all of you are here and the distinguished panelists are here to ensure that we make Bharat a Viksit Bharat 22 years down the line or earlier if possible. As you know, the drone industry, Major General Mann so eloquently brought out in his learned exposition, that the drone industry is poised for a quantum leap. This is going to be equivalent to what we saw in the mobile industry. I don't think there is anything as transformative that we have seen in the last so many years as the drone industry will be. The present revenue share, in fact, as calculated last year, was $268 million in India itself. And this is poised to be 11.02 billion in the next 5 years. We expect to be contributing to almost 12.2% of the global revenue potential. Revenue potential, of course, is just potential. We need to translate that into reality. And for that, fortunately for us, Indian industry is absolutely primed, and we are doing pretty well in that. Just to cite an example, if we look at what has happened in agricultural drone, the Krishi drone Didi, it's a small initiative, just 1,098 drones that were given out by Department of Fertilizer, although the scheme is of Ministry of Agriculture. But the initial phase was rolled out by Ministry of Fertilizer and 1,028 drones were given away. Out of that, 828 drones are in operation. Mr. Pandey will bear me out on that, I suppose. And those drones were utilized just for one season. And in that season, they could generate a revenue of 28 crore rupees for the drone Didis. That means in that short period of 1 month, 2 months, they could generate an income of around 28,000-30,000 rupees per month, per head. Now, for a drone Didi who was otherwise just a housewife toiling in the field, not recognized, not doing anything, that is considered to be an economic activity in the traditional sense, although it is a great contribution. But it is not recognized. But with this, they found an identity. So the first thing that it achieved is empowerment of the women, which is crucial to the growth of a developed society. The second thing that it achieved is that it optimized the utilization of fertilizers as well as pesticides. So the soil toxicity was taken care of, the fertilizer was optimally utilized, the import requirement of fertilizers will come down. It has come down to some extent, but when this proliferates in a big way, the requirement of imports will come down. That saves foreign exchange, which can be utilized elsewhere. Again, if we look at another instance, a very innovative use of drones was made of in the floods that we saw in Andhra Pradesh. I don't think there is any other parallel that has happened. Otherwise, paradropping of food and relief and medical things are done through an aircraft during flood relief, never through a drone. Here, the again indigenization that we were talking of, it was mentioned in the morning about the PPE kit that we had zero production, and then we went on to manufacture 8 lakh PPE kits in a day. ऐसे ही ड्रोन का भी यूसेज, the drone was meant to be for agricultural use, but we improvised and we delivered food and relief material, medical supplies to the marooned populace. This is the most efficient way of delivering food and medical devices, medical supplies to the populace, because there is no wastage at all. You only delivered, it is dropped at the point where it is required. So it is an efficient way of doing it. And after that, the flood area was surveyed. And once the waters receded, the drones were deployed for spraying disinfectant. So there was no spread of disease that otherwise would follow after a flood, after an inundation. It usually happens. But that was prevented. Another remarkable case that we have seen is the land mapping by the Panchayati Raj Mantralaya. 6 lakh villages are proposed to be mapped, and the land ownership will be confirmed because of the use of this technology, which is something that has not happened in the last so many years, 75 years and plus. It is just not there. Some states have done it, some states have not. But the use of drones is a unique way of confirming the land ownership. This is another remarkable feature which I think merits to be counted as a world record. I'm sure in due course it will be recognized as one. But it's a great thing that has happened. The survey of highways, the actual construction of highways, the excavation from mines, land site survey by Ministry of Railways. I mean, the applications are infinite. I am just listing out those applications which are there in the public eye. Otherwise, law enforcement agencies are using drones. General Mann spoke about the use of drones in warfare, so I will not labor on that point because I suppose that has been explained well enough. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, this was actually begun in 1992 when Azerbaijan had a skirmish with their neighbors, and they utilized drones, and the war was over in 5 days flat, just because of drones. And now we see how effectively it is being utilized by the present theater of war. I would not want to name the countries, but we know that it is being utilized. And so it is going to continue to be the mainstay of our defense forces also, not to undermine the requirement of tanks, as Major General Mann said, but the drones will have their place there too. Now, having said that, the government also has been alive to what needs to be done in this regard. So we have, number one, contributed to the ease of doing business. You would all recall that in 2004, it was absolute ban. There was no permission to use drones. Then in 2008, the DGCA came out with a car which was highly restrictive. But then at least some regulations started. But it was found to be not very encouraging for the proliferation of the drone industry, so it was relaxed. And in 2021, March, the drone rules were brought out. Those rules were again found to be restrictive, and there were some issues in that. And the Ministry of Civil Aviation, please allow me the immodesty of taking some pride in this, but I think the Ministry of Civil Aviation was constantly, proactively working on it, and it continues to do so. And I can assure you that we will be very happy to only accelerate this pace and not otherwise. So in 2021, August itself, we revised the rules that were brought out in March, and it was completely liberalized. Now, almost 90% of the country is green. You do not have to fill the 72 or 73 forms that you had to fill earlier. You have to fill only 5 forms. The fees that were earlier, I think around 25 or 27 fees that you had to pay. Now you have to pay just 3 different kinds of fees, and that's it. So it has been eased. The second thing that we did is that the government itself turned into a market maker. The largest orders of the drones in the country are by the government sector. Different ministries, different departments, different organizations, PSUs, but it is the government. And maybe this is a temporary phase, but it will surely we'll get out of it. But it appears to me that as of now, the private sector demand is sort of plateaued. It is not picking up the way we thought we would. So sometimes drone manufacturers do approach us and say that we need to expedite the procurement by the government agencies. I agree that the government would need to continue to be the market maker, and it has to be the way it is, because the government happens to be the largest employer, the largest service provider, largest landowner, and so on and so forth. So it is inevitable that the government will also be the biggest market maker in the times to come. But the private sector, which is the bigger contributor to the GDP, would have to take its logical place and generate the demand. It is a two-way process. The private sector has to recognize where the potential lies, and it is for us here in this hall that we convince the private sector that these are the areas that probably you have not seen have a potential but should be taken care of, and it is in your interest that you do use that. So probably this is a case of marketing more than anything else, but we need to do that. The other aspect that the government has done is that it has relaxed the export of drones. The SCOMET rules have been relaxed. So earlier, it was considered that drones are a dual use, which is the right thing also. Drones do have a dual use, but all drones need not be used only for warfare or only for civil purpose. It is natural because of the very nature of the drones. But having said that, there are certain drones, because of their sheer range and size, are probably the most effective devices to be used in warfare. So at least those could be exported. So this is the logic that we sold. And fortunately, it was accepted. So the SCOMET rules were relaxed. We banned the import of drones, whether it was a completely knocked down kit or a semi knocked down kit. We banned it completely. The idea was to promote indigenization. It did help us to some extent, but there are certain areas in which we need to work. One of them was again mentioned by Major Man, General Man, that the heart of the drone, the brain of the drone, should be ours. It should not be in the control of an enemy country. If that happens, in fact, Mr. Shekhar Dutt was also mentioning while I was sitting there, that we should mandatorily put in a device on all drones so that it can be tracked on real-time basis. Now, this is work in progress. We want that to happen. We want to have the real-time tracking of the drones. We want to go ahead with no permission, no takeoff. We want to have all the safety devices that one can have on the drone, but it comes with a cost escalation. It's a very thin line that we have to tread between the development requirements and the security requirements. Both of them are very, very important. None of them can be neglected. And for a country that is located where geographically we are, and with the friendly neighbors that we have on both the sides, we cannot but be too careful with the security. So I suppose sometimes we'll have to bear with this pain of dealing with the security requirements, which might at times look like it is not helping development. But believe me, there's always a technological solution to all these things. We will keep on working on that, and that will happen for sure. And with your help, it will happen sooner rather than later. The last aspect that I would want to talk about, so far I have spoken about what are the good things that are happening, what the government has been doing, but we would also look up to the private sector and to the industry for certain things that should happen. One, of course, I have alluded to slightly is the indigenization. It is not enough that we can just manufacture the airframe and be happy about that. That doesn't count for much. It is an achievement, but not so much that we should just rest on that. We have to work on the technology beyond that. We can probably start off with the battery, with the rotors, the motors, the blades, and eventually the chip, the remote. Everything should be ours so that we are in control of the flying machines. Nobody should have that power of directing it against our own installations, which was the apprehension that Mr. Dutt was mentioning while I was seated next to him. The second thing is my earnest request to all of you to please ensure that since most of you are law-abiding people, I would say all of you are law-abiding people, you respect the regulations, but there's always a black sheep, and it is the black sheep who attracts attention. So there would be people, there would be, even if it is 1 out of 100 or 1,000 units, that is flouting the norms. For example, it has been reported to us from the highest quarters in the intelligence and defense that one particular manufacturer has tried to sell a drone claiming it to be indigenous, whereas it is completely of Chinese make. I'm sorry I have to mention the name of the country, but it is of a Chinese make. Now imagine if it had not been caught and it had been sold to the Ministry of Defense. The defense forces would be using it, and the brain would be residing somewhere in China. So it was like paying money for your own destruction. Why would we want to do this to our own country? So please, it is not a matter of something that should be brought to your notice by Ministry of Defense or IB or us. It is something that you should regulate yourselves. SRO, as they call the self-regulating organizations, are the best organizations and the best regulated organizations. So we should imbibe that spirit as responsible citizens and take care of that. So indigenization is one, not flouting the regulations is second, and the minor aspect of flouting is that sometimes permission is given in supersession of the rules. We give that permission because it is sought for special considerations. For example, it is for research, so we will say, all right, if it is for research, we'll give you a permission to fly this drone even in a red zone. Or even if it is for research, we'll give you a permission to import a completely built-up unit of drone. Maybe one-off. But then you should not try to evergreen it by becoming a new company, registering yourself as a new company and asking for a drone again and again and again. Sooner or later, you'll get caught and you'll get blacklisted as an individual, not only as a unit. So why should we get into that? We might as well develop the technology ourselves and not try to do this. The last request is that when we make a request for an exemption, the exemption should be for a genuine reason and not for a commercial reason. I think this is a thought that I'll leave you with, whether we should now put a complete stop for all exemptions for commercials, or, I mean, it's for you to advise us on that. Since this is a Manthan would remind me takes me back to the Puranic Manthan, where the Samudra Manthan was done, and उसमें से फिर अमृत भी निकला था और विष भी निकला था, हलाहल विष भी निकला था. तो मुझे ये उम्मीद है कि आप लोग जब ये मंथन करेंगे तो इसमें से अमृत भी निकलेगा और विष भी निकलेगा. जो भी निकले उसको आत्मसात कीजिए. I'm for the benefit of people who don't understand Hindi again. So after you do this manthan, it might bring out nectar, or it might bring out the most vilest of poisons. But whatever it is, please accept that, document that, and do let us know. We will treat it with the requirement that is supposed to be given to that. I think I'll stop here, and I wish this conference, this two-day conference, a great success. I'm really grateful to the PhD Chamber for having given me this opportunity to be in the midst of all of you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, for a very, very enlightening address. And in fact, you said that whatever comes out, be it a nectar or a poison, we will be coming out with a white paper on this post the conference. I think within 10 days' time, we'll send you the first copy, and we'll also have the expert comments from the industry also after we circulate to all our members. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'd like to invite our guest of honor, Shri Shekhar Dutt. Mr. Dutt is a member of IIPA and former Governor Chhattisgarh. He is a former Deputy NSA, Secretary NSCS, and former Defense Secretary. Over to you, Mr. Shekhar Dutt. A big round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I recognize all the worthy people sitting on the dais and those who are sitting off the dais. It's a pleasure to be with them. This is a subject on which a lot of visible arguments are going on in the TV and in the news programs. Every day we hear Ukraine is being bombarded by a series of drones, and also its peaceful usages are not very much talked about. The whole game started with UAVs, unpiloted or aviation vehicles. And later on, some offensive things started being put on or piled upon the UAVs, and then it became drones. Now, drone is a universal word for good or bad. And like I was asking Mr. Srivastav that whether it is mandatory to have the ability to track down. And I think we require ability to track every unpiloted vehicle in Indian airspace, because when its real capabilities of damaging places is found out, then we look very silly that ye nahi kara, ye chhod diya. And God can't ask us. It is only us who can ask. So we prepare something, we operate it, we look after, we regulate it. Now, I was asking General Mann that whether the registration is required. So he says yes. Then I asked Google, and I found that for 250 grams or under drones, you don't require a registration. You don't require a registration, and this fellow is floating in the sky, but very deftly being guided. And if one cannot be spotted, the damage can also be done by 10 of them. And 10 of them make 250 into 10. It's quite heavy. And I can assure you, people who make ammunition, people who make armaments can put in enough killing ability, and it can be done. So I would suggest all the people who are operating for good or bad reasons to see and exercise and then bring under regulation if required. Because when the damage happens, and if I am my enemy, I would damage, not one installation. I'll damage radar stations, I'll damage civil aviation aircrafts, big aircrafts, and many other things. I can do a lot of damage if I want. And we should not be required to be woken up at that time and said, oh, ye dekha nahi tha, suna nahi tha. God will ask us that tumhi ko karna hai. So, having said that, I would say that India is sitting on a time when tremendous amount of enthusiasm can be felt by taking these UAVs to a level of they being complete help in all our operations. All our operations, say for example, traffic jams. The traffic police, especially in Delhi, they would find it a great help in understanding the traffic jams which are going to take place in the next half an hour and directing the traffic into lanes and roads in a way that the traffic jam is avoided. If we don't do it, then we are not using our ability. Similarly, day before yesterday, I was in the inaugural program of UP's largest solar modules manufacturing facility at Dadri. So we are using solar parks. And India is a country with a hell of a lot of dust, flying dust. So our solar modules in the solar park have to be cleaned. How do we do it? Through drones. Effective usage of drones and spraying water on the solar panels morning and evening so that maximum solar radiation can be absorbed by the solar modules and minimum wastage of power. So you can have any numbers of exercises which can be done by drones. I am talking on the peaceful usages. The wartime uses or for usages by not so good people like terrorists, again there is a huge area, and I would suggest that the users, whether it is police, special police or the armed forces, should do exercises and use their own manpower or woman power to feign good and bad abilities. And they should then exercise and find out the bad way a drone can be deployed and then devise counter measures. If we don't do it, again, nobody else will ask you except at the point of time when this actual happens, actually an event happens, then we would suddenly realize, oh, ये तो करा जा सकता था, बड़ा simple था. So we have to do it. So we should play role of good and bad, and then use this and see how terrorists can use drones and can use drones very successfully and manipulate, and then exercise our brains to find out remedial measures and then make a drill. Similarly, many other things are required to be done. Especially in the developed West, or even now in Japan, countries which are cold, we have forest fires, and huge amount of forest fires. So could the forest fires have been spotted or prevented before it starts? It requires an ideal temperature or inavailability of moisture in the air so that a small little fire can spread very fast and go on for days together. Now, India, I am saying that has a large amount of forest. I live at a place on the end of the Aravallis, and a lot of arid brushwoods are there in the border of Delhi and Haryana. So we have to be careful. A monitoring of atmosphere requires to be done by giving us the moisture content in the air and the air temperature, so that whenever it is ideal for start of a fire, it can be noted. So multiple usages of drones are there. And we should then design the drone which can sort of alert us and then take on the next stages. That means getting one over the hill. We also have to organize for our own reason, because our enemies or adversaries would be using drones. The offensive ability of drones. Today, we are talking of unpiloted vehicle, but we're not using the unpiloted vehicle beyond a certain level. What USA is now trying is that unpiloted vehicle have been made to do work which is almost the same as the piloted vehicle. And it will be a short time before it starts happening. We have seen that our missile systems, 2-stage, 3-stage, 4-stage, 5-stage, completely unpiloted, and the ammunition is able to guide itself intelligently, going into the military targets, more required targets, and selecting the targets and going and hitting there. So smart ammunition. So smart ammunition with the help of smart flying vehicles, unpiloted, can do enormous amount of damage to the any kind of an operation, military operation, or operation in the sea, operation while flying. And so we have to design. We have to design along with the help of the weapon manufacturing companies, and we have to actually make use of our knowledge and our ability in finding new ways the drones can be designed and function and can operate. So a whole list of activities, offensive activities which can be done by the drones will have to be chartered out and then used in our own forces, because it has the capability of providing good defense, good aerial observation, good ability to warn us as early warning mechanisms, and then of course operation. So I'm saying that you name the operation, you name the kind of activity, a drone is able to do that, provided we design the drone that way. And we have to do, because time is not in our side. We are in troubled times, and we got to fix ourselves and see it from the point of view of user. So in 71 war, I was the authorized OP, or observation post, of the 11 Infantry Div. And just 3 months before the operations, the tanks came, and we went inside the tank, and we found that if the OP sits in the tank, he can't see outside very much. You have to use a periscope. So I sat above the tank, and throughout the war I was on the first tank which moved inside the Pakistani territory and on top of the wall. So while designing, you have to actually see it from the point of view of the user. And if the user's help is taken in designing, then you can design a drone or unpiloted vehicle, aerial vehicle, into the design which will serve your purpose. And therefore, have the ability to do that and have a very, very good seamless transformation with the help of the manufacturers. And that kind of dialogue should be always on. While I am a user, I am using and I am seeing the areas where you require a little bit of change, and you offer that knowledge to the manufacturer tests it and obtains a better model. So keep on upgrading whatever you are doing. I'll just give you an example, small little example. and consider it as part of your own this thing. Everybody has come over here today on a vehicle, and the vehicle has tires, and the tires are the objects which meet Mother India far more intimately than any one of us, because they are on the ground. Just think that where the tires material has been designed, where the tire itself has been designed, and you will find it has not been done in India. We love Mother India. Vehicles' tires are the most closely, because every time it goes on the road or in the village or forest or whatever, when it comes out of the mines, goes into the mines, it meets Mother Earth, Mother India's earth. And we have not designed it. So we have to design our product. And Indian skies also are peculiar with dust content, humidity, and many other things. So, and each has a repercussion on any object, whether it is piloted or unpiloted. So that challenge is there. Every user has a capacity of observation and then passing on the information or suggestion to the designers. And we have to design. We have to use our own ability to design an instrument or equipment for the best use of ours. Thank you very much. I wish everybody a very interesting conversation. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very, very motivating speech. In fact, your example, the real life example, is nothing but indigenization. So we have to basically indigenize each and every product that we're making. That example, I think we'll remember this example whole through our life, and that will always give us that kick, like whenever we are going for any design thinking or making new product, it has to be totally, indigenized. Thank you very much, sir. Now, before I invite Mr. Michael Jain for vote of thanks, I'll request Mr. Jain to kindly come forward and felicitate our guests with a memento and a plant. First to Mr. Shekhar Dutt. Mr. Piyush Srivastav. Major General C.S. Mann. Dr. Manish Pandey. So, Mr. Michael Jain, welcome you for the concluding remarks and vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Shri Shekhar Dutt Sahab, Mr. Piyush Srivastava Sahab, Major General C.S. Manji, Dr. Manish Pandey ji. thank you so much for all the insightful comments and insights into the drone industry and world. I think everyone here in the industry knows that the drone world and the immense prowess of drones for India is huge. There's a lot of work to be done, and I think the opportunities are immense. As we heard all our panelists there and esteemed speakers, drones are the future of India. We need to start manufacturing and we need to start producing our own heart, as Mr. Piyush Srivastava Sahab has just said. And only then will we be able to tackle all the issues of security or issues of indigenous, things that we need to build within drones. So I urge everyone, today is the right time to move forward and be very aggressive, think large. In our AGM, we had Mr. Shah tell us that we all need to think very big. So I also urge you, think big, because the future is here, and under the ministry and our civil aviation minister, Mr. Naidu, he is very bullish. The ministry is, and Mr. Srivastava will, I think, agree that the pace at which things are happening in the ministry today, it has never happened before. So we feel that if it is not now, it is never. So having said that, I wish everyone a wonderful 2 days in the drone Manthan. And again, thank you very much for attending. And hopefully we will all be very successful in the drone business. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. In fact, if you can see, we have a drone exhibition also. We'll be having the walk through the education along with networking tea. So kindly go to each and every stall, and I'm sure that you will definitely get, a lot of, value for time, after you visit and you have conversation with different exhibitors. Thank you very much.
Rajiva Ranjan sir to please join us on the dais. He'll be moderating the session. Let's have a big round of applause for him. Requesting all the delegates outside who are having tea to please join us so that our experts can start talking. Requesting Dr. Srimati Ranjana Nalamali, Director, Directorate of Futuristic Technology Management. Group Captain Dr. R.K. Narang, VM retired, Senior Fellow MP IDSA. Bolaya, VSM retired Indian Navy and former officer in charge Technology Development Acceleration Cell. Mr. Smith Shah, President Drone Federation of India. Everybody knows him. He's been a mentor for the drone industry. Mr. Pavan Kakkar, Managing Director, Juga Pro India Private Limited. Sir is a new addition to the Chamber's programs. Welcome, sir. Mr. Sai Patabram, CEO, Zupa. Thank you so much, sir, for taking our time and being a part of the 2 sessions. Requesting Dr. Ranjana ma'am to join us on the dais. And Mr. Vishal Saxena, Vice President, Sales and Business, Idea Forge Technology, to please join us on the dais. I'll hand it over to our moderator, Air Vice Marshal retired, Rajiva Ranjan sir. Group Captain R.K. Narang. So Narang Sangh will just join us in 2 minutes. I'll hand it over to the moderator to keep it to their 1 hour. Thank you.
Can we have that opening slide, please? The next one. Okay, today's menu for this session, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, is flashed on the screen for you all. And the next slide, please. And you have experts who will be helping you understand this domain. May I have the slide back, please? Okay. So it's my privilege to welcome you to this special session wherein we are going to talk on an insightful issue of advancing horizon and overview of India's evolving futuristic drone technology ecosystem and current policy framework. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most expert and passionate people are sitting on the dais to speak their heart and mind out to you so that it's captured nicely and it's sent to the ministry so that we see some advancement and the movement forward into the ecosystem. Today we stand at the cusp of the drone technology revolution, and the drones are everywhere. If the adversary is first mover in most of the campaign India has taken, then as a second mover, you also have advantage, wherein if your ISR is strong, you have a quick mobility, you have a combat support system, then you can checkmate the adversary at appropriate time, even with the 50% of the combat effort you're required to fight that war, so as to deter him. So in this, in the knowledge that ISR, the drone comes very important, especially when we have ecosystem fully developed into the ISR, and the defense system has got adequate money to spend onto R&D and procurement. Next thing is, if you are shot on the fighter, somebody said you need to have a loyal wingman or a MUMTI or CCA concept wherein along with the 14 fighter in a unit, you have another 8 unmanned, which are equally powerful to undertake the dirty part of the mission. Then agriculture, supply chain. If you are going to make industry strong and you require minerals in the mine, who is going to map it? Once again, drones come. Semiconductor, the base material is the silica. 80% of the silica comes from one mine in US. And in around Indore area, we have a mines which will give you a purity of 99.8% of the silica. So please do the surveillance using the drone, map them so that you can mine and get your semiconductor industry. Blue economy, climate change, transportation. I keep asking, when is going to be Maruti moment for the drone system? And I firmly believe in next 10 years, people will start asking for, where is my airborne Maruti? And thus, you will find transportation will transform. Of course, it's economic, and the public safety and public good is going to as dominating as the military. So with this little opening, let's begin our journey into the future of the unmanned aerial system of India and making India as the global hub. The first, I'll request Dr. Ranjana to air her view. And some of the topics I have already requested the panelists to focus more on those aspects so that we get comprehensive coverage of the menu, what is displayed here. Thank you. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. AVM Ranjan, Commodore Gulaya, Smith Shahji, Mr. Pavan Kakkar, and Mr. Sai Pattabhiram, and Mr. Vishal Saxena, my co-panelist and Group Captain Naran. Now, there's this topic, I think the more we discuss, there are more layers to it. And every time you discuss, you end up with something that you have not taken care of. And the way it was articulated today by General Mann on the applications that are emerging for the defense, I think I would say he is covered very wide and deep, yet I would say it would be 80% because every day there are new kind of applications emerging. And having said the defense applications, the civil applications are even more, be it agriculture or, your kind of a recreational activity. We saw football. In fact, I saw it in action in Bharat Mandapam last month. And then health, delivery systems, and kind of air taxis. You know, we are fed up of this traffic jams, and I think air taxis are going to make their way very soon. That's the dream. But yet, one very important point that emerged was that how much of it is indigenous. There are drone companies which are taking application-specific drones, but the kind of many technologies are coming from abroad. And then what do? 2022 budget, the government says 25% of R&D should be done by the industry and academia. And research is a risky business. And the investment in the research is a little bit of a taboo still in our industry. I'm sorry to say, but there is kind of, they look at the ROI, and of course they are right at their place, because unless until it is linked to ROI, no infinite research will be useful for the business. I mean, I'm not saying that it's wrong. That should be the focus, because that's your focus. The focus of the government is to improve the ecosystem, and the focus of academia is the research. So 22, this 25% R&D by the academia and industry was promulgated. And then came the IDEX programs and TDF programs, which were focusing mostly on industry. What we went and did, yes, they were doing a portion of it with academia also. There was some certain portion which was being done under TDF also by academia, certain portion under IDEX was also being done by the academia. I'm talking about Ministry of Defense schemes. Now came a new concept called DRDO Industry Academia Centers of Excellence. And this is where we thought we should be able to bridge the gap, the valley of death that happens from the academia, the lab. They show the prototypes, they demonstrate the prototypes, but it doesn't get adopted by the industry very easily. And see, it's a most difficult part. So academia is really doing a wonderful job at places. Some of the cutting edge technologies are coming. Just now I was reviewing a project which was on lithium-ion batteries, BMS systems, and there are so many materials, meta services, all were happening, but yet they are not getting translated into the supply chain of making of these technology. If you talk about the countermeasures, so you need an RF absorber on board the drone. We are not thinking about it. So if you're thinking about it, there is an RF observer, which an institute is doing it. The thing is, how do you translate this absorber directly onto the drone so that it becomes more stealthier? Similarly, a lot of meta surfaces are being worked out where the stealth is built into the skin itself. Of course, they are being done for the aero kind of an application, but then air drone, that is what we are talking about. So this concept, what we started, there are a lot of initiatives are being taken. You can just check our drdo.gov.in, where these 15 centers of excellence are actually working on 82 verticals. And these are the ones, there are thrust areas also well defined, which are cutting edge and which are the requirement, which are very important for us today. And I would say the focus, I will just narrate that IIT Bombay, the DRCOE IIT Bombay, we have a center of excellence, which is working on the aero engines and advanced aircraft structures, and also the advanced conventional manufacturing technology for aero engine applications. So these are some of the areas, and in fact, some of the drones also, the projects are going on. The DRCOE ISC Bangalore, they are working on aerospace system design and characterization, structural materials, advanced unmanned aerial vehicle for the defense applications. Again, ISC is already working on certain projects. And then AI and autonomous systems, and the high temperature materials to sustain the extra vagaries of the nature. Now, this is the kind of work we are talking about from the application layer to the subsystem layer to the constituent technologies layer. So we are investing a lot of funding with the academia for the constituent layer technologies. And I see Bangalore, Hyderabad, we have nano ornithopter technologies. Did we think about ornithopters when we are talking about this? And this has great advantage where we are talking about 50 grams drone with very specialized materials. Then we have omni-mobility drones at IIT Jodhpur. Basically a drone which should be able to fly, which should be able to go under the water surface, and should be able to walk on the ground. So these are some of the advanced projects that we have given. Now you will say, suppose they demonstrate, then what? So we brought in two concepts, basically. So the problems we all know, that how do we converge, how do we make an ecosystem which is self-sustaining. We brought out two concepts. One is academia, if they are able to do the demonstration very well, we will offer it as a TOT to any industry based on the expression of interest if you have the input. Now, these TOT, you can directly apply to the institutes. DRDO will not come into the picture other than in the committees. Directly through the institute, you will be doing the transfer of technology, and you can take the product forward in any ways you want. The second one is, suppose you want to develop it a little better, you want to really absorb the technology, then you can be nominated as a co-PI in the project with the academia. So your investment will be your manpower or the experts or PhDs that you have, and you will be able to take up certain research activity which will be invested by the DRDO for you. So that is how we want to encourage the research by the industry. Now, some things like that mature, even for the co-PI, nomination as co-PI in the thing, it will be based on expression of interest. And we have already worked out the system in IIT Delhi beautifully. We have given 6 industries as co-PI on certain things which had matured, and 3 TOTs directly from the IIT Delhi. So the system is in place for us to gear up for the ecosystem which is working very well. But more than that, we have also done certain identification of the thrust areas which are very important. 3D printing is very important, and I think a lot of research is going on. Self-healing structures are very important. Charging of the drone is very important, and that is also, we have started working on the laser-based charging of the systems. Then you have morphing and adaptable structures. This is also some of the topics. So I think from the last 2 times, whenever we met on the drones, we have moved at least 2 steps forward. A lot of things have opened up. There are a lot of topics available on my website. He's indicating me that I should close, but yes, just because I'll have to leave after that, I'll not have the second chance, so I'll take that 1 grace minute from you. So, and then we are also working on atomic interferometers for the navigation, guidance and control. AI-based control load designs, we are doing it. There is a lot of vision-based automatic takeoff and landing. Those are the things which are working on. A lot of autonomous algorithms on AI and the navigation are in the works as I speak with the academia. And we realize that yes, academia, after that, go to industry, and then industry goes to the market. And I'm glad QCI rep was here in the morning. The qualification and testing also should come on board. So you will already know what are the kind of frameworks which are available for the qualification. So there are, many things which are going up, and I'm glad that most of the things have been talked about while we were listening to the morning speakers. General Shekhar Dutt brought about that swarm, the 250 grams, if you are 10 of them, how difficult or how will be to actually contain them. So similarly, the protection coatings, the work has started. Another area is the hybrid power sources for the UAVs. Hydrogen fuel based UAVs are somewhere which is required very effectively. I think the industry capability map that they said is a very important activity, and we would also like to have this, because whatever technology we are going to harness from the academia, we want industry to take it from there. And that's my, here I rest my words, and excellent initiative by PHDCCI, and thank you PHDCCI for giving me this forum to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. What I'll do is I'll skip my summary part so that we stick to the time. May I now request Pawanji to Pawan Kakar, you can take the stage, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I know that I am between the lunch, so I'll keep it short. I'll start by saying, think big. Even though the drones are small, their impact is big, enormous, and promising. Start small. Think big, but start small. So when we are looking at the drones, I would focus on the supply chain. When you're looking at the supply chain, we have been discussing about our friendly neighbor, who by craft or by design or by perchance are able to listen every word I am speaking. Every word we spoke, either those cameras there, or the drones outside, or the smartphones and the generative AI that we have on our phones today. Now, if that is the kind of a proliferation of our information technology, drones are one of the constituents where we are paying the sentinels which have been sent. So we can call drones as Trojan horse. Now, the risks that we have in the supply chain come from the controller. We have Mr. Sai speaking about the controller, so I'll let that stay there. But are we building a system? Now, we'll be looking at the industry to deliver those solutions. We heard General Mann, we heard Madam just now, that they are going to support the industry in some way or other. But is that sufficient? Now we have to look at what is our competition. Who is our competitor? What strengths they have and what weaknesses we build. So DGI is a state-sponsored organization which was designed to become a monopoly from day one. Are we thinking big? So I'll let this rest here, that who has to think big? Is it the academia? Is it the industry? Is it the government? Or is it us? So most of the drone startups have been small. They have been bootstrapped. And if we expect them to do miracles, only the numbers will be able to do that. But are we going to give them sufficient oxygen? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. May I?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a special hi to my Chinese friends if they're listening. Okay, I have stopped making scripts for my speech because, as I was discussing the last time, I make a script, it's very well written, and I practice it, and then I find when the other speakers start speaking, I disagree with what they're saying, and I tear up my script, and then I speak extempore. So I've now saved paper, I've stopped making scripts. I'll just give 3 quick points in the interest of time. 1, surge capability. Surge manufacture capability is critical, and more important, that was pointed out by General Mann also, but more importantly, how do we get there? You know, this thing about a short, sharp war. We've seen technology is a great equalizer, even where we thought that one adversary was very strong and the other one was virtually not there, whether we're talking about Russia, Ukraine, or we're talking about Israel and Hamas, but the wars have stretched on. So we are talking about how many orders have we placed, and we keep giving numbers which sound very impressive. Those numbers will be consumed in 1 day or 2 days. Thereafter what? You need surge manufacturing capability. In the example of PPE, which we heard in the morning, I don't agree with. If you leave everything and get down only with that, and if you do that in a war, then you've already lost. If you stop your entire economy and you just start focusing on that. So if you want surge manufacturing, there are only 2 options. Either you get into exports or you get into dual use. That is where civil-military integration becomes critical. So that's my first point. Second point, very quickly, is when we're talking about civil-military integration, we are also talking about the military part. I'm a retired naval officer, but having said that, I can say that I, who was a part of the system, takes the blame, if not completely, in a major, major way. And I'll tell you why I'm saying this. So a statement was made and in the morning. Unfortunately, both of them have left. Otherwise, I would have. But I'll get back to them over WhatsApp or whatever. But everybody said that we are there to guide the industry. We're there to guide the industry. I think progress will happen when we say, can the industry guide us? Because somebody who has spent their entire life having a startup, making a product, knows that product probably better than the users do. The users are important. The users are giving the user perspective. They're giving the use cases. But assuming that you can guide the industry, I think is wrong. We can discuss this because, like saying that NC trials and we've crossed the valley of death and a bridge over the valley of death, they sound very impressive. I have an issue with NC, the second C especially. No cost, okay. No commitment, no. There has to be 100% commitment. So when we make the QRs, what we do is we see the brochures of all the companies and we take the best of each and then we combine the best of each and then we make an all singing, all dancing product, which probably not only does not exist, but can probably not be made. We similarly, so I was Officer in Charge Technology Development Acceleration Cell, and if the Navy thinks, and I can see the Vice Chief, former Vice Chief, who was a Vice Chief when I was OIC TDAC sitting there, if the Navy thinks that one officer would understand AI better than somebody who's got an AI startup and drones better than somebody who's got a drone startup and lasers better than somebody who's got a laser startup, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen and it cannot happen. So you cannot say that we will guide the industry. At least my approach was that please come and guide me. I'm an idiot. I need to learn. The industry has to guide, and both the industry and the users have to work together, which is, I think, the second thing which I wanted to say. And the last point, I fully agree with what you said, sir. We need to think big. We need to think really big. And yes, the Maruti movement, where is the Maruti movement coming in drones is important, but do we want the Maruti movement where we took technology from another country and we made it and thereafter, or do we want the Ford movement or the Tesla movement, or do we want the Maruti movement only? That's something which you got to, if you have to think big, at least when you're saying that think big, then think bigger than that would be my point. I was a navigator once upon a time, a long time back. Any navigator will tell you that when you start moving towards a journey, there are two things. There's the course and there's the speed. If you have the course right, you will get there eventually. You might get there slightly late, but you'll get there. But if your course is wrong and if your speed is right, whatever speed you're putting in is only taking you further away from the goal. So that's the point. We need to identify. The policy has to be correct. Policy has to be correct, and the question, who's going to do it? That is the important question. And if you don't, the first step to identifying how to solve a problem is to identify the problem. I'm quitting, but with the last statement, and again, Admiral Ghurbade will bail me out on this one. People keep saying, in Sprint, we managed to sign the first contract within 20 days, and 90% of all successful IDEX cases are 1 year of Sprint, and the remaining are 10% are Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and 16 DPSUs combined over 8 years. We could do that in 20 days because we worked hard over the last 2 years. First 2 years when people kept saying, what's CDAC doing, what's CDAC doing, you're doing nothing, we're getting the policies in place. Focus on the policies. Identify the roadblocks, remove them, and then everything will fall in place. Saying that first come, give us the NC trials, then we will see what's to be done. You will just ensure that the firm goes bankrupt. First you decide what is to be done. Next you decide how is it to be done. And then ask the firm, come and give a trial, no cost, but full commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arun. You covered some of the critical point for industry and the user both. May I request Vishalji to take over the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, Kamana Gulaya, I'm not picking on what you just said, but it's such a delight to hear what you just said, right? Unfortunately, a lot of this gyan comes when we are not on the chair, when we have moved out of chair, and that's the biggest problem which we have, right? I wish this was when you were on the chair and you were, looking at it, and I'm sorry for going there, right? But it just, kind of touched a chord, because that's the only thing which we require, right, as an industry. I'm from Ida Forge, and we do what we do is confirmed demand signaling. I don't know saying demand, I'm saying demand signaling, right? That's the only thing which we lack, right? Now, unfortunately, not everything is not gloom and and doom, but there are a lot of bright spots which we see. In terms of innovation, the way this industry is innovating, and I just wanted to talk about some of the innovation which we are doing in our firm, and we see, it's happening worldwide. Innovation in terms of business models, innovation in terms of how do we support, innovation obviously in terms of tech, right? So that's a lot of people will talk about it, but there is a lot of innovation which we are trying to do in business models, the way we are thinking about how to solve a problem. And I'll give you an example as to how we are thinking. We're thinking that, if drones can be used and will be used, right? So you have a program in the US called the DFR program, Drone as a First Responder, which is to say, today, 112 calls, if you just take out data, right? Take out 112 calls, 60% of the calls which come to the police, and we know how stretched the police forces are, right? Are calls where nobody had to go. It was just that if somebody showed up, the problem is going to, dissolve for itself, right? Which is to say, if somebody just walks in saying, hey, I'm from the police, what are you guys up to? They will just dissolve, right? The problem will kind of melt away. So we've done that, we are trying to do that experiment, we're trying to scale it up as well, that if a call comes up in, let's say, 112, instead of a patrol police PCR van going, which will take some time, right, can we send a drone? And we found it to be really, really efficient. So these are some bright spots which we are trying to figure out. No, but having said that, you need to have a technology layer on top of it, right? So can the same drone now it has gone for a call, it's coming back, can it now start searching around if there is an illegal parking which is done? So start to generate revenue for our customers, right? So illegal parking, some traffic violation, etc., right? Now the same drone, can it also tell the MCD, right, whether the garbage has been picked up today, or there is a garbage overflow, or if the contractor which you had given, who dug the road, right, and the government has given him the right to dug up the road, but he is supposed to go and repair that road too. That hasn't happened. Can the same drone go there? That's our vision. That's what we are heading towards, right? And we have a program, we call it the flight docs, wherein we are experimenting with some of this with certain municipalities, with certain districts. So that's on the innovation side. On the business model, right? So there is technology involved in it. There is business model involved in it. Can I now start to, if there is a traffic violation? So today also, if you look at a traffic violation, if you, a lot of times our vehicle gets towed away if you put it in a no parking. Actually, you go and, I don't know if you've had any experience, you go and you have to swipe your credit card twice. One to the guy who had towed the vehicle, that's an independent contractor, and the other to the police, right, which is the fine. So why can't the same be done, for drones? And that's what we are experimenting with in terms of innovation. Now, further, this of innovation, if you think about how this industry is, right, if you look at aviation industry, right, so there may be 200, I don't know, I'm throwing a number, there may be 200 airfields in India, out of which maybe 50 may be a little bigger one, 20 may be the larger one where there is some repair MRO facility available. Today, an aircraft gets stranded over, if there is Boeing or Airbus, they know this is the supply chain and the serviceability or the service, has to be in those 20 locations. I have supplied thousands of drones to the armed forces. Those 1,000 drones get fly from 1,000 locations today, 1,000 locations tomorrow, and different 1,000 locations, the day after. So the enormity of the problem is manifold. So it's not only about, leveraging the technology, it's also about you have to go and support the customer, right? How do you go and do that? So how do you go and innovate in terms of better training? So we have, we as IdeaForge, what we've done is, so there is a concept called the micro learning concept, wherein if let's say if you have 1,000 Starbucks store or 1,000 cafe coffee day store, and on 1st of April, a new coffee has to be doled out, they don't go and train everybody wherever, right? So they, you possibly can't get all the 1,000 people to a central this and start training. So they use a thing called the micro learning concept, where you say, possibly, can you give me 2 minutes every day? So we train the pilots in that fashion, where we just go ahead and we've created a micro learning platform wherein the pilots come in, we go and train them, say, hey, can you give me just 2 minutes in a day instead of giving me, 1 week in an year? Because 1 week in a year is not efficient. 2 minutes every day is far more efficient than probably a 1 week, right? So we are trying to innovate in every possible manner in terms of technology, in terms of business model, in terms of training, in terms of service, and that's what's so exciting about this industry. My time is up, for this session, but I really wanted to, thank everyone for, listening to what the panel is saying. And last but not least, if there is anybody among here who's at the helm of affairs, this industry just needs, confirmed demand signaling. So please focus on that. We will do the magic. There's very bunch of smart people here. They will do the magic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vishalji. May I request?
I just want to make a comment on what Vishal said about Goraya. I actually practiced what he's teaching now. When he was in... So that's what is most important.
So I was just going to add that, ladies and gentlemen, US also in 1904 formed a Security Council kind of a body, industry-led mainly, with the focus that how do they capture the market and they take the lead in the global market. Despite that, they have a problem of innovation and manufacturing. Their projects are called as ROTD, and they found, and the last 5 years, they have come up with 2 concepts. One is system engineering, which I should learn from you, because I'm not the engineering graduate who has been taught. And incidentally, AICT has formed a committee wherein we are going to teach BTech guys system engineering now, right? Second is called as trilateral officer. We also have some officer who understand technology, operation, and procurement well. And mind you, most of the officer veterans who are here are generally trilateral officer. And they're putting those trilateral officer in the key positions so that they don't fall back into their development and procurement cycle. So that's the, sorry, I had to bring about this. May I request Saisa to hear his views?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll take off from where Pawan and Commander Golaya had taken off. I wouldn't give too much of a long talk on anything, just a few points to be thought about, and maybe a solution on how to get around that point. I think the first and most important point, which comes from the Ukraine-Russian experience, is that technology is changing every 8 to 12 weeks. And this is something that General Mann had also alluded to today morning. And this changing technology requires us to think of a drone in a different way. And I think we think of a drone from an application perspective, but we can look at examples from the automobile industry, or even for that matter, a laptop, where a drone is taken to be a constant around which peripherals can be added to build application-specific solutions. So, at various, so if you look at it, for example, you can add an RF, change the RF to gain more distance. You can change the battery to, get longer endurance or carry a larger payload with for a longer distance. So these are variables that can be changed. But the basic chassis of the drone, like a rollout chassis in a truck or a bus, is something that the drone should be looked at from that perspective, because it's the capability of the drone to be controlled and to be, lifting a particular payload, maybe 10 kgs if it's a short distance, maybe 5 kgs if it's a long distance. where the battery can be augmented. So but the total weight remains the same. So considering this, we should be looking at the drone as a, in a split manner, not from an application perspective, but from a platform perspective. The second thing that's also come out from the Ukraine-Russian war is that fixed frequency communication is dead, practically dead. You can't operate on a fixed frequency and expect to be, expect to get away with electronic warfare situations. Then the third concept that has come up is, that there is very little difference between a defense drone and a civilian drone today. So, for example, if you were to look at the 10 kg drone, it can be used for logistics, it can be used for surveillance by defense, it can be used by the farmer for agri applications, and it has been used in Manipur for dropping bombs. So it can be used by the third perspective also, by non-state actors. So I think we need to look at the drone from the perspective, all the more look at it from a perspective of a platform which can be used across applications rather than, across user cases, rather than just look at specific this drone to be for this kind of scenario. The third thing that, the next thing that the drone has come up with is that it's come up in the war kind of scenario, it's taken the asymmetry the other way around for the first time. Now, if you look at it, when you went from a horse to a tank, the tank was more expensive and far more technologically advanced. When you went from a bomb to a missile, it was the same. When you went from a prop engine to a jet engine, it was the same. But today, for the first time, the things are moving the other way around, where the drone is, more number of drones which are cheaper are being, more effective than, the larger kind of equipment which tend to be, which are costing millions. So it's taken asymmetry the wrong way, so we need to, the other way around. I wouldn't say wrong way, but the other way around. So we need to look at it from that perspective also, because cost effectiveness then becomes a key factor in being able to deploy more number of drones across the battlefield. So I think that's another factor that needs to be looked at. Then of course, as Commodore Golaya said, NCNC demos. I think I have a suggestion there which I want to put forward. Now, the defense, for example, classifies usage as plains and desert and high altitude. So you tell us, the defense should tell us maybe 5 places in the plains where we can go and test our drones. And then after that you say testing, demo is not required. This drone can be bought directly because it has been proven in 5 of the places that are specified by us in plains and 5 of the places that are specified by us in the high altitude. So if this kind of a thing can be done, then I think it will save a lot of money for the industry, because from the industry perspective, I think Smith and others would agree that for every demonstration, it costs a lot of money. Minimum would be $1 lakh for a small micro or a small drone, and it could go up to all the way about 5-6 lakhs there, per demo. So an NCNC demo can be converted into specific places where they are to be given. And once that is given, it is certified that it can be bought without the need for a demo. I think that could be one thing that could be looked at, sir. And then the biggest opportunity that I see for the drone industry is that the world has moved now, or is moving now, from China +1 to anything other than China. Anything but China, what you would call as ABC, whatever they call it. So that movement is something, when they want anything but China, India has the opportunity, because apart from the fact that we have a lower cost of manufacturing and lower cost of doing things, in addition, we have a very strong reputation as a trusted technology partner in the IT space, which we have earned. And people trust India from the perspective of being a technology partner. They're willing to share with you to build solutions. And I think this is something that we should be exploiting, and we should be working towards as an Indian ecosystem. So with this, I conclude, and thanks a lot for this opportunity. Great talking.
Thank you very much. It's taking too time, maybe ahead of the time, sir. Two things, NCNC and aspect. What US has done is they call it as a blue drone. And they do the verification process of the design, manufacturing, and component level, and say it's completely domestic, and thereafter testing and evaluation is done. Once you pass those rigorous process, then they come into the list of blue drone. And this process has just started 2 odd years back. And if you fall into the blue drone, there is no question asked from anyone. The services they buy, there is no further check and balance is required. So maybe a good idea that NCNC could be graduated to something, a concept like a blue drone kind of a thing. Of course, India is going to offer plenty of opportunity, and especially you talked of the IT, you talk of the military. For 60 years, we have been flying the same damn aircraft, and we have never violated their IPR. Not even a component we are ready to change, primarily because that contract says you are bound by IPR. So world knows that we are not going to violate the IPR. We are the trusted one. May I now request Smith ji to come and air his views.
Thank you everyone for giving the opportunity. I'll just take a leaf from what Commodore Golaya, Vishal and Sai mentioned. Specifically, Vishal mentioning confirmed demand signaling. So let me explain the impact of when demand signaling is not there, what happens. So without taking names, I'll say there are about 5-6 drone industry founders in this room itself. And my question to all of them will be, when you want to work on a high altitude logistics drone, do you exactly know what is the specification that is required? How many kilometers to go? What is the launch altitude? What is the payload that is required? And what are the benchmarks required? Whether it should have GPS denied navigation or not? Whether it should have terrain following or not and all? People who have been doing this 5 times over, who are mature companies, who have good product teams and all, will be able to figure out a solution. But there is no written demand on what is exactly required. So it's not just confirmed demand signaling. It is slightly, I'll explain that better. There is a need to classify all types of UAVs in 2 or 3 broad buckets. We have strategic programs that can be, because of the nature of the program, it has to be, the typical route, how we've been doing all the defense equipment and aerospace equipment and all. Then there can be some make to type of programs where there is a established technology benchmark roadmap. Things like, for logistics drones, there is a clear cut group of people who come together and say, for next 2 years, what we want is 50 kg payload carrying capacity drone that should at least have the capability to launch from this altitude, go up to this altitude, roughly have range of this. Some broad specifications that may not be procurement guarantees, but basically technology benchmarks that people need to aspire to build. And the only way it should be mandated is that if a company breaches this aspirational technology benchmark, which is set by the user group, then the user should not demand anything less, because there is no incentive for anyone to then do R&D, build a product that actually breaks that benchmark. When finally, after that, one specific company has broken that benchmark, finally the user comes and says, no, by the way, I still need to downsize my requirement because I still need 2 bidders or 3 bidders and all of that. The point is very simple. If there are more than 500 drone companies in the country, if all of them want to work on logistics drones, and I'm saying logistics drone just as an example, there is no written document, including TPCR, which people keep alluding to multiple times, that all defense procurement is planned, something or the other is mentioned in TPCR, which says that what logistics drone is required, whether it is required for high altitude in one theater or for medium planes in another theater, some broad-based, and while it may not be possible for the entire defense industry, I represent the drone industry, we are talking about drones, so I will very specifically talk about drones. If the problem statement is, and I refer to, we'll pick up the last 5 years, 6 years of procurements, RFPs, RFIs and all. Finally, all the specs are almost similar, or they are slightly improving. If that is the case, then why don't we average out on the positive side, of course, and why don't we create benchmarks? Let's say, for logistics, there are 3 benchmarks for high altitude, 2 benchmarks for medium altitude, things like this. How do we group requirements, especially for those kind of products that are going to be bought in volume? So they may be class 1 or type 1 type of products. These are short range reconnaissance programs, related drones. So what is the police going to buy in large volumes? What is the infantry soldier going to have in his backpack, in his everyday surveillance option and all that? This is where the demand signaling will be better, orders will be slightly larger, the technology benchmarks will be fixed or predictable, and procurement in large numbers on these type of requirements will also make sure that the industry engine keeps running. Otherwise, what is happening is right now, some great minds came together and they say, let's say I want to buy a hybrid fixed wing VTOL UAV, and then they've put a specification. Once the specification is, circulated in the form of an RFI or an EOI, that is when the industry, the broad-based industry, the other 50 or 100 people get to know. And the only thing that they're doing is running from tender to tender or EOI to EOI. So some bit of work has to happen on this, where we can broadly say this is type 1, type 2 and type 3 type of requirements. Type 1, highly strategic, can continue the way it is going on because they are high value, highly strategic projects. Type 2 could be something that is being built in the Make 2 or Make 1 category. And type 3 would be standardized high volume bulk procurement, which will ensure that the industry engine keeps running. So this is going to make sure that industry knows what I need to build. Industry knows that if I build this, of course, order will be there. And I am now responsible to continue meeting the technology threshold. And if I meet the technology threshold, I will get the order and my engine will keep running. Second part, if you keep this engine running, there is still a requirement of cybersecurity, indigenous components, capturing the supply chain in the country. What do you do for that? Of course, till the time an incentive or a favoritism kind of mechanism, for the lack of a better word, I use this word, is not existing in the country, till that time we will not be able to go forward. If there are two drone companies and if a specific type of component is critical in nature, if enough incentive or motivation does not exist for that component to be Indian, it will not be Indian because the law allows another bidder to get it from outside the country. So the law or the framework or the mechanism to vet it or motivate it or incentivize it has to exist, without which it is a free market play. It is legally allowed for a bidder to get a component from another country. So the only way to basically promote this is to get some incentive or some motivation. Why do I use the word incentive or motivation? Incentive means that I will, in funding or in sales linked incentive, give money directly in the hands of people who are making components. Motivation means that I will bring regular checks and balances such that for the drone to be procured, some components have to be Indian. And there is a very tangible, defined mechanism to verify whether it is Indian or not. All this should be pre-decided. This is the second part, which is the components. The third part, which is raw materials. We kept hearing about alternate fuel for drones and certain materials that were being discussed by Ranjana ma'am on what is the high-end research happening in academia. And she mentioned a very interesting statement saying that academia does research, then goes to industry, and then industry takes it to market. Unfortunately, except for everything else, I disagree completely with this one sentence. User has to define what is the requirement, industry has to work towards it, and industry has to take support from academia to do primary research on it. If this is not the case, then academia will run left, right, and center, keep doing research. It will have no calibration with what industry needs because industry only needs what is required by the user. Then we can have unlimited funding programs, and I don't mean that she was meaning everything like that, but I'm only alluding to that statement. Then otherwise we have unlimited funding programs where industry is doing some research. It is all good research, sincere research, but it has no value for the industry. Hence it is not getting under technology transfer with the industry because industry does not want it in the same form and fashion and user is not willing to pay for it. So everything finally, at least in the defense side, because the user group is a concentrated group and there is a single formation existing, has to be such that user has to define what is required, at least in some class of products, which is very clear. Based on that, industry will work towards it, based on which, if it is a highly aspirational requirement and some blue ocean or green type of research is required, let's say some very highly aspirational research is required or some tangible research is required that can be done, industry will either do it themselves or take support from academia. This is how academia research programs can be calibrated and can be made sure that whatever is being researched by academia can be fed into the industry. I will give one last example to conclude this, which is that right now, a lot of people in the industry are making agriculture spraying drones, a lot of them are making ISR drones, but none of them have the clear definition of, okay, when do my ISR drones need to be flying in a GPS denied environment? What is the meaning of GPS denied environment? What is the meaning of frequency denied operations? All companies with good funding, good technology people and all will be able to figure it out based on their expertise. But user has not given the common minimum benchmark that is required to make sure that all the 400 companies succeed or at least work in the right direction, as Commodore Golaya was saying, that if the direction is right and the direction is known, then depending on whoever has how much fuel, they can decide whether they will reach fast or they will succeed or not. But till the time that direction is not defined, we will be running helter-skelter. We will keep discussing, why 200 companies are not doing something, why 200 companies are doing something, and why requirements are based on certain technology developed by certain group of companies and all of this. So it will exist because certain people who have built a technology will try to educate the user and say you should buy this because the logic is this and all. So it is the benchmarking and the roadmap that is required to sort of motivate the industry in building this. One last advice for everyone in the industry, I will just request everyone to introspect, because there are 400 plus companies, 500 plus companies in the country building some drone or components. I will request everyone to introspect and just answer, one question, which is, what have I built different in my product for my product to be demanded by the customer? Rather than saying, this guy is making an agriculture spraying drone, let me also make one. This guy is making a RGB camera plus LiDAR camera based surveying drone, let me also make one. This is not how the business will succeed. So this is my humble request to everyone to introspect, build roadmaps for themselves, and humble request to user to come up with some guidance so that these companies all move towards the right direction. Thank you, Rajiv Ranjan sir, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you everyone for listening to me.
Thank you. Large number of points he has brought out, which I'll share with the industry association. One of the things which I like to highlight is from the DAP. Indigenous material and the product. Chapter 2, they have modified to give a weightage, and intelligently we have to combine essential parameter A and B definition, wherein I say essential parameter B, in that I combine indigenous. Autopilot, 3 marks. The indigenous engine, 3 marks. Like this, I can give maximum 10 marks. So I give a weightage to my industry and my product. So one has to be little Chanakya. For that, you need to read the books and how do you fool the Babudam system and get the thing going around. Okay, now I invite the last and the most educated on this and the passionate guy, Group Captain Narang.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir, and thank you, PhD, for inviting me here. I can assure you, people sitting in the panel are all more qualified than me in terms of understanding the technology. So what do I bring? Passion of a crazy man, trying to understand policy which he himself doesn't understand, and still dream of India becoming a drone hub. So that's the craziness I have. Without understanding the system. So that's a problem. Okay, so one observation made by Shri Shekhar Dutt, God cannot ask us what we did not do. So it is us we have to ask ourselves. So I'll do what we are not done it. So I'll take that mantle of asking the tough questions. Commodore Golaya said track. There is another, he said course and speed. I'll bring a third definition called track. You're on the same course, but you're getting drifted. So I think our drone industry is getting drifted, and we need to come on a correct track. I'm heading for you, but wind is pushing me, so I've started going that side. How do I do course correction so I reach the drone hub destination? And Sai said anything but China, but I would like you to dream about anything but India. And next, not violating the IPR is in our blood, what Chair said. But I think nobody told us not to innovate, not to modify, not to upgrade, not to develop indigenous variant. So I think this part is missing. One more observation he made is we had a weightage category. How often we exercise that provision? So now I come to my next point. Okay, so Chair told me I have to speak on some aspects. Testing, verification, certification, and validation in drone technology. So how do we do that? Here I would like to highlight one part. We talk so much about defense. You know how many ministries we have in India? 54. And defense is one ministry. What about 53 ministries? What are we doing about that? Defense gets overhyped. Last year, 2023, we bought $3.9 billion MQ-9 deal, and we bought 1,150 aircraft for $115 billion. The $3.9 billion was in news. 115 billion was not in news. So I come back to that. Civil drone testing facilities. We have talked about defense testing infrastructure scheme. I want my civilian youngster not to go to defense and just test it in his area around it. So we need civil drone testing infrastructure. What will this infrastructure mean? It will mean it is transparent, that infrastructure like Amazon. I want to create an Amazon of civil drone testing infrastructure. You select it, identify operational capability, select a slot, go and test it. Then I want economical, the benefits you get of using Amazon versus haggling with the auto driver. Operating environment, what Sai said, high altitude, coastal area, corrosion areas, deserts. So we need testing facilities, civil drone testing facilities in those areas. Operating envelope. I just don't want to operate around circuit. I want to fly 100 kilometers, come back, and maybe 1,000 kilometers to test my drones. So there has to be mechanism. 1,000 kilometers in India is impossible to obtain. But there has to be mechanism where we can have a mechanism of accessing that site and testing our operations. I should be able to go up to 20,000 feet. Why 20,000 feet? I want to go test my high altitude pseudo satellite. So how do we do it? So we need that mechanisms, and I think that should be led by Ministry of Civil Aviation. And we need verification of emerging technologies. How many trials we have done after BVLS, which was first promulgated in 2020? There are a number of technologies. I published many papers where all those mechanisms, time-bound, funding, everything was given. How many of you have read those papers to really analyze and ask for it? So they say child doesn't get a milk if it doesn't cry. So I think our industry is not crying in the right direction. BVLS, UTM, AM, eVTOL policies were formed without trials. How has it come? Are we following? We need a change. As I said, I'm asking questions. Validation, remote tracking, detect and avoid, UAM, AM, UTM, some are ready, some are not ready. But somebody has to validate. That data has to be preserved. We need to have a mechanism of preserving that data. Then only we can move forward. Indigenous content has come, so I have mentioned it at 2 places. How do we verify? How do we validate? People have claimed 90% indigenous content, 70% indigenous content. And why? Because we have a flawed mechanism of going by cost. If a European sitting in Europe can get things manufactured and his product does not get compromised, I think we can find means. Are we not bright enough? Certification of emerging technologies. Graphene battery is one such example. There can be many. They are struggling to certify the graphene batteries. And there are many. Why are we the followers? Why are we not the leaders? Drone components. Everyone knows drone components. They are manufacturers. How do they certify? What are the So when I was talking to one professor, he said, have you articulated the systems requirement? I said, sir, I don't know. He explained it to me something. So we are not working hard in core areas. So there will be few companies working on it, but they have to find mechanism suggested to us. Formulate trial-based Indian standards. We did trials of BVLS, but standards have taken 4 years. How do we reduce the timeline? What mechanisms are needed? Do we have the entity in the Ministry of Civil Aviation which can really take the trial data and formulate into policy in 6 months or so? If we don't, then we need to find ways of solving this problem. Again, we come down to certification of indigenous content. Everybody says we can't do it. I think we are not thinking enough. We can deliberate on it. Why reforms are needed? We need civil drone technology ownership. If somebody can explain me who has the ownership of drone technology, I will try to understand. Most of the entities view themselves, in India, we are more used to regulations than the technology development collaborators. You look at the FAS, 7 drone testing sites. FA is a member in the design, development, testing, validation. And we need such mechanisms in India if really India has to become a drone power hub. Atmanirbharta policy. We have a national drone Atmanirbharta policy being set by our Prime Minister. And we don't have a drone Atmanirbharta policy and we want to become a drone hub. We need to think like that. R&D initiatives. Where there are real R&D initiatives to validate the real-time tracking. The technologies are there, people are using it. But somebody has to validate the data and see, okay, this is what we can articulate into operationalization. UTM development or operationalization. 2 years ago, there was the inauguration of UTM demonstration. After that, what happened? It's because we don't have a technology validation and ownership mechanism in India. Digital sky, aspirational thing. Now we are thinking of moving to EGCA. What is EGCA? It's a regulatory mechanism. Approvals and all thing. We need data. We need validation. So I think this reform, digital sky is a great operational contact technology. We need to see how it becomes successful. 6 more points, quickly I'll do it. Trial and adoption of these technologies, which UAM, UTM, AM. Mechanism for collation of data, as I said earlier, for policy formulation. BVLS to trials to policy promulgation, reduction of gaps. I've already covered eVTOL, drone component I've covered, ICCM I've covered. Okay. User reps in design teams of civil, military, indigenous drone development programs. Who are those users? Defense forces. Still there. Like General Mann was here, probably I think one part which is lacking is the user, a technically qualified user becomes part of the design development team or some sort of where he becomes. Similarly, let's say agriculture ministries, there are technical guys involved with the agriculture teams in some of like IDEX or something, whatever mechanism we create. Similarly, road and many other technologies we need to do. IC certification, I think we need not only for civil, we also need for military. Deliberations are needed to change from revenue, discussions from revenue, number of drones, drone applications, employment scheme to technology accretion in India. Is there any precedence? Yes. Federal Aviation Authority initiatives, you read. Some of my papers are there. European Aviation Safety Agency of Europe initiative. Even Civil Aviation Administration of China initiatives. They are very interesting initiatives. And in military, read the AFRL, ONR, Army Futures Command, Army Innovation Command initiatives. Lastly, some of my papers where I have spoken about some of these issues. And if there are some gaps in these papers, I would be really welcome those inputs. Thank you.
Thank you, Naran, for cutting down quickly. One other thing, we talked of the surge production. What Chinese have done, learned from the Ukraine-Russia war. They mapped all the industry. And one of the exercises last year, Air Force exercise, what we did was, we called up space industry because looking after space. And I said, what can you bring? Electronic warfare guys. So some of those guys brought some capabilities during the exercise, and they are moving ahead with some kind of a procurement process. Also, the Chinese, what they have done is mapped non-defense industry. If Neil Kamal is making chair today and a tank, he can, water tank, they can always make the body for the drones. So those kind of a thing we'll have to think innovatively and map for the search production. Some of the issues what you all have highlighted, I've got 1 or 2 slides more, so I'll just flash those so that before I asked a panelist for a last comment for 30 seconds. May I have the slides, please? Okay. I think in meantime, may I request each panelist, 30 seconds each, last of the views, please. Pawanji. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just focus on R&D. I'll just focus on R&D. There has to be a two-way channel. So NCNC has been a deterrent. I think NCNC has lived its life. If we are going to go that way, we will not get innovation in our way. So that's one. We have been the first R&D company in the private sector on the UAVs. On Aditi, we participated in a eVTOL kind of aircraft. And as Commodore Golaya said, that it was like a Christmas tree. The demand was like a Christmas tree with the Jesus on one side and the God on the other side. So we want the eVTOL to be developed for about 25 crore rupee grant, which can operate in the high altitude areas where we do not even have 20 kg drones flying today. So we pair our expectations, the user has to pair their expectations to what exists and what can be made. That's my small take for the today. Thank you.
Thank you. Arun.
So two quick points. One is just an intervention of what you said about the industry needs to know what is there. For those who are not aware, you of course are aware, but the unmanned roadmap of the Indian Navy, and I'm sure there'll be others, other services will have a similar thing. The unmanned roadmap of the Indian Navy was released in second Swawalamban, and first Swawalamban, and in the second Swawalamban, the unclassified version, which is the classified version which has numbers, because the industry needs to also know how much money to invest, because how many numbers will be bought, which is not in the public domain. But if you are an Indian industry, after verifying this thing, it will be shared with you one-on-one. So that provision exists, just for information. Second thing is, I take the point, criticize, that's the best thing. Good. But what I'm saying is, it's not all hunky-dory. I can change what, as a user, I can change what the user can do. I have no control over the industry. Similarly, the industry has to change what they can do. But I will just say one quick thing. If you have to buy the TV, and so going to a shop and looking at a TV and saying, "Ha, ye theek lag raha hai," if you had to say, first make the QRs for the TV. In the QR, specify how many lines should come on that, what power supply source should be there, how many years should it last. Trust me, you'd never be able to buy the TV. So there are problems. That's why I said it's the policy intervention which is more important.
So, two things I think. One, Smith also brought out about looking at standardization, and I really want to urge everybody to take that with a pinch of salt, right? And Smith, right? This industry is the cusp of innovation. The moment you start giving it an envelope of standardization, you're killing the industry. Let there be innovation happening, right? Let people run in 1,000 directions, right? That's okay, right? The users in requirements will evolve. So somebody had brought out that every 6 to 8 weeks, the war changed. The war changed in Ukraine. Now imagine you had standardized it to an extent where things shifted in a month's time or 2 months' time. Where will that lead to? So that caution needs to be taken. So that's one. Second, and I've gone to this forum, and a lot of times it's talked about, still the mindset which we have is about parity, right? So we talk about, do we have parity with our adversaries and all of that? I think that hat of parity needs to be thrown out. We have to talk about superiority, right? And I think if the right incentives are kind of placed, we can reach a numerical superiority, technological superiority. We have to understand what that game is being played in. People talked about China, Sai talked about China. You can't beat China today, with might of all of us, you can't beat China on manufacturing, right? You can't beat them on, and let's say China can produce 1 million FPVs in the next 3 months, right? Can we do that? We can't do that. So do we have to fight the FPV war? We have to think a little ahead of that game, right? Where we have the advantage, what we can do is what we need to think of and leverage that asset. Manufacturing, fast manufacturing, at scale manufacturing today may not be the best, may not be our competitive advantage, right? Our competitive advantage may lay somewhere else. It may lay in innovation and so on and so forth. So let's leverage that.
Maybe. Keep it short, please.
So I'll just cover 2 points here. One is, of course, what Vishal just said. I think one of the key advantages, I will take it from there, one of the key advantages we have today is that the world is looking for an alternative to China, and India has the ability to get there. The point is, you might not be there today, but you have the opportunity to leverage that advantage, because people have moved from China +1, which meant in addition to China, they moved to anything other than China. So that is one major focus, that is opportunity that is there for the drone system, and I think that is something our drone ecosystem should focus on. And we've got the reputation of being a very, a very trustworthy technology partner, and that's where we should leverage both these things together. And I think that's the opportunity we should be looking at. And the second thing is that we should be looking at drone as a platform, because that is what will help you to change the variables on top and be able to keep up with the 8 to 12 weeks cycle. Thank you.
I just want to mention exactly what Vishal mentioned. Not everything needs to be standardized, but some vision roadmap needs to be there, which Commodore Golaya, for the second time in the same panel, you have given the example of the unmanned roadmap that Navy had published. Exactly the example that many other users and many other ecosystems need to learn from and publish, so that there is some vision sort of existing for the industry. Combined with that, of course, there is a need to think not from technology onboarding perspective, but from industry engine running perspective of how do I pace procurement such that the industry story keeps running. Otherwise, if we continue to have seasonal procurements, like, you have a series of procurements, then you sleep for 3 years, and then you have another series of procurements and all, industry may not be able to sustain if they don't have, sufficiently diverse revenue streams. So something on those lines need to be looked at. And of course, as I keep mentioning, there is a need for specific intervention on incentivizing and motivating for domestic drone components. While we keep saying that, we need to check, we need to verify and all, but I am yet to still understand many examples, not just one, many examples of how we can build this into the system so that we can start seeing domestic drone components getting motivated and incentivized in practice rather than just in dialogue and theory.
Thank you. We need ownership of technology. So far, we have been having ownership of regulations. Atmanirbharta, indigenous content, we can't verify, are all indicators that we are not taking ownership of technology. We have to find means, we might better take it. Second, leadership at all levels. Everybody says, yeah, how can, my strength is limitation. Remember, this country has leaders who brought transformation in the most dire situations: green revolution, white revolution, your metro, your Aadhaar, your UPI. There are 100 examples. Your missile program. Individuals really excel in adverse situations in a democracy. Not the organization, but they need to be supported by organizations. They need to be supported by the people. So in India, the government, more than the government, individual passionate people who can go against the wind can bring change. Decision making. You just watch the interview of Abdul Kalam. When he failed, how his director came on the and faced the media, and when he succeeded, he sent him forward. Similarly, ask his subordinates. When he took decisions when his own subordinates had failed, and he went and said, okay, I take the decision. So that leadership and decision making, hand-holding as members of design team. Wherever government, ministries, departments, where they became members of the design team, those projects have succeeded. Lastly, we need reforms in Ministry of Civil Aviation, DGCA, even the defense forces. And in all these reforms are related to technology ownership and R&D involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. What I'll do is I'll open the house for a question before I have the session. 2 questions. Yeah, please, sir. You can tell your name and be specific. A question is to
yes,
whom, sir?
Yes, sir. Namaskar. I am Dr. Jagdish Shivahare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, how efficient is the demand and supply of drone technology and services in India different than developed countries in terms of technology implementation, potential priorities, value-added targets, and nation-building challenges?
Any specific person or the panelist? It's a big question and lots of things. Narang and Sai, sir. Yeah.
Well, if you were to map the technology part of it, the core technology, which is your, exists at the autopilot level, or even at the manufacturing level of components like, the airframes, to some extent motors, propellers, etc. I think we are contemporary with the world. And it is not that we are behind the world in any way today. We have the ability, we have the capability, and we have the credibility, which is the most important of the lot. And I think that is what we should leverage to get the opportunity and grow.
Thank you. Narang, you want to add?
China Pakistan incidentally made drones well before India. Just watch Raja Sabri Khan's interview in TED Talk Karachi, I think 2009 or 11. He was exporting to US border guards, and he was exporting to about 9 countries. What was different? There was a Pressler's amendment which barred Pakistan from receiving American technologies. And secondly, Pakistanis wanted Predator drone at that time, and Americans were offering them Shadow 200, which is a small set. They said, no, this we will do it. You want to give us Predator, we'll do it. They collaborated with the Italian company Selex and developed Falco. So aspirations, and I think the adversity makes you really good. Why ISRO succeeded? 2 reasons. One, ban. Second, highest leadership, where decision making was fast. So in the defense, we are in silos. The moment we are on one table, we'll succeed. Third part is orders. We are talking of why our production rates are slow. Our design is not frozen. Secondly, the numbers are very limited. If numbers are limited, then it's only the state government. In US, when F-22 program was cancelled, the president had to go and meet the union and tell them that we will divert your jobs to F-35. And in China, when we were making certain assembly, they built in hundreds and thousands. So user and government handholding plays major role. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, one last question, please. Ma'am. Yeah.
I like the concept that drone can intervene in police work, especially in trauma-related, sometimes, especially in, DV, like domestic violence and all. If drone can intervene and be there and do something, that really would be nice. What is your take on that? Do you really think it is feasible?
So I'll give you a couple of examples what we found, right? So, and I don't know whether it can get extrapolated to there, because I finally, when you run millions of these experiments, is when you'll get to know exactly where it is. Okay, so I'll give you 2-3 examples. We are able to, so somebody is having a drunken brawl in a park, creating a nuisance. We get to know, the drone flies off and just gives a warning that you are under watch. The problem dissolves on itself. So that's one example, right? The second example which I can give you is that there are people who are fighting. There is eve teasing happening, and thereafter there is a there's a fight which broke out, right? The drone went there, just made an announcement that you are under watch. Everything just dissolved, right? So I'm not saying that to all the issues this drone can be of help. But what the data is suggesting to us is that out of the 100 complaints, 60% of the times, you don't require anyone visiting physically. If there is just a presence that you are under watch, the problem dissolves, right? And look at the stretched police forces. So you have to really appreciate a normal policeman today across the country works for about 18 to 19 hours, right? Probably more at times, right? If they are on cum duty or whatever, right? In some of those. But if they're so stretched for time and lack of resources, they don't have vehicles, they don't have so much of shortages of equipment. Can drone be used smartly for some of these things, right? So to answer your question, I don't know if it can be. We haven't. There hasn't been a case which has come, but I'm sure it will get there at some point in time.
Right. Thank you. Before you move for lunch, I'll just take another 2 minutes. Somebody says standardization versus innovation. So look at the graph on that center, human versus bots and bots versus bot. That is the place where lots of innovation would be required. Anything on the left-hand side, standardization, because the technology and the system generally, which are generally known and frozen, you need a standardization and etc. So based on how the trajectory of air bots is happening, we can formulate some kind of vision, and industry and R&D body can start investing into those kind of a technology so that you become the world leader, set the standards, a globe to follow. Under WTO, you get the revenue from the globe. Okay, comparison between bots and AI, where the percent is wise, and you can once again lead from one to another and gain the benefit. Some of the emerging technologies, next 15 years, the people who are talking of TRL 1, 2, 3, some places also at TRL 4, 5. This is the one. RFSOC, I know for sure, is a TRL 9 or so. And that is what in the Replicator 2 program of USAF, if you read, and the counter drone they are trying to make, and the Replicator 1 is core technology. And the broad timeline, the 5-year kind of a thing is done. I'll leave this slide with PhD, so you don't worry. Okay, and so when you are working on this technology, please think of backward compatibility and hybridization, organizational changes, etc. by the services so that you can continue to use the newer one with the older one seamlessly. Okay, somebody talked of the specifications. Some of the broad ones I have listed for 5 kg. And maybe we'll work with PhD and industry, etc. It has to be very broad-based. So what Sai Sahab said, just make a frame, and peripheral is the one which services are demanding. This is the task I need to do, operational task. The technical capability-wise, generally, these are the one which you would try and fix around. So therefore, some of the domain 5 to 25 kg, and all this thing is listed here, and we'll share with you all, and so that we refine that little. Formally, you ask me, are you in favor of standardization? I'll say no. This is the fight which keep happening with Narang, because the day you standardize, there is no innovation. I fully agree with you. So therefore, अगर wheel बनाया human race ने, अभी तक spacecraft में वो नहीं लगता, क्योंकि वो standard वो रथ में ही रहता और यहाँ तक हम नहीं पहुँचते. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and giving a patient hearing to us. Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Which platform where any common industry person can see and find some solution and put his problems into that, and there is a one common platform where he can or anyone can hit over there?
No, basically resource and the opportunity, has to be a platform, a website visible to everyone, and also where people can put down their own requirement out there, so that DFI, ASSOCHAM, PhD, CII, SIDM maybe take the lead, or any think tank, any innovator, and maybe Narang and us, having retired, maybe we can do the little contribution to our society. Okay, we'll work on that, sir. There is no standard answer to that, but yes, there is a need for that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for a very informative session? Thank you very much for taking our time and for sharing all your thoughts and views with us. May I request Dr. Jitendra Singh Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI, to please present mementos to our esteemed panelists. Just as a reminder, thank you so much again. Group Captain R.K. Narang, sir. Oh, sorry. Mr. Smith. Mr. Sai Patambram, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I think you have a flight also to catch, but thank you for coming. Our esteemed moderator, Vice Marshal Retired Rajiva Ranjan, sir. Thank you so much for taking out the time and talking to the panel before, sir. Mr. Vishal Saxena, Vice President, Idea Forge. Commodore Dr. Arun P. Golaya, VSM, Retired Indian Navy. And Mr. Pavan Kakkar, Managing Director, Yoga Pro India Private Limited. Thank you so much. Dr. Ranjana has already left, but I'll request the panel to stand for a group photograph, please. So we're going to make you wait for lunch a bit today. Sorry about that. But we have another transformative impact of drones in defense session, where we have veterans from the industry who are going to talk in the next session.
Thank you very much.
N. Gurmade, sir, retired PVSM, AVSM, NM, and ADC, former Vice Chief of Naval Staff. Our moderator, Commodore Dr. Arun P. Golaya, VSM, retired Indian Navy, former officer in charge, Technology Development Acceleration Cell. And our panelists, Captain Nikunj Parashar, sir, retired, founder Sagar Defense Engineering Private Limited. Dr. Rahul Verma, Associate Vice President, Bharat Forge Limited. Mr. Vishal Markande, CEO Singularity. Colonel Ramit Arora, founder of Aeroshul Technologies. And Mr. Vishal Saxena, Vice President, Sales and Business Development, Idea Forge Technology. So requesting the panelists to join. And as the moderator said, he'll have a quick session and then we'll all go in for lunch. So requesting all the delegates to please settle in again. To please take it forward. Do you need?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the next session, I know it's time for lunch, so we'll go really fast. I'm changing the rules. The rules are that the speakers will speak at the most for 3 minutes. Quickly give your comments, and thereafter we will have more time for questions and answers, and when people get sick of the answers, we'll move for lunch. Fair enough? Okay. I will not give an introduction of all the speakers because they're all pretty well known. Just Google them in case you know the name. We're privileged to have with us Admiral Ghormade, who was the Vice Chief of Naval Staff, so I'll request him for his opening remarks. We will not curtail his time. Whatever time you speak, sir, we'll curtail everybody else's time. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I think we had an excellent discussion just before this, and extremely good points which emerged. And this particular session actually is also something very relevant, but it's actually the obvious, I must say. Transformative impacts of drones in defense. So firstly, I want to thank the PHDCCI to conduct Bharat Drone Manthan 2.0 for advancing this drone ecosystem towards Viksit Bharat. And I think that is the most important thing that we need to take forward. We want to become the drone hub, but unless we have a consistent and sustainable progress towards that direction, it will not happen. Only having discussions will not matter. So I just wanted to bring out one specific thing, because a lot of one thing which emerged in the discussion in the last panel discussion about services sharing their information, what is required. Actually, services make their capability development plan, and that's been happening for many years now. The Navy in itself, at least, has laid the force structure planning of Navy follows a top-down, capability-dominant, mission-based approach. Why is this so top-down? Because it has to be top-down from the top, that where the Navy wants to be 25 years here, 30 years ahead. And why is it capability-dominant? Because we need to have a capability. Threats may change, but capability is sustainable. And I think that is most important, which is required. And mission-based, because then missions will change, and your thing will be based on that. So this is the way it is done. And that's why we have been making these plans, and we have been moving ahead. And our course has been right. It may have been slow. The speed may have been slow, but there's a course to steer is right. Course made good may change, but we come back and steer with the reviews which we have. And that's why we've been able to make the unmanned roadmap, and we have been able to share. We have a science and technology roadmap which is shared with the industry. So therefore, this is one thing which needs to be, just I wanted to clarify here before we go ahead for the next. I think for the specific session now, democratization of technology has actually led to easy acquisition of AI, and which can be used to use the targeted attack. And therefore, we have all seen use of semi-autonomous and autonomous drones powered by AI in Russia-Ukraine war, or whether it is in the Red Sea. All these have forced to change our strategy, and it's been changing. It's very much dynamic. And what has happened actually is we need diverse drone arsenals, which are critical for our operational and tactical warfighting needs, and they have to be used in a constrained and contested battle spaces. So therefore, this is the requirement, and things will keep changing, and we need to constantly adapt. Also, just because we have drone proliferation in warfare, there has to be counter-drone technologies, and we have to have sustainable affordability, which is essential to defend critical military and civilian infrastructure. So therefore, and we have to look at the future drone threat. The changes are so dynamic, and we are having low-cost drones which are actually blurring the capabilities and the asymmetry, which you had the US and UK ships running for shelter in Red Sea, because it was a low-cost drone which was targeting. So therefore, what the Houthis created. So therefore, we'll have to look at all this thing. How do we address that? There has to be collaboration. There has to be collaboration between us. We may have 500 drone manufacturers, but everybody going in different directions will not really work. I think we need to come together. Similarly, we need to have international cooperation. We can't make everything ourselves. I think we need to do cooperation with the right people, and that's the policy we need to do. We have to have cost competitiveness, we have to have industrial scale production, and we need to have the capacity necessary to support future drone requirements and surge which was required when required. And therefore, this has to be in the force structure planning. And therefore, we need to have a tailored approach for embracing low-cost technology. And finally, we have to ensure ethical and legal standards to guide the expanded use of drones and AI. I think with this, I just bring out that we need to go ahead with the discussions here and listen to. We have an excellent panel here. I think we'll be lots to learn from these young panelists here who are eminent and brilliant.
Thank you, sir. So the rules again, each speaker gets 3 minutes, and we try and keep more time for questions and answers. And whatever script you prepared, please tear it. Let's keep it to, because as I said, the first step to solving a problem is to figure out what the problem is. Some of the industry here would remember, and I know he was there, we had a session in Kota House where over beer we told the industries, in fact I told the industries, it's called Bhadas Nikalo session, come and give me galis. I need to know what your pain points are. Because unless you give me galis and if I think everything is good, it doesn't work. So this is the Bhadas Nikalo session. That is why when this was being curated between the Chakra Dialogue Foundation and PhD, I was discussing with Satyam and Bhavna, and I said, don't have serving people here because then it would be, it'll go off on a different tangent. The industry needs a voice, and the industry needs to be honest and tell what problems they're facing. Don't worry, PhD will ensure that your problems go to the right, whether they get solved or not is another thing, but they'll reach the right people. 3 minutes, problems, focus on the problems. Solutions you'll find.
So it starts with me.
I'll keep passing the mic.
So first is 4 lines I would take again from a Kavita. That's what I like the most. And I'm in the midst of 3 people sitting here. When he visited me, I was in a 1200 square feet. When he left the service, I was in almost an acre. Today I'm sitting here next to him. I have a factory, second factory coming up in 10 acres and acquiring a land over 150 acres. But if we look at as an industry perspective and you take as a forces perspective, these 4 lines are very important on both the sides. And I think everybody to think about it. प्यास लगी थी गजब की, पर पानी में जहर था. प्यास लगी थी गजब की, पर पानी में जहर था. ना पीते तो मर जाते, पीते तो मर जाते. यही जो दो ख्वाहिश मुकम्मल ना कर पाया, नींद पूरी ना हो पाई और सपने पूरे ना हो पाए. So reality, it's a catch-22 situation if we look across from the forces end and from a startup end also, and as an industry. So as an industry, especially in the drone ecosystem, when we are looking at, for us, biggest challenge is where is the funding? Where is the investment? Who is going to invest? When you look at great programs like IDEX, which is run across, or TDF, or you take TDB, which funds you for commercialization, how do you get that? And even if you get it, then how do you scale it? Now, this is a challenge which is, going across. And then there is, it's an open book. Right now, is there a playbook if you say how to build a defense company? Anybody, take the largest of the corporate, you take L&T or he's from Bharat Forge here sitting next to me. Is there a playbook how to build your defense company? It's not there. So you have to be innovative. And as an industry, we'll also have to look at the forces on the other side. You would not find a Commodore Golaya or Sir or Commander Rahul Verma every given day to support you and take it to the next level. So this innovation in terms of thinking, I would say that perspective is very important. And last 15 years of our journey, we have realized this. And the other part, especially in the drone ecosystem, sir, I would slightly go towards the industry.
3 minutes and only problems.
Yes. I think the industry itself has a problem. And the biggest problem of this industry is we are looking at the short-term goals, short-term contracts, whether it is our share prices or whether it is our raising of investments. This is where we are looking at. I think the industry has to have a long goal. This is very important. As long as we don't have it, the customers are not going to trust us. And I think this is, for me, far more bigger problem, and that is why I don't call myself a drone company, sir. So that's my 3 minutes.
So he doesn't call himself a drone company, but I think it's the only company, which I'm aware of at least, check me if I'm wrong, who has got drones on surface, subsurface, and air already inducted. Moving on next to Rahul Verma, Commander Rahul Verma. I was speaking about the services and the users. In the services, we are taught to think, dress, talk alike. So which is why if you have 10 service officers, they'll give the same view. But Rahul Verma and Navy learned this long back that mavericks matter. You need to nurture the mavericks. So Rahul Verma is a known maverick, speaks his mind, and he'll speak his mind now in 3 minutes, and only problems.
Thank you, sir. So I'll start with this idea that we have got a lot to learn from Russia and Ukraine war. We don't have. The strategy, the differences are changed. We don't work in the same environment. If you go back to World War I, there was something called trench. It was low cost, dig and keep holding, sustainable warfare. Drones are doing that. India, whether we fight with Pakistan or China, it's going to be dirty, it will be hard. And that is why in military we call something on 15I. We are doing procurement for 15-day war. So what are you talking about sustainability and long-term war? So that's point number one. We need to change this idea of low cost. It's good quality. Till the time we keep talking about low cost, which my friend from industry will say L1 is an issue, it's an issue. I've been on the other side of procurement. I understand that. But we need to show them, when I say we, I'm talking about from the industry's perspective, we need to show them that quality matters. And our own procurement policy talks about it. How do we go about doing it? It's something which my seniors can help me in. The second point is, I disagree with that fact that drone components should be easily available. It's going to be IADs. If you remember, we have lost the track of Kashmir and Punjab terrorism. It all started with IEDs. And today, we talk about Ukraine, Russia. I am worried about what happened in Manipur. The first drone bombing which happened in Manipur is indicative of that thing coming in. Whether it comes through Amazon, whether it comes through my own drone industry which is trying to grow, or from all these small colleges, institutions which are trying to create more and more drone, we are creating IEDs. So I'm giving you problems. I may be away from what other people are talking about. I'm just trying to give you my perspective. Then I want to bring out the fact about LIMO. Sir brought out about Red Sea. It's called low-intensity maritime operation. It's not a full-scale war. It is asymmetric warfare. Somebody call it guerrilla warfare. It happened in Vietnam. It all started from there. A small country will always play this warfare on a bigger country. Just to do fast so that China, people keep talking, we should stop talking to China. Has US stopped talking to China? Has Europe stopped? Maximum Chinese students go to US and study. Why can't we send a student to China and make them study? What's wrong in that? We need to look at playbooks already made. If we just follow or cut, copy, paste the playbook what China did with US, we will learn something out of it. So there is nothing wrong in copying. In our TDAC tenure, we used to call leapfrogging. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You have to improve the wheel. That's the point. Thereafter, give you an example of Pakistan, which was brought out in the last. Falco, what did they do? They go to Leonardo, they take a TOT of Falco, and they create their own bird, which they supply to UN also. So the UN has been running a Pakistani bird for so long. Have we supplied a bird to... They gifted it to UN. What they learned out of it, how to utilize it. So that's an advantage of learning things from other. Don't do cut, copy, paste, but improve. And there is nothing wrong in learning. Education system is amazing. I'm sorry if I'm hurting people, but I just want to bring out that fact that our education system, our professors, they do great research. But how are they converting that research into a product? There is no match. That's another point. And the third is lookout. The industry's lookout is short-term gain. And these are my personal view. I don't, these views are not coming from my companies. So I will make that very clear right now. So we need to look at long-term. And I'm so proud that I work with Bharat Forge, giving example of ATAGs. And I give that example to everybody because they invested and they worked upon it. Similarly, somebody could do it for drones. And I'm sure we will sell it abroad and then we will sell it back in India. And that's also, I hope I'm on time.
So not only, somebody was mentioning China plus one to anything but China, the fact what President Trump is doing and the fact that the European countries are now it's every country for themselves and they need to replenish and they need it cheap, and if it is anything but China, there's a huge opportunity which is there for India. I agree with you, we don't have to stop talking to China, but we need to reduce, at least in the critical this thing. Amitabh Bachchan was right when he said Chini come. So I'm not passing the mic. The mic is there. You take the mic. 3 minutes, only problems. So I hope somebody's noting the problems.
I'll go with the problems, right? The first problem is obviously which I enumerated in my previous section, is confirmed demand signaling. I think this industry, to sustain it, in the levels, we really need to have a demand signaling which is far more committed. That's the first thing. The second thing, which I kind of agree, is on this low cost option which people are talking of, right? One of the lessons which we've learned, which we so-called have learned from the Russian-Ukraine conflict, is that the use of FPVs, low-cost drones, etc., right? Now you just juxtapose this with your environment. That low-cost drone option is 95% of it times it doesn't work. There's 5% time it works. Second, it requires tremendous amount of training. Do we have that? Do we have those skills? We don't have those skill sets. Do we need to play that playbook? I think we need to really introspect as to, can we play that playbook? Can we get our workforce to train at that level where they can start becoming drone racing and so on and so forth, or using a first-person view kind of drones to do their missions? What we require is we have to absorb, we have to sit back and understand that so there's a saying which says that tactics can be replicated. So you apply something, I will learn from it, I'm going to reapply something better. But the capability and the capacity which you build cannot be replicated in one day or even in days. Now that we are all, a lot of people are agreeing that's, and I think most of the chiefs have also said that the short 15-day war is over. That fallacy is over, that it's going to be a very, very short engagement. It's going to be a long, protracted battle. And so you need to probably get into a place where you have the capability and the capacity. And I'm afraid, neither the industry nor the user is looking at, at firms, at the industry itself, which have got the capability and the capacity to go and, nurture it. Last, so in 1994, there was a US presidential dinner. It was called the Last Supper. And the hypothesis was that after the Cold War, the US didn't require the military industrial complex, right? So actually the president of the United States hosted a lot of industrialists. He says, the kind of program which we were running, we were buying helter-skelter, I think that's over, right? So we have to start, there was a time in World War II where probably Ford was saying, don't manufacture cars, manufacture tanks, and now we had to go the other way. So people who were manufacturing probably tanks had to go and manufacture cars. 30 years later, I think that is trying to, haunt them, right? And we really need to build, when I say haunt them, US has just launched a program called the Replicator Program, because they realize that the kind of superiority which probably the China has because of its manufacturing capability, US will never be able to capture, or get there. So what they're doing right now is trying to take a catch-up game. We have, in India, we have a unique capability, right? And I keep hearing there are 500 startups. Yes, there are 500 startups, but there are early, there is a provision where I think a lot of people also talk about spiral procurement. Nice acronyms people are using, but are they living those acronyms? And that's the problem which we're facing. So policy of spiral procurement is not a procurement. I think the SP directorate says there is a spiral procurement. None of that is seeing the light of the day. And that's where we are, that's where our issues are. And actually, stems down to, and I keep repeating it probably, is that demand signaling which is really hurting us now.
Okay, so we move on to another veteran who's now also a founder of a drone company. So he's been there, done that.
Thank you very much. First of all, what I wanted to say is that we are living in very exciting times. We used to read about Wright brothers and the advent of aircraft and planes, and that is what used to excite me. But AI, drones, unmanned systems, all this is very, very transformative. This is going to change the landscape of how things are done in decades, not in centuries. And number of people who are sitting there in this panel and in this auditorium today, they're the cowboys of the drone age in India. Coming and to exactly the point, which is the topic today, transformative impact of drones in defense. So what has happened is drones are just platforms. And pardon my saying this, sir, but a lot of companies, I would not say all, but a lot of companies who are venturing into drones are integrators. They're just integrating and putting a platform. That's perfectly fine because it started off in this last decade only. So the point I was trying to make is that whenever a new technology comes in, it starts off with first order applications. So a drone platform going to do surveillance, if photograph kar rahe hain, there is a drone for that, for camera. That is a first order application, surveillance. Similarly, I would give an example of first order application is you've got GPS, which we use in our cars. When I used to do flying in the army, we used to carry GPSs, they had just come in, we used to carry them, इतना बड़ा GPS होता था, हाथ में पकड़ के साइड में अपने एयरक्राफ्ट में रखते थे और उससे उड़ते थे with the GPS. So now marrying that GPS and doing autonomous navigation on this platform, that is second order applications. So we are moving on to second order applications. We are also moving on to third order applications. Here, the startups would actually help. I come back to the point which Commodore Gulaya had made in the last session. The industry will teach the users actually on second order and third order applications because they actually can think of what is not there today. They're going to make the iPads. They're going to make the transformative aspect. That is the first point I wanted to make. Second point I wanted to make was, this is again following up on the last session which I was sitting there and listening intently. We talked about surge capacity. That is a need of the hour, that surge capacity has to be there in wartime. We need a lot of drones. My friend here who's sitting, he's from IdeaForge. This company was founded in 2008. Today it has been 18 years since, sorry, I'm just bringing this point. I want to make a point. This company has been existing for 18 years. It's a public listed company now. And what was shocking was that in the last session, he said that they have supplied 1,000 drones to the military. A company with 18 years has supplied 1,000 drones or 1,000 plus, maybe 1,500 drones total. Now I will talk about scale. You can do a Google search, you can do ChatGPT search on this. You'll find this exact figures which I'm telling you now. In the Ukraine-Russia conflict in the last 3 years, anybody can tell me what is the monthly usage of drones? Sir, I will just tell you the ChatGPT answer now. The ChatGPT answer says in 2023, 3 lakh drones. Ukraine employed 3 lakh drones, that is roughly about 25,000 drones per month. In 2024, they ramped up the scale to 1.5 million drones. 1.5 million drones made by Ukraine alone. That is 1.25 million drones being utilized, including FAB, per month.
That's why we need 500 companies.
We need 500 companies. More than that, we need scale. The orders have to come in. I don't want to get into specifics, but I was in a talks a few months back. 3 variant drone के चाहिए और order कितना देना है? 50 drone. 3 different variants of drone order is being given and 50 drone का order देना है. That is a pain point. And the last point I wanted to make, I was talking about scale. Defense investments. This point came up about investments in defense. I am sorry to say, all our people who are VCs and investors, they are not giving this thing to defense. When you come to a drone company, there are dual-use technologies. Dual-use technology means civil में भी application है और military में भी application है. But drone is, please understand this, It will be used for military. Any drone can be militarized. It will be used for offense. So when you talk about investors, they said, we want to, I don't know why this problem is there. Maybe it's in Indian investors.
After the 3rd minute, your name is noted down and PhD will take appropriate action.
ठीक है sir. So Indian investors say, हमको ना offense में नहीं पैसा लगाना, हमको defense में पैसा लगाना है. There is no offense defense. This is national security. If you want to come into a defense company, please keep all that thing about being safe in investing on this aspect. Thank you. I think I made my point.
Thank you. And last but certainly not the least,
Thanks. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I think most of the points have been made, and since this is a sort of a crib session from the industry side, so one thing that I will definitely bring out is the first point that Commodore Golaya had made in the previous session, that this NCNC has to be resolved because there needs to be some commitment from the user and, especially the armed forces, which needs to be brought out clearly, as Vishal also said, that there needs to be that, demand that needs to be clearly brought out. So I think that's probably what you were mentioning when you said that there needs to be full commitment from both the sides, the industry as well as the user. If that can somehow be brought out and PhD and of course there are other eminent people here, they can help the industry push this forward and sit across the table with the user and figure out how to go about doing this. I think it'll make things very easy or at least better for the industry. So that's one of the things. The other important point that I would like to bring out is we need to stop thinking of ourselves as a drone industry. We are actually a defense contracting. We are in an infancy stage of a military industrial complex. It will be built. There is no doubt about it. And we probably will end up following a similar trajectory that the military industrial complex in America ended up following. So if you look at 1971, there were 86 defense primes in America, which have today got reduced to just about 7 or 8. Why has that happened? Because the organism in itself starts to feed off itself. But that's still far away. I don't think so that we need to worry about it. We need to worry about the fact that there is not enough oxygen available for the organism to grow and to be able to serve the nation, and before it starts to devour it, as what is happening in the US. So, but even to get to a stage, what Colonel Ramit just said, there is a lack of understanding from the investors, but at the same time, there is also a lack of understanding from the user. Because if there is no commitment, there is no clear demand being raised by the user, there is nothing that I as an industry can take to the investors or convince them to invest into me, right? Whether I do integration, whether I buy something from China or from somewhere else, well, my thought on this whole China stand is, US has just ended up shooting themselves in the foot and driving the entire world into the arms of China if we are not the answer. So they've already done that. There is no coming out of it. And I don't think that we should buy into this whole propaganda of US that China is the enemy. Yeah. It is not necessary. It depends how we, play our diplomatic cards and how we move forward. It all depends upon that. But one thing is for sure that, it cannot be US. Henry Kissinger said that it is dangerous to be the enemy of US, but it is fatal to be its friend, right? So that needs to be kept in mind. We can't have everything going. And if you see, US is actually like China trying to corner most of the technology which is driving the AI race. It is trying to corner it so that it can still be a hegemon, globally. Whether it will be able to do it successfully or not is anyone's guess. So my point is that the user, which is the services, and the industry need to work together. They need to understand each other's problem. I'm not saying that it's only from the user's point of view, but even industry needs to appreciate the limitations that the user faces in terms of giving the commitment, right? So we also have to bring ourselves up to scratch. Thank you.
So we'll take on the questions now. Keep your questions brief and you keep your answers brief. And please identify yourself and say if you are addressing it to a particular panelist. And I have a question before I come to you, sir. I have a question, and it's a question not for only people here, but everybody here also. And this is a question which has been troubling me. You mentioned about the rules. When we started off with Sprint, there was no provision for minimum order quantity. We went to the industry and we said there's nothing which permits us to do this, but nothing prevents us to do this. And as of now, it's a gentleman's promise that we'll try our best. It worked. Now, if you see chapter 3 of DAP, not a single line is the same. Every single line has been amended. Now, what was MOQ has become MPOQ. Why has it not worked thereafter? MOQ, which was a gentleman's promise, worked. MPOQ, which is an amendment based on the success shown, has not worked. Why? Because the Lakir ke Fakir, once you put everything down in writing, in black and white, then people start analyzing it line by line. If there are no rules, then there are no rules. So the advantage, disadvantage, so that's my question. My question is, why hasn't it worked thereafter? TDF was giving a funding of 50 CR. Why has TDF not been as successful as, say, IDEX Sprint has? And if you raise the thing from 1.5 crores grant to 25 crores grant to now Aditi 10 crores grant in Prime and 25 crores, you can make it 250 crores. Is the problem the funding? If it was, then TDF should have been delivering, from 1.5 crores to, the problem is not funding. The problem is somewhere else. I hope, that that problem would come out, and I'm sure it will come out in the discussions. The floor is open, sir. Yours. Please identify yourself. Address the question to a specific panelist, preferably. That makes my job easier.
So,
Okay, I'll try to speak up. I'm Air Vice Marshal Ajay Chopra. And what I've been hearing since morning leaves me very, very confused, especially with regard to the use of the word Chinese components. And what I heard in the last few minutes makes me even more confused. I found a very, very worrisome aspect here, that not one person from the industry said anything about their absolute commitment to not using Chinese components. When I say components, I'm talking of components and subcomponents and sub-subcomponents. There is so much of subterfuge, white labeling going on. And in the last few minutes, again, I found that subtle, clamor that, look, China is not an enemy, US, and, Are we saying that we need to combine, the civil-military fusion has been the touted word, not draw a distinction between defense requirements of drones and those in the private ecosystem? There would be enough business available always, because this is such an expanding market for everybody that if you can't make the cut to meet the stringent requirements in the defense ecosystem, well, there would be agricultural drones, there would be wedding usage in that, and survey mapping, etc. But can we afford to lose our drones because of a control residing in that, because of a Chinese bug?
Sir, question understood, sir. Are you addressing it to any particular panelist?
Yeah, it is to all people, everyone from the civil side, from the industry side. I am asking, is there a case here to draw a very, very clear line between what is going to come in the defense ecosystem, zero Chinese, come what may. And for the rest of it, you please go ahead, and it will take some time for industry to get totally out of the Chinese, hold. But for the defense, sorry. I want to take.
So I'll give everybody a chance, but I'll give my own views shorter than the questions. So the answer would be, one, if we think that the Chinese danger is only in the defense, we're fooling ourselves. We're fooling ourselves. If you think surveying, your critical national infrastructure, your telecommunication, everything is Chinese, and you say we'll ban defense, now you have to decide what is critical and what is not critical. And if it is one by one, then would your priority be ensuring that your electrical grid works, your trains run, your banks don't go down, or that your drone flies? I think the warfare has changed, and you said that you find this disturbing. I find your question disturbing, sir, but we'll let the people answer it.
So, sir, you've enumerated a problem, And the way, at least the industry, at least the way we are thinking about it, is the following. We classify drone as, there are 100 components. We say, first place, anything which is touching the data layer has to be, it cannot be from China, right? That's the first thing which is given. Now we have internally what we've just taken. We've not taken, so that was the first pit stop, no active component. The next pit stop is ex-Chinization. Even if there was a resistor which was coming or a carbon rod which was coming, can I just make a viable alternative within India? And we as a company, because of because of our dominant position as well, we've also gone ahead and made investments into, I met somebody here who says, 93% of his business comes from IdeaForge. And we've invested in some of these downstream players. And we are trying to build that system. But you have to understand that Rome wasn't built in a day, right? If you say, I'm going to cut off China from complete supply chain, it will not happen. So choose carefully, right? Make sure that your active components are there. Ask for a roadmap.
Security. So now let's look as a manufacturer. Do we manufacture a 5-axis or 6-axis CNC machine here? Do we have a vacuum-based weight soldering machine here? Do we have a dual head pick up and place machine here? Forget that. DMG Mori 6-axis, 6-meter lathe. If you have to get it from Japan, you need to get licenses. I'm taking a 6-axis machine from Haas in US. My license has just been disapproved. How do you expect me to build a mill standard FPGA-based command control unit of 16 layer? So we do our command control, which goes into 34 layers. You do a drilling, PCB drilling at 0.1 mm. This 0.1 mm drilling is not available in India. PCB Power, which is one of the largest, have company in US. We have to manufacture that PCB there and do the EMS at our facility. So and it's a very right question, sir. So for us to make our defense supply chain very secure, we need to start manufacturing these machines first. If we do not have on-ground machines, we may say we are manufacturers, but we are not. We could do composite frames. We can manufacture PCB outside, but if you send your PCB Gerber file to me, I'm going to reverse engineer it. So you have to understand, if you're sending a Gerber file, how you're going to send it across. So right now, all of us, unfortunately, somehow are assembling in true sense. Though in one form, we are manufacturer. So we need these machines. My story starts from there. And this is the biggest difficulty because the world is looking at vertical integration today. Boeing is going at vertical integration. They are consolidating. This is what is happening. Post-COVID and post these wars, vertical integration has become very important. Where are we manufacturers? So this is a point.
So I think the point is, again, coming back to what I said. You cannot see defense in isolation anymore. If you're making defense components, it's a whole range of things. And yes, I'm still saying we need to stop the dependence on China. Critical parts, straight away, it's a no-no. But we cannot be living in a fool's world also. We can't be charging at the windmills. Anybody else wants to add? Otherwise, we take the next question.
So the first point I want to make is that the RFPs are very clear, which come out in the defense. The RFP says that they talk about specifics. They talk about that anybody sharing a land border with India, those components are not to be used. If that is the case, I'm talking about from the industry perspective, we do not use Chinese components or Pakistani component or Bangladeshi component. That is not a mandate which has been, that is the user has asked us. So we as industry have to respect what the user has asked and we will not put it. Anybody doing anything other than this is wrong and we should not put it. That is my stated opinion. The second thing which I wanted to say is that when you are building a military industrial complex, like he adhered to, we are building a military industrial complex. Nobody will give you technology in the world. Nobody will give you machines to make those technologies anywhere in the world. Just think about COVID. The jab which was made, the injection which was made for COVID was weaponized and the companies which made them asked Brazil कि अपनी nation का सब कुछ हमारे नाम पे कर दो. They asked for airports, they asked for defense establishments to be kept as mortgage for giving what? A COVID jab. Nobody will give it. So my just humble submission in this aspect is that whatever we are getting from anywhere in the world, get it, get your industry correct, whether if you want a machine and if you want to use a machine from, I'm saying Timbuktu, and if it is available, and let me tell you, if he goes to the best manufacturer, it is again, if you say ki semiconductor industry, I want to get you 7 nanometer, that manufacturing is controlled. Nobody will allow you to do that. The engine manufacturing for jets is controlled. Nobody will give you engine. The pipe dream of a fighter aircraft can remain, sir. Nobody will give you an engine. And you can, next 20 years later, air chief can again get up and say, हमको engine नहीं मिले, हमको aircraft नहीं मिले. नहीं मिलेंगे.
So the question is great. We will continue the discussions over lunch because you're coming in between the lunch and this. We'll take one more question or two more questions.
Sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Where? You'll have to...
Good afternoon.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Sir, myself, I am Pankaj, founder of Akshay Aerospace Group. I worked as a scientist in the past with Government of India, Ministry of S&T. So my simple question, because I have seen, first I have been on the government part, then I have moved as a founder. The first part that I just wanted to present the fact, 30,000 crores being spent for the Predator procurement. So where is the Make in India component in that? And when I submit a tender for 50 lakhs, for 60% or 70%, the files get rejected. So 30,000 crore procurement, and what amount of Make in India clauses have been checked? What has gone into that? None of the, because I worked in the defense sector and worked in the same class of aircraft. And if you look at another comparison that I have as a government scientist, is that for the last 30 years, how many crores have been given to the Government of India or DRDO for developing a Predator class aircraft? I may be wrong, but as far as the data that I have, it is less than 2,000 crores. 30 years, less than 2,000 crores. A single year, we are spending 30,000 crores. And where does all these DAP guidelines go for that? And should we not be looking at this? This is this year's procurement. What is happening? And coming into the private company, we don't have funds.
Okay, the questions have to be short.
The question is private R&D spending. Where is it going to come from? How is it going to happen? I'll just give the last example, sir. While I was sitting in a government laboratory, I could do internal testing, government sponsored everything. The minute I came to the private company, the bill lands on my table. Literally, I have to run helter-skelter to clear that bills. I've seen both sides of the part. I'm just asking the justice in this 30,000 crore procurement, what has happened? Or what happens for small companies?
Okay, point taken. Since you mentioned about specific the classes of drones and how much funding was given to the government and how much funding was given to DRDO, we'll ask him how much funding was given to him. For the one which your bird, which I saw, which was flying, how much funding was given to him?
We didn't get any money.
Exactly. So the point is also that, so you were, DRDO is not here anymore, so I don't want to, but anybody from DRDO here? Okay, so all fans of DRDO there. But my point also would be, how long has the program, it cannot be an endless program which is being funded. Finally, it has to be result-oriented. You mentioned ministry, anyway, this again is an endless discussion. Would anybody like to add anything? Otherwise...
So, sir, my question was primarily on the private industry R&D funding.
So, my personal view is that it is not the government's responsibility to take risk. Government is not good at taking risks. Funding will have to come from the government. VCs are supposed to take risks. The government should ensure orders. Government should ensure orders. We have been funding and we've been giving grants for donkey's years with no results, because after you develop the product and if there are no orders, then the startup dies. Give assurance of orders. Say that if you develop this, I will buy 10,000 pieces. The VCs will be fighting with each other to fund that startup. You don't, and you have to move away from L1 and L1 T1 to the only one if you want to. Anyway, I'm hogging too much of time. Sir.
So there has to be a systemic solution to what you have said. And there is an important issue is that, which is in consideration, but there has to be a top-down approach for creating a national defense R&D organization, not an ecosystem, not a DRDO-led R&D ecosystem. It has to be a national defense R&D ecosystem, and for which there is a top-down approach in which there will be the highest office, considering with members from the defense, DRDO, the science and technology, because they are also doing lots of research, then from the industry and from the academia. Unless this is done at the top level, it will not happen, because there is a plan which every service has got. And now the 3 services have an integrated capability development plan, which is for 10 years and looking ahead. Now, this plan is the start point for any of these things. Of course, it's secret, so therefore it can't be shared. But the question is, it has to be shared with this organization, which gives the direction that these are the technologies which India needs in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. And that should be straight away given to, this can be done by industry directly, something can be done by academia, something will be a collaboration between the R&D and defense R&D and the industry, R&D and academia. And this has to be laid down. And this is the process which is going on presently now, which has to come in place. Because otherwise we will continuously keep cribbing about the processes and things which are going on. We have to look after our national interests. We can't go by what other countries have done. We learn from them. But what is required is as per India's national interests. And what we need, we know best. If we work together, we have the capability, we have the intellect. But unfortunately, we continue to work in silos. People are doing this thing, and then therefore there are solutions that will not emerge. And to answer Commodore Gulaya's question, see, in the Navy we started that MOQ, and we stuck to it when we did the sprint. Why it hasn't worked? There are lots of good systems in most places. Its systems don't fail. It's the people who fail the systems. So we should worry about the people who are there, and finally we need committed leadership at every place. That will only take us forward. I'm telling you, wherever you have committed leadership in our country, they have worked. It is a success. But where there are things have been left to in that manner. So another thing which I want to bring is, I think the demand issue is the most important. There has to be pipeline orders given. There is no doubt. And that is generated from the capability development plan. It is very clear. And that's why there has to be a top-down approach for making this happen. It cannot be left to every service, because they are not able to continuously give, because they look at only the budget which is committed for 1 year. The budget is not even committed for 5 years. But if we know that there is going to be a budget which is going to continuously come to the services, they will be able to do the pipeline. And therefore, this top-down approach is required.
So Bhavna just came and threatened me that in case I keep people between their lunch,
last point,
we will not get lunch.
Yeah, before closing, because I think is even our thought process, like we talked about guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare was used by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj also as Ganimi Kawa. So I think that thought process can continue now also. There is nothing stopping from us. Thank you.
So now you threatened me, but there's another person who's involved in the organization, the Chakra Dialogue Foundation. So he'll threaten me again because he raised his hand. So one last question, 10 seconds.
On the requirement of manufacturing those PCBs or chips, whatever technical terms we may use it. So I think it makes a perfect sense that could we combine multi-sectoral requirements based on the long-term requirements, and then say that in PPP mode, just set up a manufacturing facility supported by the government, at least as an initial handholding to the government. Everybody doesn't need to invest in these big machines. Let it be sectoral, specification specific.
Anybody disagrees? No, okay, we are with you.
Thank you.
Sir, can I ask you for your closing remarks? Oh, in which case then you could wish everybody a bon appetit. You get the privilege.
Thank you very much, and wish you you have your lunch. We'll not stop you. And I think very, very important points which were brought out by each one of them. Those need to be really thought about and taken forward. Thank you.
A big, big round of applause for our experts. I think this was the most shortest and the furious round that we've had. But thank you for all your suggestions, and we're open offline. You can network with the experts during lunch. May I now request Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, sir, retired founder and director of Chakra Foundation, who's co-created the program with us, to please present mementos to our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much. थोड़ा एक जोर से ताली बजा लेते हैं लंच से पहले. थैंक यू. Vice Admiral Ghormade, sir. And thank you to Gulaya sir for moderating. A big personal thanks also to the panel for coming here today on such short notice. They've always been a big support of PHDCCI, and we'll continue to look forward to your support earlier. So we'll have a quick lunch for 20 minutes, and then requesting you all to be back, because we already have the joint DGCA, Mr. Manish Kumar, here with us in the auditorium. And requesting the panelists for a group photograph, please. So quick lunch, and I'll request you all to be back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Sir.
Now we have a very important session, the fireside chat with DGCA. We have the honor to have with us the special guests from DGCA. We have Mr. Manish Kumar, Joint DG DGCA, and Mr. Tulsi Raman Krishnan, Director, Drone Directorate DGCA. May I request, sir, to kindly come on the dais, please. Hello. So in the morning, like, we had different sessions wherein we discussed the industry perspective, we discussed the policy leaders perspective. We had with us Mr. Piyush Srivastava, who in fact dwelled in details in terms of how DGCA is the harbinger for creating a very, very enabling ecosystem for the drones. We had Major General C.S. Maan, who gave us a very vivid picture in terms of the demand-supply gap and how through CSDP 25, wherein they have put the entire problem statements on the Army website, and you can access the document and actually can see like where all you can actually pitch in. So as we know that DGCA being the major regulator in the domain space, and who else from horse's mouth can actually tell us about the latest things that are happening at the DGCA level, particularly for the drone industry, because in drone industry, we have people at different levels. We have the innovators, we have the established brands, we have the people who are service providers, people who are consultants, technocrats. We even have many, budding startups also are trying to, come in this space. So in order to understand the nitty-gritties that how DGCA is basically making the drone industry life easy, so we have honored to have the Joint DG sir and the director from DGCA. So without any, further ado, we will directly come to the questions, directly to the brass tacks, no jargons, no gyan, no philosophy. Simple questions, sir. And since we have like the stakeholders from the industry, definitely there will be interest from their side also, so that whenever they are doing planning and forecasting for the, next business moves, they can actually encapsulate some of the important points that you'll be telling to them. So simple sir question like how have the drone rules 2021 they have simplified the drone usage in India compared to previous regulations, because this is one of the major, I will say, game changers, particularly for the drone industry. So how these rules have simplified their life, and what are the future things that you want to integrate so that you are able to create a more and more easy and more enabling ecosystem for the drones. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Jitendra Singh, and good afternoon, everyone. So, drone journey in India is not very far away, but during this short period, we have covered a lot of distance, and from a time when not much was understood and the regulations were very tough, you needed to conformance of so many forms need to be filled up. There were manual interventions and limited to only the government organizations. Today, we have a system where it's driven by a digital sky platform, and wherein 24/7 you can access the DGCA system, put up your application at your convenience, and go ahead with the process. So the fact remains the compliance requirements have reduced. The innovation has been given a thrust, wherein the approvals and all those processes have been reduced for that purposes. So this is how things have improved. And with regard to, we are continuing to improve our system, because Digital Sky Platform, which was initially conceived, and it has done its good job, that providing a 24/7 access to all the stakeholders. Now we are looking towards EGCA-based system, which has multiplicity of functionalities. And for example, we were not able to look after the Delta certification. For example, that this is an industry problem. If initially going forward, if they have certified the equipment with one type of equipment, and because of logistic issues, supply chain issues, that equipment is not available. So Delta certification was taking time, but new EG system would facilitate it, a faster process. And we also created different teams, because looking at the way the industry demand is, we have aligned ourselves so that we are able to meet the industry demand and show that the availability of the drones for the particular demands, for example, agriculture, operations, the medium category was what was required, and we ensure that the things were done within a record time, in the shortest possible time. Those enabling machines were available. And besides that, there are frequent engagements with the industry, both to emphasize upon the way they need to comply with the DGCA requirements, and QCI is doing a great job here. And both ATs, because it's a process which is driven by three elements. One is AT with the front end, which takes the application, scrutinizes, look at the performance of our equipment, and before the type certification is done by the final certificate is issued by DGCA after scrutinizing thing. And QCI plays a very important role here, looking at standardization of ATs, their approvals, their surveillances, ensuring that they meet those requirements. And obviously, to further alleviate the issues which our industry is facing regarding the long timeline, we have further structured the process so that it makes much more easier for the industry to comply and apply to DGCA and obtain their approvals with regard to type certification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. You want to add something, Mr. Tulsi?
No, sir. Sir has
okay, great. In fact, sir, in the morning, like even whenever, distinguished guests, they were going in the exhibition and many drones were at display. And in every stall, there was a question, chip kahan se, India ki hai ki China ki hai, right? Semiconductor kahan se liya hai, chip kahan se liya hai. So in the morning, there was discussion that in the drone, the brain should be the Indian brain, it should not be a foreign brain. So how, sir, DGCA is ensuring the quality and safety standards for drone components, manufacturing in India, because manufacturing in India, when we talk of Make in India, when we talk of Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we talk of indigenization, I think drone, they are still, they have to actually capture the essence of this Make in India. So how DGCA is creating that environment wherein we are able to, make safety standards as well as, the components which are totally and purely, manufactured in India.
I'll take this one. सर ने तो प्रोसेस तो बता ही दिया how certification is done. What is the process of certification? I will not dwell into that one. Question is about the indigenization, and we want everything to be made in India. That is our ultimate goal. And in the previous session, one of the speakers said that it cannot happen today. We have to have we can achieve it over a point of time. And we have an application has come asking for stating that they have 83% indigenization. Yes, they may be, but this is the job of QCI, ATE, and DGCA. We will verify their claim. That is the simplest way we can put what is the standard is. That's what we are doing it. Regarding DGCA perspective, we are a safety regulators, so all our requirements will be related to safety. We are not giving which standard you have to see, which we have to follow, what should be the size and dimension of it. We are not asking. What we are asking is, it should not fall, it should fly, it should be consistently flying as it's supposed to be. That's what we are asking. So it should be easy. Now the job of the industry to come forward, make more indigenization, do your job, we will do our job. That's it from my side. Thank you.
So as Director Mr. Tulsi has mentioned, so it's a component, it's a drone level certification. Now the components which are going into the system, whether they are made in India or elsewhere, they are all tested as part of the system. Besides, there are certain critical components where our DGCA team insists, for example, battery, other which are separately tested and showed that they meet the standard requirements. Yes, indigenization is very important, I would say, and very important. And well, we have started our journey from the time when the kits were imported and they were just sold here. Then government came with a very good policy saying that no import of drones, let the things be manufactured here, so that is the time when the kits. But now I'm proud to say that there are two companies which have made more than 80% Indian components, and the critical components are also being made here. That's very important. And there are companies in Bangalore who are looking at the flight control modules, which are considered critical stuff, not easy for India to manufacture. So my aim is to ensure that, and maybe it's a aim of entire industry, to ensure that those people who are making Indian components, they are given the space, they brought forward, and I just met a gentleman who was making airframe from the drones, and obviously it makes cheaper sense to buy it from there. But if he gets a volume, this guy will be able to supply you at much cheaper. And there are many such success stories where the people in India have actually brought down the cost than what China offers or any other country offers. Yes, there is a problem when it comes to making critical sensors, for example, the survey equipments. That technologies are difficult to come here. But that is where we have to have our strategies. How do we ensure that those critical components which are difficult to make here, which are available only in the Western world and where China is also looking at. So those are the things where we should have our industry tie-ups, getting them here, and ensuring that, our total aim of having everything indigenized and India being a net exporter, that's materialized. And in fact, to that extent, we also held one workshop as part of our MOU with EASA, held a workshop wherein meeting our manufacturers with the European regulator, their representatives, to understand how they can access the European market, how they can export, and create a symbiosis between Indian manufacturers and the European manufacturers. And we did one trial also. So that's what we are working towards, ensuring to give a push to our industry. They look at a wider screen outside and have a lot of components in cooperation. Yes, in this world, you can't make everything yourself. For example, take the case of aircraft. in the Bangalore, the things are being manufactured in France, but the components are being made in India. They're sent back, and certain work is again brought back for India. This is how the entire aviation works. So everybody is part of the entire ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. In fact, it's an excellent thing, because when we talk of the the business parities, when we talk of collaboration with different industry players, and we want to have our own innovativeness, or maybe the niche in the innovation that we are doing, we definitely need more co-founders, founders, we need more partners. And particularly having alignment with international drone manufacturers definitely is one of the important components. As you said, that even I think there were some awards also that were given, and there is some joint certification also. So that's a very important component.
And I must say that Mr. Tulsi is leading that efforts. We had a workshop in Delhi itself. Then he continued at Sri Lanka also. So a lot of efforts being done by our directorate. Thank you.
Okay. Now the important thing, sir, when we talk of drones, is one of the important concerns that comes is the safety and responsible use of drones. Because there are instances in the morning, like one example was quoted wherein, a manufacturer, getting all the components from overseas and labeling as, made in India. And it in fact breached some of the security concerns also. So how DGCI is basically regulating this thing so that, particularly to ensure the safety and responsibility of the drones, it is tailored as per the nation's need.
I can count from the regulations, sir. Imports are regulated by Director General of Foreign Trade in DGFT. And as per the import policy, import of components are deliberately made free. And completely built unit, semi-knockdown unit, and completely built unit are prohibited. But there is still an exemption for certain cases where you have to get line ministry's permission through DGFT. That's how the process of import is concerned. Regarding the safe and responsible use of drones, for certification of drones, we have a clause 10.4 in the certification scheme for unmanned aircraft system, where we require bill of material from the manufacturer. The manufacturer will declare what are the components inside his drone and what is the country of origin they have imported it from, if it is imported. If it is Indian or they are locally manufacturing, they will declare it as Indian. Having said that, there is no restriction as such for any particular country that this cannot be imported. It is up to the manufacturer to decide how he wants to do it, whether he wants to do 100% Indian or 100% foreign. It is up to him. As and when he gets the type certificate, he becomes responsible to us. So we have a surveillance mechanism in place, whether whatever he has claimed at the time of certification, it's been actually followed or not. So that is a process we follow. That's how we ensure it also. Also, at the time of issuing type certification, we make him responsible to educate the end user also. Give him the hands-on training and what he can do, what he cannot do. This responsibility also lies with the manufacturer, and he has to maintain list throughout as long as the service of the machine. So that's how we are ensuring the end users. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. In fact, when we talk of future of drone regulations in India, what comes like, there's a lot of discussion on integrating ATM and UTM systems for seamless drone operations without congesting airspace. Then another concern that comes is about, the cybersecurity frameworks also, which is again a thing of the concern. And as we know that now we have a lot of cyber attacks in different dimensions, and who knows, like our entire system may collapse if things are not in place. So is there any sort of international standardization, particularly in this domain, so that we are able to surmount all the forthcoming challenges? Because here I'm putting the cap of devil's advocate. I'm talking from the other perspective, wherein I can see that, a small cybersecurity threat can actually endanger the entire, the drone ecosystem. So what is your futuristic plan or vision in terms of how you are able to, conceive the ideas, whether there are some committees, whether there are some industry stakeholders meet also from time to time, wherein their inputs are taken, and then it is weaved in the policies or in the amendments whenever you follow in your next regulation.
Well, that's a very good question, and I have three components. So I'll respond each. Now, with regard to tracking and integration of drone navigation with the conventional air traffic system. So to begin with, to facilitate drone operation, we have segregated airspace in 3 zones. Red zone, nothing to do, no drone would fly, and if at all you need to fly, you need to take permission from the red zone holder. And then we have a yellow amber zone of the yellow zone surrounding the airports, wherein the ATC permission obviously is required for flying in that area, and the green zone where you have a freedom to fly. So that's how the segregation has been done. Now, but this permits you flying in a very small distances within the line of sight. You can't go beyond line of sight, because if you do that, then the regulations catch you up. Then, but fact remains, the potential of drone cannot be fully exploited unless we go beyond visual line of sight. That's where we are looking forward, and QCI, DGCA have constituted a committee which is framing the technical specifications, what drone should have. When we are putting a drone beyond visual line of sight, what equipment it should have so that it can fly, and very soon we would have those draft requirements coming through, will become part of design specifications. And that is where to begin with, because it's a very complex process. Integrating UTM with ATM, that's a very complex process. So we have a very phased approach here. The phased approach is first, let's first develop our requirements with regard to BV loss operation and a single drone operation in a corridor, which is segregated. We and the manufacturer and the operator gets a useful experience. Then we keep on increasing the complexity, adding more drones, adding more tracking systems, so that we are in a very complex environment, operating in a complex environment, and then working towards integration of UTM and ATM, which will ultimately benefit us when we look at advanced air mobility. This is an incubation which will help us develop into advanced air mobility. Now, for that, first of all, at the moment, we are developing technical specifications with all the experts on board, industry, DFI, and other experts from the industry who have done. We did a survey who all are engaged in BV loss operations. So, taken their input, what are the deficiencies, created a capability map, and then based upon that, we are working towards having a uniform approach, a doable approach, so that all the manufacturers, they are able to conform, and we are able to launch a BV loss system, right? And that becomes a stepping stone for our further development. So that's once that happens, we will have that process in place. And second of your question was regarding the cyber security. Now, once we have those beyond visual lines of sight operations, yes, the threats are real. Threats are real because the drone can be cheated, it can be taken away, and that is where we are working towards a very stringent cybersecurity norms, which will be part of the technical specifications this group would work on. And Mr. Tulsi is also one of the members of that group, and I'll ask him to elaborate subsequently. And those will take care of the cybersecurity issue, cheating of the drones, all those things. At the same time, we have another group working regarding the training requirements. Who are the people who will be the pilots for BV loss operations? So that's again an industry-wide group which is capturing the data, informing them, and working towards how the training would roll out. And in fact, we are talking to our international partners also, how they are doing the unmanned eVTOL operations, how they are training people, and this exchange between them. So, Tulsi, I request you to further elaborate on the cybersecurity aspect.
Yes, thank you, sir. Regarding the cybersecurity framework, for current certification scheme is limited to visual line of sight operation. Even in that, clause 6.7 speaks about this cybersecurity aspects. We have firmware protection, tamper-proofing, hardware and software. That kind of system is already in place as required to a certain extent to address the cybersecurity part for visual line of sight operation. Definitely, the concern raises more when it will be flying beyond visual line of sight operation, which it will be more autonomous functions will be at a higher level. So we need a cybersecurity requirement for that, and we are in touch with MIT, who have recently come up with, along with STQC and BIS, for cybersecurity requirements for CCTV cameras. So they want to include that in drones. So we are studying along with the QCI and the industry and ATs to map those requirements, whether it is suitable for drones or not, whether we do it now and we can do it in the future. Those are work in progress. I'll be frank with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. In fact, sir, is there any portal? For example, we have many innovators, we have many technology providers, many drone manufacturers also, in which like they can put out their concerns, their issues, their pain points, challenges from time to time, so that their points directly reach to you. Normally, we have a system wherein we collate the data through our network of members, and then we send it to you in the form of recommendation. But that normally maybe like 3 or 4 times in a year. Is there any sort of a device or some portal, some engagement program wherein, for example, person A is having so and so issue, you can actually understand. For example, there may be certain issues, there may be a multiplicity of the same thing. For example, same issue with the 10 manufacturers. So is there any possibility wherein such people can directly reach to you and tell your concerns? Because meeting you in the office, definitely that is not possible because of the scarcity of time and other concerns also.
Thank you very much, but I'm quite open to having those concerns raised to me because ultimately I have to see that those are resolved. And but fact remains, we have industry consultation. The team engages with the industry, whether it's for the TC purposes and the training purposes. Those consultations are held where people are made to speak up their concerns, and besides that, the QCI also carries out the standardization sessions with the ATs and the manufacturers, telling about what the requirements and how they need to be complied with. But your suggestion regarding a portal where people can give their difficulties, service level difficulties, or the other difficulties, if that's something which is a good thought, maybe we can look at, and if that can be part of our EGC program at this stage, or maybe subsequently, or they could also approach us through emails, and I'm sure my directorate responds to each of them. If they don't, we have a discussion on each of them, whatever we get. Maybe Tulsi, you can add on that.
I second that. You can raise complaint about me to sir. Yes, we have a feedback mechanism that sir has already explained. If you have something to discuss with us, what I'll suggest you is take an appointment either with the dgoffice.dgci@gov.in email or drone.dgci@gov.in. So we will be able to respond to your queries by email. If a meeting is required, we can facilitate that also. Generally, we meet on Wednesdays and Thursdays between 2 to 5. That's the time we set for people to meet. Yeah, otherwise, it becomes difficult for us. We will be having meetings and work will not happen.
Right. Thank you. And now the floor is open for questions for the delegates. We will be asking only 2 to 3 questions. Please identify yourself, and the question should be to the point. Yeah, we can start from here.
Yeah, Sir Ravi Agrawal this side. We are 30-40-year-old manufacturer in radar and signaling systems. My question is that is there any solution for a threat intelligence at a DGSA level? For example, Israel had used old pagers in Palestine to use as explosive devices. Now we are using flight controller modules and so many semiconductors, so many things. We talk so many things. As last session, electricity grid, and so many so many strategic infrastructure is there. So everything is critical. Depends on how much we are centralized the system you are using. So how we can tackle these kind of threats? Because these things can be utilized at a what time? Very easily.
Your concern is quite valid considering what has happened in the conflict zone. And one way is having cybersecurity standards as per the international norms. Second way is promoting domestic manufacturing. But at the same time, anything can be tutored the way it has been done in case of pager stuff. So, Mr. Tulsi, if you can further elaborate what you are discussing on these areas.
Yes, you must understand that DGCI is a safety regulator. We speak for the people also who are not in general Aam Janata. So we take care of safety. If you ask about a threat, then I will relate directly to security. So you cannot define standard for ethics. It is individual's ethics. If you want to break the law, you will break the law. I cannot control you. You are getting it? No.
Sir, I am taking that we have to place it.
No, we'll have this offline discussion during tea break. Okay, yes. Second last question, please.
Like suppose if some vendor has already taken a stripe certification of a drone, and later like suppose we require additional batteries with the same specification, can we again go for recertification, or we can replace that battery, because battery is something which is consumable and maybe after 3 months or 6 months you require to replace that. So do they need to go a replacement recertification of that, or it can be replaced directly?
If it is the same battery you are buying from the same manufacturer, I don't think recertification is required.
No, but if the specification is remain the same, everything remains the same, but the manufacturer is different, because none of the, as far as I know, none of the manufacturer does the manufacturing of a battery, because they import the cell and then relabel it and then do something on that. So it is irrelevant whether it is from Y vendor or X vendor. If the specification remains the same, it remains the same, right?
No. The difference is certification involves testing also.
Correct. Okay.
I'm not sure whether the component that you are going to replace, battery, is certified unsafe.
No, that is certified because other vendor, whether the same vendor is using for other drones as well. So,
so I take your question. You see, the battery has peculiar problems. Thermal runaway, that's and then it can also explode. So, fact is that's why battery is tested to ensure that those things are not happening in air while the battery, whether drone is in operation. So that is why we have the battery temperature sensor, thermal runaway, those kind of indications do come through. Now, once we are putting a battery, well, I fully take your views that it is the assembly of the cells are imported and then the battery is assembled here. So fact remains, now this new assembly which has gone untested and unchecked, that needs to be checked by a ATE. It is that limited assessment. That is where we are working in EGCA, that the present hardship with the manufacturer type certificate holders are facing, they are taken in a very simplified manner. You know, if this component, you get a credit for everything, only this particular thing, or a flight control module, which probably you have taken from a particular vendor and that vendor has shut down. He is no longer supplying you. So you shift to another vendor. So you're not put to a hardship. That is where we are bringing out at the moment the process is manual, but we are working towards an EGCA wherein electronically you file those stuff, and we'll see that if that's require any ATE assessment or not. And accordingly the matter would be cleared. But I'm sure for the battery, QCI would also agree that it has to get tested.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have the last question. Yeah, yes,
is that there has been so while we are encouraged to have indigenous partners on board, as we are the indigenous partner that gets tested and gets assimilated into the system that already exists, our end users are not able to sell it to their next part, their end user. So, you have the OEMs, we are their subcomponent OEM. They're not able to bring our product to market only because theirs is certified with a different component, which was previously imported. And now they have to go through the entire cycle of certification all over again. While I understand you have set up the cycle, it actually acts like a barrier of entry to market. That is one. Second, my suggestion, I think that eases for all of us. One time, sort of a testing schedule that puts us through the rigorous routine that you have. You put us through it, but once that database is built, it should be a direct, something sort of an adapt-on, rather equipment sort of a thing.
Yeah, you have a very good suggestion, and I think we can take it both.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are right. Delta certification will work. One that
What she's saying, see, for example, he's a component manufacturer, test a component, let it be a standby, immediate replacement, no need of further testing. So that's something which you should evaluate with the QCI. Why not? I'm all for it. Thank you very much. Let the technical team look into it, right?
Okay. So we have the last word from Dr. Shankar. Okay.
Hi, sir. Namaste. So I'm Dr. Shankar Goenka, sir, from Outgo Green. I don't have a question. I just want to thank you, sir. It's been 3 years working with DGCA, and we got a tremendous support from you, sir. And I just want to tell everyone who is into drone manufacturing, DGCA is quite open. We can go to them, we can talk to them, can send a mail to them, and I'm sure they reply us very well. We're an RPTO for you, sir. We got RPTOs and we got 2 drone certification, and we really want to thank you very much. The weight, the speed, the fast, the way your officers cooperate is truly appreciated.
So that's a big compliment, a big round of applause for DGCA.
Thank you so much for you being kind.
So with
Thank
this, sir, if just a small question, we can have the last question only. Bas. 30 seconds question.
So we were discussing the regulations, and we just discussed the pagers in Israel, and in the morning also we had some discussions. My question is this: if I was a Chinese hacker, the regulations are my dream. Because putting a backdoor in everything when they control so much of the market is almost impossible. It's virtually impossible. But if you mandate that all procurement will be from GEM, all firms who are TC cleared only can sell, then I know that, okay, these are the people whom I have to target. So the regulations as of now are a Chinese hacker's dream. My view.
Doctor, you may be right to some extent at this stage, because we have an industry which is coming up, which is working towards, making components here in India. And at the moment, you see our national thrust is to make chips also within the country. There's already those projects coming through. And, well, there are certain things can't be said at public platform. So, yes, it would take time. We have started late. And the country would definitely have someday. Look at the young entrepreneur here sitting who's ready to have her components being part of the drones being produced. So I really feel encouraged with these young entrepreneurs. So we would see those change. China will not have a runaway here. Let me be very clear about it.
So with these notes, thank you very much, Mr. Manish Kumar, Mr. Tulsi, for sparing your valuable time and having conversation with industry stakeholders, and we look forward for such conversations in near future also. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Manish and Mr. Tulsi.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for being open to the industry questions and being with them. I'll request Dr. Jitendra to please hand over small mementos from our side so that you can put it in your office. And thank you for already being there always for her, sir. And thank you, Tulsi, sir, for your ever guidance and support always. I know sir had a meeting, but thank you for bearing with us. And a big round of applause, please, for the GCA. I think they're going in the right direction. Thank you so much, sir. So we are going to start our highly informative sessions now. This session is on strengthening drone indigenization and manufacturing in India. Indigenization being the word that everyone is talking about and the buzzword. what the industry needs at the moment. So moderating this intellectual session is Mr. Arindam Majumdar, Assistant Editor, Aviation, Economic Times. Our eminent panelists, we have Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Anupam Tiwari, Advisor Cyber, Principal Advisor, Ministry of Defense. Sir has been with us throughout the day. Thank you so much, Anupam sir. Ms. Shreya Rastogi, Founder and CEO, SR Aerospace and Solutions, ex-NASA Propulsion System. Thank you, Shreya, for coming whenever I call you, but thank you so much. Instead of Sarita ji, I think we have Manjeet ji from Bot Labs, who's going to take her space and will be a part of the discussion. Wing Commander Rahul Vaswan, Chief Business Officer, CBO Inort. We have Mr. Naveen Navlani, Head of Sales and Marketing, Airbox Technology. Ms. Dhananshri Mandani, Founder and CEO, Salam Kisan and Prime Aerospace. And Mr. Akshat Jori, Assistant General Manager, IIFCL Projects. So wide variety from the industry, and I leave it to Majumdar sir to get the best out of them. Requesting all the speakers to please join us on the dais. Thank you.
Hello all, it's extremely difficult to conduct a post-lunch panel. Me and my panelists will try to make it as interesting as possible, and especially after a panel where the regulator himself has been speaking. He ended on a keynote line saying that China will not have a runaway win here. And that's so heartening to hear, and we'll dwell more on that. I come from a position where I regularly write on drones and the aviation sector as a whole, and since the last few years, it has been very heartening that a lot of my headlines capture the word drone, and especially recently about the indigenization or the Atmanirbhar Bharat, as the Prime Minister likes to call it. The recent eco survey had the drone mentioned as a good paragraph, and that shows the importance that the policymakers are putting in this sector. And as you can see, like we have the esteemed panelists with us, and since you know most of them and their like introduction is on the screen, I will straight away start from here. And what we are trying to like look at here is probably like what are the key impediments for some of these entrepreneurs to enter the market and even developing their business as a whole. We have Dhanashree here, and she's a very young entrepreneur, and like she is mostly into agriculture with the agricultural drone products. Dhanashree, like your use case, your company's products use case is probably one of the largest in the country. Agriculture is a perpetual sunshine sector. The government has now announced a scheme, the Drone Didi scheme, based on like to promote drone in the agriculture sector. If you can share something about the journey of your company from probably building a product and reaching the market and using the user base, because ultimately if there are orders only, then entrepreneurs like you come up.
It's Hello. Yeah. It's interesting for you to point that out first because I was anyways going to touch base on that. So for us at Salam Kisan, we started out with an ecosystem for farmers where we were assisting them with AI and drone-related services from pre-sowing to post-harvest. So helping them with soil profiling, agri-input recommendations, and then facilitation, output facilitation. And drone as a service was one plugin. So what we were doing was buying drones from other manufacturers, hand-holding and training people, onboarding them as employees in our company, and then providing this as a service. And that's when we saw that once you make a farmer aware, they really do want to go for drone as a service. And for the Indian context, because 70% of our farmers are small and marginal farmers, it only makes sense for them when this is a rental model and when this is coming in as a service. So from a demand standpoint, there is demand once you educate the farmer, but also there is only demand for the service, not for buying a drone itself. So while doing drone as a service at Salam Kisan, we realized that to create a strong supply chain was something that was very important for us to succeed and scale this up, which is why we backward integrated and set up Prime Aerospace as a subsidiary, where now we're making drones. We've applied for a type certification. We're awaiting our type certification. We've also set up an RPTO, again, awaiting our license there. But what I'm trying to get at is after defense, agriculture, and then followed by logistics, surveillance. These would be the demand creators or demand generating segments for drones, and having that market and having that awareness generated amongst the end user is the first step to supply chain resilience and vulnerabilities that we're talking about, and something that we're going to be discussing on this panel.
How much of that has happened? Like, do you see a suitable market for your products as of now? Is there a large customer base and probably the loopholes that needs to be plugged to build a ready-made market? Because your investment comes on it's a front-loading investment. You put the investment first and probably the market develops later. So do you have that kind of certainty in the market that you build a product and it will be sold?
So I'm very bullish on the entire adoption of drones in agriculture. However, I'm sure everyone doesn't agree with me, but to answer your question, from a government standpoint, there are supply-side incentives that have been given. The Drone Didi scheme is there. The commitment was 15,000 drones by 25-26. I think, if I'm not wrong, it's 500 drones that have been deployed. So we're yet to see 14,500 drones being pumped in this the upcoming financial year. Then there is SMAM, which provides farmers with a 50% to 70% subsidy on buying of drone. AIF is another, the 1 lakh crore agriculture infrastructure fund that has a provision to give loans on drones as well, and to drone entrepreneurs. So from a effort standpoint and subsidy and incentivization standpoint, of course, the work has been done, but we've only, this is a drop in the ocean. There's a lot more to do, and it has to be a cross-play of public-private partnership, academia, everyone coming in and doing their bit and generating that awareness, creating that cycle of adoption, and then the supply also has to be available.
Right. So drop in the ocean, you say, and I turn to Lieutenant Colonel Tiwari. He is an advisor on cybersecurity to the Ministry of Defense, and there the kind of indigenization always struggles with this question of security, which definitely is paramount. Safety and security cannot be compromised. And we recently had that incident in the border, much publicized incident where probably a drone was supposedly hacked. So coming from the working closely with the Ministry of Defense, where do you think this collaboration needs to come, where cybersecurity and safety of the component that comes and primarily into the defense sector can be handheld, and we can have a handshake of both of that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Late good evening, actually. Per se, cybersecurity, we have got different interpretations of how do we define cybersecurity. So in few minutes, what I'll try to convey is what exactly we should be looking from a cyber security perspective. Since morning, we have discussed a lot. We have discussed certifications, testing, we have got startups and et cetera, a number of challenges we have discussed. But what we have discussed is making a strong ecosystem of drone. And this ecosystem will have manufacturing, design, developing, et cetera. But what I would like to focus is on the foundations, which we generally skip, we do not think, and we take it for granted. Now, foundations means cryptography, basic cryptography. What exactly is cryptography required in drones? Obviously, yes. Any movement, any transmission of data requires cryptography. What exactly we are banking upon today, cryptography? NIST standards. There's nothing wrong. NIST is ex-USA. We do not have any cryptography standards today. NIST last year has given out kind of advisory, executive directions, executive orders to their class 1 organization, priority classified organizations, that in next 4-5 years, 27-28 tak, you have to shift to post-quantum cryptography. Drone industry, are we even looking at? There are post-quantum drones happening right now. So I'll not be able to explain it for obvious 3-4-5 minutes, whatever I have this window, but cryptography is a big thing. For any kind of cross-domain authentication, for any kind of swarm of drones speaking to each other or giving directions from the ground stations, everywhere cryptography is used, but this cryptography is not ours. And we have to start thinking about post-quantum cryptography now. Then the thing comes, the time. We do not speak about time. Time jo hai, we'll have precise precision strikes. We'll have precision movement right at the dot at so and so seconds. This will strike, this will move. This is all happening on time. Ab wo jo time hai, wo bhi hamara nahi hai. Today time, if we speak in context of drone, if we speak of NTP or PTP, precise time protocol used in drones, for op roles. So we have to have that kind of PTPs also, NTPs also, but again, this time is not ours. Currently, if there are about 400 atomic clocks in the world, of them, only 10 are Indian. I'll not give the distribution, and among these 10, probably everything is done on collaboration. When we speak of atomic clocks, in case the next thing is GPS, 1999, right at the middle of the Kargil war, GPS was switched off and we were left high and dry, ki bhaiya kahan jaye, kahan left mode, kahan right mode. But we learnt a lesson. We moved on to a concept known as Navik. 2011-12, we launched our first Navik. 2011 se leke aaj tak 25 tak, we have launched about 11 satellites, 11 Navik satellites. Again, there is no sarcasm in it. Out of these 11, currently there are about 7 which are probably having problems. 7 have atomic clock problems, and the one which was launched in February, it had some engine problem. So there is no sarcasm when I disclose it in public here, कि ये तो open domain की information है, but I am focusing on this because when mistakes happen, then only mastery comes. Whether it is cricket, whether it is anything, we have to believe in all this. Then another thing, Arindam, just let me know whenever, because I have a number of technical challenges.
If you can just specifically, we have budding entrepreneurs here who are probably trying to enter the market or is already into the market. They would like to probably learn. If you can give them one lesson, like what they need to ensure that their product is fit, especially in terms of cyber security, if they wanted to pitch to the Ministry of Defense.
So all this actually connects to cybersecurity, whatever I have said till now. And in case I want to add further operating systems, drone operating systems, it is not like Windows, it is not like Ubuntu or Linux or Apple or Mac, कि simply एक operating system डाला और drone उड़ गया. नहीं, there is an amalgamation of multiple applications which are responsible for multiple roles, which may be moving around flight control or dynamics or control, ground station controls. Then apart from this GPS and this thing, then another thing that we keep using is AI. Right. We are very much fond of applying AI here and there, but again we have to think deliberately of what exactly pre-trained models are we using. Are they ours? Is there any bias existing? Is there AI hardware bias? So that kind of thing, there are multiple things which Probably in case I get more time after the panel section, so I'll give out few more points. So that's per se cyber security, only the technical part that I have disclosed here.
Sure. And a lot of probably chances and opportunities or loopholes that he has pointed out. And I come to Wing Commander Rahul. You were working with the military before. Now you are on the other side of the table. Probably like you can throw some light on that. So he of course mentioned the challenges and he gave a full dish out. So how much can the industry be able to eat, digest? And we are talking about a nascent industry out here that doesn't probably have the manpower or probably where with all capex to invest. So to eliminate such concerns and still be successful, someone probably most of you are bootstrapped. What needs to be done?
All right, now good evening, everybody. We are at that point wherein whatever we are going to speak, it will look as a duplication because most of the points have been covered. So I hope that few of them have not heard the previous speakers. So whatever I'm going to say will look new to you. So coming to the point, see what happened. There was some kind of survey which I did on startups. So in last 5 years, a total of 104,911 startups have been generated in India. Now out of those many numbers, how many are still existing? It's hardly 3 to 5%. So what happens? Why? Why only 3 to 5% are still existing? What happened to the remaining 95 to 97%? So startups, they are being generated with a aim, with a feel, with a dream of a founder that I will be able to make it big and I will be able to generate some kind of revenue out of it. So now we are in this industry. When we talk about this industry, it becomes very, very challenging when you don't get the kind of demand which you are looking for. So in last 2 months or so, I did a survey, the kind of tenders which are being generated from Army, from Air Force, or from any of the defense organizations. So there is something called as capital procurement. We will not talk about the capital procurement. We'll come to the revenue procurement or the small ticket size procurement as of now. Because those bigger capital procurements, they are outside gym, most of them. And there is some other things which are attached to it, right? So let's talk about the smaller procurements, the revenue procurements, which I'm talking about. Out of the 60 tenders which we were able to identify and able to pinpoint, we found that almost 70% of them have a requirement with specifications related to Chinese products. So from the defense forces itself, we are getting a requirement which speaks about the Chinese products, right? So that's taken. Now we go a step further. We say Chinese item will make an Indian product of that. That's possible. There is no dearth of capability in the Indian ecosystem. We can do that. But then if you do an indigenization of those items, is the defense forces or is the customer ready to pay the niche price of it? That is another question which needs to be answered. Whatever we are going to do, if we have to do, we have to go towards a route of non-Chinese, then there will be a niche price as of now, which needs to be paid. So is the customer ready for that? So that is a question which needs to be answered. So moving on.
Thank you. Nice insights and nice challenges that you have pointed out from the business side that needs to be pondered upon probably. Mr. Ankit Johri, you work as a transaction advisor and even into space and infrastructure projects for IIFCL, which is a large company that is into infrastructure building. And I was having an interesting chat with him before lunch, where he mentioned about the seed fund that IFCL is probably going to launch for budding entrepreneurs. And in that case, as he pointed out, is that a key impediment for you about this localization of Chinese component? Because as we know, China kind of has a monopoly over component that needs to assemble any such product.
Well, thank you for that. Firstly, very good evening to all the delegates present here, and a very warm welcome to all my fellow panelists. I would like to firstly say that a big thanks to PhD Chambers and Department of Defense for having this discussion. I think we at IFCL work with ISRO and space a lot, and indigenization is a topic that comes out quite a lot. The gentleman that asked a question to the DGCA, members present here, although I don't necessarily agree that GEM and other policies are promoting or giving the idea that it's allowing Chinese hackers to come in, but I understand his pain points, and we have to understand indigenization of any sort needs to be approached with a strategy in mind, because even if today a satellite manufacturer or a component manufacturer is buying a level 1 product which is not from China, if you look at the level 2 or level 3, where you're buying a sensor, or whether you're buying an airframe, or whether you're buying a rotor or a blade, eventually China and Taiwan come into the picture, whether you like it or not. That in space, I'll draw a comparison with the industry I work for. How Department of Space created a body called InSpace, which is a regulatory and a promotional body. The job of the government, or the job of any department or any regulatory body, is to come up with policy frameworks. It becomes then very difficult when you start questioning the regulatory body that why is the implementation not happening properly, because they have a lot on their plate which they need to tackle, and I can speak that from a government perspective. That's why specific organizations, I am sure a lot of people present in the audience who are slightly of the older generation, I mean, I'm old as well, but people remember an organization called C.Dot, which was started by the late and great Mr. Rajiv Gandhi. That organization worked with a specific mandate in mind. Today, we need specific interventions by the government where implementation is looked at from a strategic perspective. Indigenization, if you make blanket statements that, we will achieve Atmanirbhar Bharat and make in India, and 60, 65, 70% components will be built in India, will take a lot of time. And private companies, let's say what it is. Eventually, private companies run on profit. They will try and bring down their cost of expenditure, and that will happen based on, whatever is available to them. Today, for a fact, we know that if you go to Alibaba.com right now, you can get 95% of parts for the drone. And the only thing that is happening is, the 3D printing of the box. We have to be specific in how we tackle this challenge. We have come up with 2 funds in space sector. One is called a Technology Adoption Fund. The second, which is going to be released by the Prime Minister very soon, is an incentive investment scheme. In that, we are specifically saying in the policy document that if you have land, and if you have done civil construction and you want to start manufacturing a satellite in India, then please tell us what your other capital expenditure is. We are fine if you're importing machinery. Tell me what that machinery is. Where is it coming from? So that we will take 25% of that exposure. That's a grant-based scheme. Similarly, I'm sorry, I'll take a little longer with this, since this is an important question. It also goes to PPP. A little bit
faster, because there are 2 or 3 other people to speak.
Please take a serious look at the largest company that dominates today in the world, DJI. A company that Donald Trump has a problem with, a company that India has a problem with. Why do you think they are successful? They are successful because they did things right and their government pushed them in the right direction. They started their organization in the Shenzhen SEZ zone and they were given tax subsidies. I don't want to get into how the Chinese Liberation Party has supported them through funds, which is all in the news. I'm sure that's something you must be knowing better. But let's look at their steps. They started platform integration much earlier than most people. They started promoting the idea of marketing of, 250 grams drones and nano drones and toy drones much before other people did. And even to this date, DJI still supports over 4.5 lakh jobs in America by giving, support system to ancillary companies. We have to look at creation of, if a company is at proof of concept stage for an ancillary company. This is what we've done in space. Technology Adoption Fund is looking at any company, any startup which is at POC. How do we take them to, commercialization level? So such specific interventions have to come in through grant, to tax subsidies. And indigenization, you have to understand, will happen over a period of time. How we have done it for, how Maruti Udyog achieved that. Anything which is a CBU, you can't assume that in 3 years it will become a CKD. That is impossible in any industry. So that's my submission.
Mr. Naveen, you concur with that, you pride on indigenization and especially about you are a good supplier to the security and establishments. What do you think are the impediments as such? Is it the order book drying up? Is it this greater focus on indigenization and probably which probably eliminates a lot of startups? Where do you think the bridge should come? Because you are a key player there.
Thank you. So I'll concur with one of the speakers who said that everything has been spoken and whatever I say might be a repetition. But then, just to give you a perspective, before I answer your question directly, I just wanted to give you a definition of country of origin. And we'll park it over there. What does it mean? That a product is coming from China or India or US or Taiwan. The country of origin is XYZ. What does it mean? It means a substantial value addition has been done in that country. That is the country of origin of that product. Let's park it over there. Let's park it for a second over there, right? The second fact that I'll give is, we are openly saying we don't want things from China. Ladies and gentlemen, we as a country are a WTO signatory. We cannot say that we cannot import products or we will not use components from China. This has to be kept in mind. I'm stating facts. Then we'll come to just 2 minutes of analysis because I have very little original thought, but I thought I'll give the facts and then come to the thought that I had. And thirdly, I'll say that while everybody's, Mr. Johari very rightly said that 3 saal mein you get from CKD to whatever, it's not possible. At the same time, there also has to be a continuity and stability of policy from the government. Look what the government is doing. I'll give an example. Some time back, we came with drone rules. Those gentlemen are not here to defend themselves. And then they backtracked it. And then they came up with one more new rules. I wanted to ask that gentleman, I was stopped by a very dear friend of mine, to ask them, sir, how many drone certification applications have come to you and how many have you certified? Give me a percentage. That number would be probably in single digits or less than 15%. Where is the continuity of my policy? Remember the case of Vodafone, retrograde taxation and everything. Why people are so afraid to at times do business in India? There is no continuity of policy and regulation, whether it is for taxation or so. Same is happening over here also. Now coming to the point, after having stated all those points about the indigenization part. I have a little different view. I say, why can't we import from that country which shares land border with India? You know everything. You know which country I am referring to. Gentlemen, please move up the value chain. Take the dumb components from him and improve upon that, integrate it and sell the Apple iPhone 16, 14 आजकल जो भी चल रहा है, it costs a few dollars. 16 चल रहा है? अच्छा पता नहीं, I don't know. I'm from older generation. So it costs a few dollars to make in Taiwan by Foxconn. And look at the price at which it is being sold. It is because of the substantial value addition that is done on top of it and the IP over there.
So where are the opportunities for value addition in this chain?
Absolutely there is. So please take the dumb components from wherever you want to. Your motors, your propellers, your airframe, even your battery for that matter. A lot of other components also. Take it from anywhere you want to take it, right? I'm saying there's a component called FPGA, right? Buy the FPGA from Taiwan or from, China also, wherever you want to buy it. Flash it here. Put your own program into it. Your security, cyber security, I hope Tiwari will concur with me. If I flashed it and put my own program, the whole chip is mine, right? Hardware and software becomes mine after that. Nahi? Hardware Trojans. Hardware Trojans, okay. One more thing, I'm not a cyber security. I'm a sales guy. I know only how to sell. So what I'm saying is, please, we can move up the value chain also and not get too much bogged down by this. And the last point, if you allow me to make, for the industry and for a lot of startups over here, there is a problem of plenty over here in India in terms of drone startups. 500, 600 khul gaye hain. 90% of them will have to shut shop. That is where, I'll not say the government, the larger companies and the VC funds, or maybe some organizations of whose representatives are sitting over here, have to get these startups together.
Right, so consolidation is something that you are probably talking about.
Consolidation.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Shreya, like I would come to you, and I'm sure you would not at all agree with what he said about like whether he can import the components from here, since you are into a key component manufacturing of the propeller. I would like to understand from you about the journey that you had, and I was going through an EY report, and I was astounded to find that even for an indigenously built propeller, there is at least 65 to 70% that has some origin in China and Taiwan. So in that case, how are you plugging that gap, and what needs to be done, like to probably encourage companies like yours?
I think this is a three-part question, so I'll address it one by one. First, I think to address what you had flagged, right? One of the reasons I moved back to India, because it's so unorganized as a market, it also acts like a great space to innovate. Think about it this way, all the other domains that have built solutions, they have built it over the past 30 years, and they have tried out any possible permutation and combination out there for existing systems that you see out there. So nobody is offering something so great with the same existing off-the-shelf solutions. Everybody who adds their own layer has worked really hard to get it there, right? So the only differentiating factor that comes into Indian domain, particularly so, is how challenging it is to operate in India to begin with. You have the highest operating temperature range. You have the coldest and the hottest region, which is not thought through. So at the end of the day, we have limited the operations in a way where visual flight rules are limited to what we have experienced well with. We have not pushed boundaries, we just have made do with whatever. Now we are realizing there's a need of cold weather technology, because at the end of the day, services need to be done even when it's raining or it's snowing. We still need the services that we need. It doesn't stop the forces. Your soldiers are still going down at, at the borderline. There's a war, they will go down, come snow, rain, whatever. So you need solutions that work through, the test of all these regiments that they're put through. And that's where, so today we have advanced enough as a society and even in technological advancements that both space systems and existing technologies from communication point of view are agnostic of these environmental hurdles. We have shielding applications, we have all these things. The only thing that truly stands in between doing an operation at different altitude or a flight condition is literally a powertrain, because that's the only element exposed to the elements out there. So that's where India is a very interesting challenge. The first time I sat down on a problem like this, I literally had to go back and see what everybody had done before. And that's when I realized even though it's a great problem to solve, it is only local to India. And that's where we understood that the problem we are trying to solve will make or break us in India, So that's where this started. And then the second part was
about your, how probably, I'll make it in very, very layman terms, how much a Make in India propeller will actually have Indian components?
So I have almost now a cumulative 10-year experience in composites. I come heavily from I have 2 degrees in aerospace and mechanical engineering, but I also got licensed as a pilot. Wanted to know how it works on both ends of the systems. So I have a very unique perspective to this. While as an innovator, I do believe that I want to be looking at the next vision of what the world can be, I also know that the policies in aerospace work in a certain manner, and I need to toe that line in a way that it can still work out for everybody involved. I can't keep my stakeholders be like, you figure out the certification, I've created this great-ass product, use it, you'll figure it out. No. It has to work in a way that they can use it in their existing systems, and then do it. For us to do that, real innovation was required, and that meant like we went back to the board of what compositional challenges were there, what aerodynamic challenges were there. And to answer your question, like sourcing the material became a big challenge because we're sitting in India where there's a clear anti-China sentiment. I didn't just want to produce a product that is like feeding off of anti-China sentiment. We wanted to win the market with actually a great product, right? And that had to stand out, that suited the Indian ecosystem and also like benefited the parties who were looking at it. So the transparency comes from building your own machinery. Yes, we did do that. We built our own machinery, we built our own test systems. Took us some time, but it was very aggressive. And then that's where like having a very aggressive moving team and a good vision helped us. And I think actually it helped that we were in India because our cost came down very low when we were building everything on our own. While everybody says otherwise, because we were very tech oriented, we actually got all the machining done in-house. So I ended up building robotic systems and tech machinery on our own. So I kept the cost pretty low for ourselves.
Sure. Manjeet, thank you so much and for agreeing to join at the last moment, making up the panel. And you are interestingly like based out of the IIT Delhi. And when Mr. Zohri mentioned about DJI, and one thing that has played a key part in DJI's growth is the Chinese academic collaboration, the push from the universities, from the colleges, and these in experimental basis that brought so many like world-class companies into the forefront that it has kind of become difficult to compete against China. What do you have to say about the kind of situation about academic collaboration in India, and because since it's a starting point of indigenization?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm representing BotLab Dynamics here. Dr. Sarita is the person who was supposed to be here. Currently, she is attending another activity back in IIT. The journey was with the BotLab commenced in 2016 with two of the students from IIT Delhi participated and made the drone first time in their second semester. Subsequently, in 2016, when they commenced their journey, their intention was to make drones specifically for the defense. And then the Meher Baba competition came in, and that's where I came in contact. That was Ku Hindon. The airspace was being shared with them on holidays. From there, today, almost about a year, I'm with them for making a drone, which is specifically for the defense, under the IDEX challenge, which was to make a sub 250 gram drone. The journey I would like to share with you all. The indigenization and strengthening of the indigenization is the topic which we are at the moment addressing. I've seen very closely this journey, wherein the prototypes were being made, thereafter being tested, redesigning. Unless you do it yourself, you cannot reshape it or redesign it to perform a particular function. So here, the hardware part, which were definitely imported from various countries, and they were being populated on the PCB here in India. They were being tested. There's so many times the PCB had failed, and then it was redesigned. That exercise itself took about 3 to 4 months. Now, when I joined them, that was the time this was fairly a stable system, and milestone 4 was being done, wherein you accept the performance parameter of the drone, which was asked to be made by Indian Navy for their Marcos. Quickly deployable, easy to carry, and you don't require too much of a knowledge to fly a drone. It should be able to perform to the requirement of the soldier to give a situational awareness. That was how the problem statement was being dealt with. As the time passed, the nodal officer kept saying, I would like to have this, I would like to have this. Now we have made it to JNSS denied environment, that kind of a thing.
So, sorry to interrupt, just one moment. If you can throw some more light about what kind of academic collaboration being based out of IIT does that bring into the ecosystem?
Okay, now while this journey was being done from milestone 4 to milestone 5, one of the requirement was to carry out a acoustic signature to be reduced. So we went to IIT Delhi and we asked them what are the features which they can. So they went by checking each frequency and what is the audio. So amplitude for each frequency was measured, and subsequently, this is how the academia comes into play. They told us to redesign their rotor blades. So now, imagine after milestone 4, we have changed the rotor blades of the system. Of course, it has benefited us. The acoustics have come down significantly. The role of academia till the final product is there is high, but once the product is finalized, the testing which was done by the Indian Navy, thereafter, now the dilemma of that revenue model, which comes into play, lasts about now 3 months. The field trials are all over. We are still waiting for the orders to come by. Yes, this journey, as he brought out in the initial stages, the startup, if they have to sustain after trials for 3 months without revenue, it's a very challenging thing. Of course, BotLab has the revenue model coming from the drone light shows. Yes, that's how it's easier to make good the requirement. Otherwise, for a pure startup to make good the IDEX challenge, and if there is a delay for some reason, it's very difficult to survive.
What you just mentioned is about that the time difference between you front load your investment and probably when it starts to show product, that time gap is kind of unsustainable for a startup like yours. And Dhanashree, if you can just tell about the financing environment that's in India. We see private equity funds flowing like anything into Indian startups, but hardly even 0.1% must not have gone to drone startups. In that case, it becomes probably imperative on government institutions to get in the funding. What has been your experience like, and what would you like to suggest?
So for us, we've been bootstrapped since inception, and we're still bootstrapped. We're profitable. However, I would like to talk about what this means in the drone industry.
Was bootstrapping a compulsion, or probably it's a choice?
It's a choice, but I'll just get to that. So what I have realized being a part of the drone industry in the last 2 or 3 years is that there are a lot of moving parts to this, right? Like one is your demand pipeline, which is the end user, whatever that may be. For us, it was farmers. For some people, it might be delivery companies like Zomato, or for a lot of you here, it would be defense. I won't touch base on defense. I'll purely stick to the civil aviation part. But one part is demand, the second part is supply, and even in supply, there are so many variabilities, right? Like the anti-China sentiment, what parts are coming in. For us, the answer to everything was do it yourself, do it yourself, do it yourself, which requires a lot of patient capital. So that patient capital is non-existent in our country right as of now. Especially flowing into the drone ecosystem. So luckily for me, we were able to bootstrap it. We've spent over $2 million building our factory. It's one of the largest drone facilities in the country, and this was even stated by QCI when they visited our factory. So it's a 20,000 square feet facility. We've signed a MOU with Government of Maharashtra, where from 6,000 drones per annum, we're going to scale up to 20,000 drones per annum over the next 7 years. And what I'm trying to get at is there are so many moving parts to this. The people who are able to stitch those pieces together are able to create a profitable model out of it, which also requires a lot of capital and deep pockets. But for the people who are not, and for the startups who are not, it's economically not viable for them, because you're doing so much in R&D spend. It's like a catch-22 situation where what do I do first? Do I set up the supply first, or do I get the it's just a whole difficult scenario to navigate. Plus with the testing requirements and regulatory requirements, it's taken us 9 months after everything to get our certification, and hopefully we should get it now, but it's taken 9 months. So that's a very long time after spending $2 million on setting up your facility. If it takes 9 months, my ROI and ROCE is just all over the place, right? So those are my thoughts on it. From a government standpoint, what I see is US, China, these guys are spending $700 billion per annum or more on R&D. India is $70 billion, so that is 1/10 of what is being spent by the best countries. So how do we increase the R&D spend? How do we increase the infrastructure spend? And how does the government come in and enable that? Most of the infra spend and R&D spend is driven by public sector, and it is very difficult for private sector to come in and do that because of although it's said that ease of doing business is high now, but in the R&D and infra pipeline, there is not that much private money coming in. So how do we incentivize that? How do we, push for that is something that the government has to come up with multiple policies and incentivization on a central level that help. And Akshatji here mentioned something like S dot.
Yeah. I will come
C,
to him.
C
Probably, like to the other side of the table, Akshat, IFCL is going to play a key role in plugging this gap. Like, what is the mechanism and broad mechanism that you play? Like, you feel that it will be going through 600-700 crore probably may not be possible for a country like ours, but like, what is the roadmap like?
See, it's very good to talk about investors. It's very good to talk about private equity, venture capital. They sound like very nice, good terms, crowd full of people. My question is, where is the demand? Somebody has to capture demand. When you talk about public-private partnership, you have to understand that public will have a role to play and the private entities may have... See, when I say PPP, right, most of the people in the room will think, the first thing that comes to your mind, even my mind, is BOT, BOO, toll, road projects. This is not that domain. This domain has very different challenges because the user cases are multiple. Even if you keep aside defense, I mean, I was having a discussion with Dharanshri and she was talking about how, she's developing user cases through backward integration for agriculture. Agriculture, security standpoint, traffic. I mean, there are 25 user cases for a drone. And there is a major gap in the lack of availability of what technology you are focused on. Again, I go back to DJI and that example. They are still spending 25% of their budget on R&D. They are a market leader, yet they spend that money. So, see, when you talk about investors or a lender will only come when there is a demand aggregation. That demand aggregation should be amongst all stakeholders. That defines the ministry, that defines people. Of course, IFCL, since you asked me that question, I'll give you an answer about IFCL. But I think a demand generation needs to happen because, and you cannot simply say that, okay, we'll take a tender out and we'll purchase 200 drones. And then do what? You have to look at it from a DAS perspective. If you are, for example, the traffic police, I understand that you should be in control of your own drones because, there is a security safety angle involved in it. But if you are NABARD, if you are an agricultural organization or a state SIDC, then why can't you look at a DAS service and why can't you aggregate that? Okay, you know what? I think I have an industrial area and I need to monitor it or I need to do development for it and I need to see whether the monitoring is happening on a regular basis. And this is something where I get infrastructure in it. Project monitoring is a very, very big user case that India has still not opened up to. In my own organization, if I talk about it, in my own field, we fund one of the largest projects in the country. Mumbai Metro is my project. Mumbai Airport is my project. We are still using manual intervention to do project monitoring. I still have a man going with a camera, taking a picture and sending me a report that, okay, this is the progress happening.
And why do you do so? Because there are successful test cases. NHI is using very much drones to keep a track of its highway. So why can't an organization like yours do?
See, that's exactly my point. And this is why I think I'm proud to say that IFCL, we as an organization, started something called OAI-MPS, Online Infrastructure Project Monitoring Solution. We have taken out a tender back in 2021. It was peak lockdown, so of course we got stuck. But our upcoming projects now, we have impaneled 3 vendors who will be doing certain interventions, and we leave it to them, whether they want to use drones, whether they want to use LiDAR, or whether they want to use any other technology. But we want a use case where, a specific solution is coming to us, and project monitoring is happening on a weekly basis, and we get that progress through value-added services. Data is one part, getting that data to a level is another part. So firstly, demand creation needs to happen. Also, I think investment from a public platform should not be simply looked at by just taking out an RFP. I think, like I said before, there can be tax incentives, there can be PLIs, there can also be grants. So you have to see and look at this industry from a very different perspective. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Anupam, like anything that probably you can add, because defense definitely is a lion's share of order.
I'll be short. Chips. We have already discussed so much that we have to build up, we have to come up, we have to... What exactly the maximum 90% of the drone industry is using is about 40 nm plus of the chips and processors. FPVs are using 7 nm to 15 nm processors. What is the mission? National Chip Mission 26 tak we will make our 28 nm chip with collaboration with somebody, ABCD, etc. So that's the vision. So what next after chips? तो ये चिप अभी ऑलरेडी 1 nm पे दी वर्ल्ड इज प्लेइंग 1 nm 2 nm पे है तो व्हाट नेक्स्ट आफ्टर चिप्स सो दे आर वर्किंग ऑन 3D चिप्स they are working on quantum computing, they are working on neuromorphic computing, they are working on this carbon nanotubes. So all this is happening in chip industry. So we are just not be banking upon कि 2047 तक हम एक 7 nm का chip बना लेंगे. So that will be the belated vision. Next is the drone industry uses about 17 to 18 kinds of rare earth materials. Where are we? Rare earth materials में we are still banking upon other countries, primarily China again. So they had a vision, they are exploiting it, they are using it, but still we have got ample of time. I will say with respect to R&D, we have a lot to do. She pointed out the kind of R&D investments we have to do is phenomenal. And last, again, I would mention is about the blockchain. If we are concerned about the logistics, so we have to have some kind of national blockchain system because every department will not have a separate blockchain. We have to have a national blockchain wherein this can be one vector we can plug in for drones. So end-to-end supply chain is visible. So we need not to find कि अगर कहीं पे कोई problem आई है तो we will not keep finding him कि ये कौन था या company बंद हो गई etc. That should not happen. So national blockchain can become transparent, but again blockchain कौन सी होगी? Will it be post-quantum blockchain? That again remains to be discussed, but that's one kind of a solution. And I'll be short because we are already much ahead.
Yeah. And Rahul, some of the things that he mentioned probably like it's not unique to drone industry. Semiconductor. Drone companies will be a fraction of a user. So where does the collaboration between this industry and the other industry comes in? Auto components, they use a lot of semiconductor. So can there be a collaboration between an industry like ours and probably something bigger?
Yeah, definitely. Everything is possible. The collaborations can be there. But if I talk about from a startup point of view, from a startup's perspective, as a startup, you are ready to do all kinds of R&D. You are ready to invest a lot in the R&D. You are ready to do all kinds of field trials and other things. But then, if everything is on NC, no cost, no commitment basis, then it becomes very difficult for a startup to survive. Till when will it be NC? It has to be at some point of time. Some kind of firmness has to be there. So if that firmness, ultimately the points which have been repeated again and again, if there is a demand, then yes, all kinds of collaborations, all kinds of R&D, everything is possible. And as I mentioned earlier also, there is no dearth of capability. Capabilities are there. But then that capability has to be tapped and has to be directed in a way that the person who is investing in the R&D, who is investing in the field trials, gets a promise. Yes, whatever you have invested, a part of it or full of it will be coming back to you as a revenue, as a profit. Then it is possible. Otherwise, it becomes all in the air. Everybody will talk about it and then forget about it.
Mr. Naveen, like when you talk about financing, government is of course the primary share, but how much interest do you see from large private corporates probably to collaborate with it, the Tatas and the Birlas, like or the Adanis who are big into agriculture? Do you see more interest from them, say probably capital pouring up from them?
So last couple of years, I think 2.5 years, a lot of big companies have come into drones. They have acquired startups. We have Adani, which took over Team DTU, Meher Baba time se. There is JSW, which has acquired a few startups, and similarly other companies also. And then they are on the right track. They are picking and choosing. Bharat Forge has done, right? So that consolidation is happening, but the pace of that consolidation is just too slow. And it pains to see that many of these very bright engineers who are sitting over here are starting these startups. They will probably not be able to survive because there's a problem of plenty over there. Just too many people trying to do the same thing.
So you're making again that point about consolidation?
So the consolidation is not only from the, absolutely correct. So there is a consolidation from the acquisition point of view, the finance point of view. The second consolidation could also be that somehow, I don't know how it is going to happen. Sorry, I don't have a solution.
Sure.
But
Okay, so we'll come back to the, since we are running out of time, and both of you two entrepreneurs sitting on the extreme right, if you can just throw some light about the standardization process, and Shreya, I'm sure you are vocal about it, like how difficult is it to market a product, build it, and probably get it qualified for the sector from regulatory green signal and to sell it to the customer?
Before I answer your question, I think I'll offer two market insights that everybody has sort of like touched upon a lot of topics, and I think they were rightfully said in a certain manner. But my journey in this entire as a component manufacturer had led me to two very different insights than what was intuitive when I started my journey here. One was that if you have a very disruptive product, India is not your only market. Then because the sentiment has grown overseas so much, you become the direct alternative to anything that was Chinese out there. And for us, we gained a lot of traction overseas, far more than we did here. And we gained ground with a lot of like NDA compliant companies, Blue US framework drone companies, which obviously like came hand in hand with having like some strong foothold in India and doing it like partnership work with NAL certification and IISC material testing. That just took us forward leaps and strides because we had this new tech. It was now validated by like reputed institutions, and now in foreign market had gained ground. So we have a new revenue stream, and we are no longer dependent on like, the capital flux that we were previously dependent on. Now, having said that, I also think the second insight that we got, people had mentioned earlier today in a lot of the panels that the demand is too low. And because of that, too many people are competing for the same bid, which drives down the cost. Where do you think the cost is going? It's cutting down to the quality that they can offer. So what product might have started out pretty great will eventually deteriorate, and what you'll be left with is not the best product that you wanted to offer the services to begin with.
So that makes standardization more important?
I think yes, standardization to some extent is important to hold to, but it can't be a barrier to innovation that is coming through. Like, that's where I think there is, we have adaptations. Like, I understand aerospace manufacturing works with. You have to have factor of safety of 2+. I will maintain that in whatever innovation I do. Going back and saying, no, let's push it back to 1, that's for space. Like, we identified these problems already during space race in 1970s. Do I want to go back and reinvent all of these things? No, I don't. I want to invent at a point where there's clear bifurcation in, okay, these are the rules I want to adhere to, and build off of them, and not like sit and challenge each one to make things hard on myself and everybody involved.
Sure.
Sir, I would like to add to her with a very simple expression which I observe in the company. Engineer says, component mil nahi rahe, because the component when you import, it takes longer time. If you have it in India, it comes faster. तो पहला लाइन कि कंपोनेंट मिल नहीं रहे, मिलने के बाद प्रोडक्ट बनने के बाद टेस्ट हो नहीं रहा, अगर टेस्ट हो गया तो ऑर्डर आ नहीं रहे. So this is the journey which every engineer who does a startup goes through. Of course, if we manage to achieve this is what exactly has happened when we did the trials, NCNC trials, and had gone to Mathura also last time, and they checked my frame and said, oh, this is 3D printed. Yes, prototypes are always 3D printed. Thereafter, the injection mold happens. till the mass production has happened, the product is not final. And it is not final because the order has not come. Now, this is how the journey travels. I really liked Sumit saying in the morning that the user should define what he wants. Thereafter, he should tell the industry. And once the industry is sure of what he can produce, then the academy should help him to produce that product. Yes, that's amazing. This is how the advantage of Bot Lab being in the IIT. We get the students do the basic research. It gets accumulated in the final product, testing. Everything happens in a very harmonious manner because of the availability of the academia there. As I had given the example of the frequencies and the amplitude of each one. I've read in AB, my seniors are here, Shukla sir and Rajiv sir, and of course Ashish sir. We have read in helicopters when the tips are streaked back, it produces less noise and it has higher stability. This is exactly what the academy had told us. Now we have changed the rotor with the tips are streaked back. Noise levels have reduced. Yes, knowledge to convert into a product and product to be get accepted and becomes a large-scale production. That is the journey which we are at the moment addressing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the takeaway from the panel that has happened is that from a no China policy, probably we need a bit of Szechuan sauce here and there, and probably that will not be very bad for us. To the end, I would like to say something about there was probably the space revolution. We missed the bus. We are just into low-cost satellite launching now, and we take pride in that. That should not be it. Then there was the aerospace revolution. We missed that bus again. There is the Airbus and the Boeing manufacturers. 90% of the planes where we are the highest buyer still being, and we pride ourselves about being called the largest civil aviation market. So I think this is the right time about this drone manufacturing and the drone space, and we all present here would like that India will not miss the bus. And at that note, I'd like to end that here. Thank you. Yeah, sure. I think we don't have any dearth of time, so we can yeah, please. Please address the panelist you would want to ask, and then.
So it was a pleasure listening to all of you. But I think there's a resonance of similarity of experience. And that is that there's not enough demand. And in fact, we have to create demand. We have to create demand, and all of you who are in the business of applying drones in this huge market from agriculture to defense have to, maybe if you can't create a demand yourself, engage persons and also take help of the back-end people, say big names, who are in this, who can take each one of you or many of you as suppliers of random parts. But you have to create a demand, because India is tremendously short of manufactured items, and a huge amount of increase in the ability to manufacture has to be done over here. And I'll give you an example, and I have similar kind of feeling on that. We are putting in a lot of money in power generation. But from 2013-14, the power consumption has increased from 900 and some odd kilowatt per hour to 1,700 or 800 kilowatt per hour, which is a huge amount of increase. But the world's average is 4,000 kilowatt per hour. India is 1/3 of the world's average. And power is like food. If we don't consume power, we can't become powerful. So there also I said that you've got to create demand. That you, and everything will have to be worked upon profitability. So you create a demand for increased power consumption in the most efficient way and produce manufactured items. Similarly, drones can be used for many things, and especially transportation, and defense, of course, for surveillance. But you got to use so that it becomes profitable to those who use drones, and it becomes sensible to those who take benefit of the use of drones by many companies, and they provide services. Maybe sit down and see how does drone application increases. One sector which can give us a light is there is an ad going on every television program, and that is a chap selling masalas. And old man, he is no longer there. He died a few years ago, but is still being shown as MDH, masala,
Sure.
Tedi Hatti.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think you have made your point, and would really love to have someone who is putting in the orders. I think all of the people sitting here wants to sell their product faster and faster, but the one who should be buying it, that's where I need to focus on, probably the government. So you had some points.
Just quite
Before he speaks, I think this panel, the last panel should have been part of this panel. They are part of the solution and the problem.
Yeah, that's what I say. The buyer should be here, not only the sellers.
Not the buyer. The previous panel.
Yeah.
The previous panel. So you are saying there is demand generation नहीं हो रही. उसको 9 महीने लग रहे हैं अपने type certification लेने के. कहाँ से demand करेंगे? So we have to really give it a thought. I know they are very powerful people. मेरा नाम मत बताना उनको. लेकिन
But army says one man, one drone, and I can't understand what is this talk on demand नहीं है.
Sir, the GEM portal, it was covered by, we should be able to put our drone on GEM. So if it is less than 250 grams, you can't put it on the GEM because there's no certification required. Without certification, you can't get it on the GEM. We need to really improve on policies as covered in the morning. Hopefully, this all work out well.
So quick point, GEM, I have been recommending that IDDM product should be put, there should be separate vertical. Anyway, coming to buying dumb component and move up the value chain, I think it's a wrong statement. India has the largest population in the world. We have the innovators. We should be able to make every dumb component because nobody is more population than us. So that's the point. The thought process. I have nothing problem, not against getting equipment from outside, but the thought of visionary leaders who come have to think big. That's point one. Second part. Akshat, I just wanted to understand space companies. Personally, I'm worried because I've seen how drone industry has come, and mind it, I have very closely monitored drone industry. I'm worried with the current opening of the space sector will lead to dilution of talent in the space segment. Why do I say that is, your AI, your MITI's initiatives, DST initiatives are giving funding to the startups or the companies or the academia. But difference between India and US and Europe is, they fund the projects, but they are funded on a given problem statement or the innovation problem statement or the outcome. Potential outcome, of course, is not accurate. It is time bound. It's got very, very specific technology gap focused. In our case, I find, that is not the case.
Sir, if I may respond to that, I think you're very right. And nobody is funding companies basis their balance sheets or basis their valuation. Nobody's doing that. We have specific user cases. The TAF scheme, which has just been flagged by Department of Space, if you were to read that document, it clearly says that on a case-to-case basis of when you are on the technology readiness level, will we intervene? There is a major Space Commission and Space Committee are two different bodies. I'm sure you must be aware. Space Commission has ex-chairman ISRO, who's presenting tomorrow at the FICCI conference, and the current chairman, and of course the ex-chairman, Mr. Somnath, who did so much for space. We are looking at problem statements. My current tender, which is out Earth observation satellites, had 30 bidders right now. That includes TASL, that includes L&T, that includes Infosys. We are saying that we are trying to solve problems for both defense as well as for, other buyers. So there is no way is the government giving out grants on the basis of, a company's valuation. So yes, to coming to the point, a problem statement is being looked at.
Thank you, and thank you. Yes, sir. If you can, please keep it short. Yeah.
Sir, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahari, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. I have a general question, please. What specific innovation practices, disruptions, and value-added strategies are being incorporated by the drone sector for enhancement of indigenization and manufacturing within the country?
Whom is the question addressed to? Yeah, sure. Any one of you can
Okay,
answer.
since this is a very generic question, I would like to answer of what I've seen in last 1 year. When I look at bot lab dynamics, see the journey in last Meher Baba competition was with the swarming technology which is to be generated. It was to be displayed. They reached to number 3 stage of this activity. Subsequently, they got into the drone light show. This is outcome of the same innovation journey which you are asking. Now imagine in the surveillance drone which we are trying to make, it was supposed to be less than 50 grams. When the Indian ecosystem was being seen, the company decided to make it, this is practical, less than 250 grams. Today, when innovator starts doing the innovation, he is not looking at what is the policy framework. He innovates to solve the problem. So that's the journey, sir.
Yes, can I add on?
Thank you. So, I think we have had enough opportunity to ask questions. Thank you so much. I would like to end the panel here, and thank you all for coming here. And probably, as my esteemed panelist said, hearing repeated statements again and again with a new flavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And can I request Commander Arun Goyala to please come on the stage and give a presentation of mementos to our esteemed speakers as a member of the Chakra Foundation. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I know it is the fag end, but we just wanted to fit as many people as we could. So thanking so much for the whole. Can we have a big round of applause, please? We will intellectually trouble you for another 1 hour only, and we'll try and fit in all the people in that. So thank you so much. We think 2 days will not be enough for so much of talent and experience in this industry and so many recommendations. And we're grateful to the other speakers who have been waiting the whole day with us for their upcoming. So our next session will be on innovations and technological advancements. Requesting the panelists to please stand for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you so much, and we'll request you to stay for the next 2 sessions, which are as interesting as possible. Please, you're not there. Thank you. Please stay, sir. From Tech Eagle, Mr. Mohammad Anas, founder Inod, Mr. Vishnu Ramakrishnan, founder of his business E-Plane Company, Mr. Soumya Mishra, co-founder CISL Radar, and Ms. Diana Yohanan, director Acheon Land Private Limited to please join us on the dais. So we'll start this and requesting you to keep it short and interesting. You're moderating. Handing it over to.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our discussion on innovations and tech advancements. I have been told I need to keep this short and keep this easy because we are turning towards the end of the day. I think it would be really tough to moderate this one. So really welcome to all. As an intro about myself, I am Akshit. I am representing Tech Eagle. I am working as a founder's office. Tech Eagle is an on-demand drone delivery company. We are catering to last mile type of logistics, doing deliveries into multiple areas and locations. From medicines to mobiles, we are doing everything. Again, just trying to keep the easy words here. In the panel, we have Mr. Anas Mohammed, specializing in drone solutions, founder of eNode. We have Mr. Vishnu, founder's office at ePlane Company. They are working on aerial mobility use case, building an air taxi. We have Mr. Soumya, co-founder at Sisir Radar, building world's highest L-band SAR modules. So moving on to, over the years, we have seen different drone technology advancements. We have seen surveillance, mapping, agriculture, to logistics, to now aerial taxi as well. I think on the software side, we are also speaking a lot on the air-driven autonomous technologies, different kind of technological advancements coming and supporting our hardware devices. On the regulation fronts, we have been seeing very liberal policies. We have seen policymakers here today speaking about the various projects they have been working on and easing the regulations in terms of red zones and then type certifications as well. To start on our session, I will want to start from Mr. Anas and would want to ask if you can please share one of the breakthroughs in your areas of expertise, any specific technology or any emerging opportunity you have seen while building on eNode.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you. Thank you for introducing. Thank you for inviting. So at eNode, what we are doing, we are building drones which are autonomous using AI on edge. We have invested 5 years into innovation and R&D, approximately 5 years. When I started, I was also a student, turned into entrepreneur. And so the innovation, what we say, the thrust for the innovation comes from the nature of being a student and trying to solve smaller problems, then ended up solving larger problems or in terms of like solution. Instead of a unit, we ended up solving a solution. So what we are doing right now, we are into multi-routers. And when we started building multi-routers, at that time there was a initiation of conversation regarding indigenization or non-Chinese. It was not a hot topic that time. Right now it is a hot topic. Everyone is concerned about it. So innovation, when we try to make something new in any of the field, especially in drones, we try to opt best components or best units or modules integrated together and run your own code and test on top of it and see the outcome. And based upon that observation, we improve, iterate, and so on and so forth. So when we are in a journey of doing innovation and making something new with the existing proven components, technology, or units, we ended up making something, but we realized that at the same time we have to do indigenization, the panel which had earlier. So the challenge is not only doing innovation, now it is also doing indigenization at the same point of time. Because we can create a really beautiful, highly functional product which is available, let's say, down the line very shortly. But when it comes to making something indigenized, which is innovative at the same point of time, is challenging. And at a cost of when you don't have right orders for that. So you are going to test it on at your own risk, because that idea of innovation hits you, not to the industry. So you have to take that risk, build it, do the POC, and then see the scope, and then mold the solution in that direction. So this sort of complex thing we are trying to do, and we have been doing for a few years. And now we have reached to a stage that we have finally come up with a product where we feel confident that this machine can fly. We have flown that machine, high altitude, long endurance. We have done multiple missions across Leh Ladakh, Pulwama, Kashmir, and this and that. So we have done trials testing, rigorous testing, free NCNC. We happily did everything, whatever it took to be here so far. So now we are trying to monetize that innovation so we can further invest into innovation. Now is the time for us to put a brake on accelerator of innovation and try to gain from that whatever we have built. So this is the current thing that we are up to. That's what my broad.
Yeah, thanks. After looking into this, I think with the past decade, we have been speaking a lot about drones. Even in 2014-15, we were speaking a lot of use cases that are probably not very much technological advancement as of now. But I think in my observation, there has been a process on how we build this technology and why we build this technology, how we did multiple advancements on the technological front. And I think at the current point of time, we are at an intersection of AI, autonomy, and drone technology. So moving on to Mr. Vishnu, would want to ask you what are some game-changing innovations that you think will redefine the next 5 years basis on what has been done in the past 10 years?
Hi, thanks for that question, right? So fundamentally, at E-Plane, we're on track to building a 3-seater manned aircraft, which is mostly going to be used for urban commute, right? But in 2019, when we started off, we didn't attempt to build the aircraft first because the platform was new, because what we were trying to do was we are a hybrid configuration. So we were what's called a lift and cruise. So we take off like a helicopter and we transition into a fixed wing and forward flight. So it was super important at that point of time for us to figure out how this transition happens. So we end up building a bunch of internal platforms which are now being commercialized as drones, right? So I think for the next 5 years, what's going to absolutely be game-changing for the drone industry and subsequently for the air taxi industry as well. One is the fact that we now have high-density cells that are coming into the market, right? Which means you now have better cycle life, and you're also able to pack more energy density into it. So quick charging is they're looking at sharing standards with automotives. Now, if you think about it, it's a game changer because there's a lot of investment that's already going into EV chargers for automotive mobility, right? The moment you're able to leverage the same infrastructure for a dual use case, right? Which means big drones as well as air taxis can use them. It's a game changer in terms of how quickly you could scale. So battery tech is something that's quickly catching up. So cell technology particularly, that's one. Second is, I think in terms of autonomy, I think today the cost of compute traditionally always comes down a couple of years, right? So you're able to pack more sensors in for the same given weight budget. What that will allow you to do is do a lot of decentralized compute, which means your vehicles today can have a lot of compute packed on and a lot of decisions can be made on the edge and can be done reliably, which means you need a human in the loop only to validate certain decisions, but a lot of primary, the way a system designer decides for a mission profile what's a primary decision and a secondary decision, I think a lot of primary decisions the vehicle can take, right? So the cost of computes come down quite significantly. Sensors are a lot more available today, right? And the community has actually come together quite brilliantly because a lot of people, some of us who've been building drones from college, Stack Overflow is where you used to go to, sort of look for your solutions, right? But you also notice that there are now commercially available compute units that have pretty strong communities out there, which means a lot of the problems that you would try to solve for, somebody out there globally has already probably solved that, right? So that's going to be game-changing because a lot of decisions can now be decentralized. And that has a bunch of implications, right? Even in the kind of use cases that drones are going after. See, personally, we've been involved in a couple of, inspection use cases where you're looking at large linear assets, right? Earlier, when you had people walk these lines and do these inspections, today you can use a drone, but you continue using an operator sitting on the ground, looking at the video footage and then deciding if that's a fault or not. But given what I just told you, the drone can flag only the issues, which means if you have an operator looking at what's gone wrong, you prioritize 100 instances as opposed to him having to look through 1,000 images and find those 100. So productivity will definitely increase with that, right? So I think these are two critical things. And I think the third thing is policy, something that's not tech related, but I think policy is for everything that we've spoken in the session. If you sort of go world over, you realize that this community that's here right now has the most crystallized drone regulations world over, right? I mean, I would give that to them, the fact that they took that bold call of saying that, hey, doesn't matter if someone's going to not behave, irrespective of that, we're going to open the market up, right? So that's happening here. It's not so easy to go to Europe and set up a drone company and start a service there today. It's very, very hard, right? I don't think most people who are right now complaining about the situation is thinking about what's happening world over. That's also because our complexities are very, very different, right? It's not a lift and shift solution for most of the problems that we have, right? And that's why building out of India gives a major advantage. And I think one of my friends earlier spoke about it, Shreya spoke about this, right? Where if you successfully build in India, the kind of markets that you can go to in a secondary and a tertiary level, there is no end to it, right? So those are some of my thoughts on that question.
Agreeing with all the 3 points you mentioned, one interesting point I got my attention on is the EV charging point. Like similar can be built for the drone charging while they are on flight, and endurance and then payload capacity can really be increased. Very interesting thought. Do you think that at the current technology that we have, it is really viable? And if not, what's the solution alternative applicable?
Right. So I think standardization is what I was trying to refer to, right? Which means today, if it's a pure electric drone, the maximum you would be able to do in a fixed wing configuration would be about 60, 70 kilometers, assuming you have a 2 kg payload. I've also seen some that can do about 5 kgs and do about 40 kilometers in range, right? Now, honestly, you realize that the market or the use cases that you're looking at are so diverse that some of these use cases you need multiple hops, which means if you have a smaller hop of, so let me just explain this, take a minute and explain this, right? The biggest unit cost for deliveries today is, if you break those variables down, right? The cost of your battery is going to be the highest OPEX that you'll have for emission. That's fundamentally because your batteries are consumable, and that means you have to replace the battery if you were utilizing the vehicle at a higher capacity, right? Now, you need to think about the technology a little differently for those use cases, where you're able to squeeze more trips per charge cycle, right? But if your deliveries are always 60 kilometers away, then you obviously, design that a little better. The technology intervention I spoke to you about is primarily for those short hops, right? Mm-hmm. Today, given the cell technology I'm talking to you about, even if you're looking at, today, you have a lot of people who are doing lithium sulfur as well. The problem with lithium sulfur is that you don't get so many cycles. You don't probably get more than 400 cycles, right? But you have batteries today at higher densities that can give you about 1,000 cycles. You realize the choice of which one you're going after, which chemistry you're going after, is now being dictated by the market you want to cater to, right? So how modular you are, or how much of the design on that process that you own is clearly going to dictate how you're going to win this.
What's your take on the alternative solutions available? I'm referring to solar chargers. Is it really a viable option as of now, or probably in the next 5 years can redefine solar charging in aerial devices?
I think a couple of weeks back, I did notice that somebody's now built a charger that I think solar panels are at about 28% efficiency, and somebody's now claiming to have something built at about 64. But honestly, the cost is what's going to matter there. I don't know if you'd be able to power, for drones it's possible, it's probably possible. But for cars and eVTOLs, having a pure solar grid sort of recharge your car at one particular point for fast charging capacities, I don't think so, right? I don't think solar is going to catch up. You do have a lot of people looking at this concept of a microgrid, right? Where you have a combination of solar, wind, and if it's near a water body, they're also looking at that. And you also have a lot of people here in India now doing hydrogen, right? Hydrogen's quickly evolving as well. The biggest problem with hydrogen being, the logistic supply chain for hydrogen. It's not easy to transport hydrogen, right? But interestingly, what those guys are doing they are now partnering with companies that manufacture green hydrogen, which means at every charging point, you now have a hydrogen generation plant as well. So microgrids might have an answer to that, and there are a couple of companies doing that here in India today. So that might be an answer. I don't know. At this point in time, I don't think a pure solar solution will work, unless, of course, you have that charging station, have maybe a few acres of land, and the entire thing has a solar panel on it. Only then it'll work, right? But then you've got to sort of do your cost trade-off for what that's going to sort of cost.
Great. Thanks. I think that really answers my question as well. Moving on, I think Mr. Arun had mentioned that on the investment part, I wanted to speak something that it has been mentioned that it's not really government's knowledge to do the expensive investments part, and it's really a VC's opportunity. They should see that risk. I would want to move on to Mr. Soumya. You have been working since a long time in the industry. You have raised good amount of funds as well, I think. Do you really think that the VC's perspective to invest into very, very indigenous and R&D focused technology is really changing, and they are really focusing on the technological strength rather than not going onto unit economics?
I think there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution or answer to this, right? Like in our company, for example, we are very, very focused on innovation. We build synthetic aperture radar systems. Like we're not really a drone company. Drones are like something we use for testing out our radars. And our USP has been to not just build something that's as good as the world standard, but something which is 10x better than the world standard. And we have proved that in multiple different bands of synthetic aperture radars as well. Now, there are multiple players in this industry. One, you have the innovators. One, you have the old school companies. Then you have the government and the military ecosystem, and then you have the investors. Everyone has a different perspective. Everyone is looking at the elephant a little different. Someone sees a snake, someone sees a rope, someone sees a wall, like that old story goes. So there's a lot of information asymmetry. If you can figure out what is being missed by the investors, and you understand from their perspective what they are looking at, and you can bridge your story with what they want to hear, I think it's easy to raise money. It's not that hard. I think that is something, especially a lot of innovation-driven companies are run by purist engineers and scientists. They should sometimes step out of the scientific hat and try to think from the other perspective as well, because if an investor is going to put in money, it is fairly obvious that he's going to think, how am I going to get returns on that, right? Like, what is your comparison, right? Would a bank give you a loan for your idea? Of course it won't. Then you have to, then VC is probably your best bet. So you might as well, figure out how to navigate that ecosystem.
And have you really seen a change in perception when you were speaking to them 3 or 5 years back, and right now? Do you really see a perception change in terms of their technological advancements that they're interested about?
Definitely. I think one of the factors that has led to a perception change in the overall VC ecosystem is, let's say, even 10 years ago, a lot of the major decision makers in the VCs were not really innovators. They were people who had worked in the US, got lucky with one of Facebook or Google or something like that, and basically had made money in arbitrage, and had come back and were basically running the India offices for the US backed funds. Now you see a lot of, let's say, operator VCs, which are run by the first generation of the startup entrepreneurs who have cashed out, who have gone through the actual pain, and with a lot of empathy, they understand what is required to build something in this ecosystem. And what I have also observed is like the younger folks in the VC ecosystem, the associates, AVPs, and a lot of them come out of the IITs, they do have a lot of hunger to learn and are willing to go very, very deep into the tech as much as required to build their thesis. And I do see a lot of original thinking in the new crop of investors. So I think the overall scenario is just going to get better with time.
Cool. Moving on to Mr. Vishnu again, would want to ask a similar question. What's the kind of perception change you have seen, considering you're working in E-Plane company as something that has been yet to schedule the launch of full-fledged commercial product? Any perception change or a story you want to mention that back in 2020 you were at this point? Currently, where do you see the perception is going in terms of funding or investing into something that is taking or going to take obviously a lot of time or expenditure into R&D only, rather than not going or into revenue mode?
Right. I think the answer to that question quickly is that there is an exponential change in how people look at us. 2019, the first question that people asked is, are you kidding? Like, what is an air taxi? Like, why are you building for the Indian market? Like, are you crazy? Like, who's going to use an air taxi here in India? I think life came a full circle in the last 8 months, because now the who's who of the eVTOL industry is now rushing to India, because our conviction was that at the right price point, India is probably one of the world's biggest air taxi markets, right? And we validated that with a report that we again put together with Frost and Sullivan back in 2020. And there, one of our hypotheses validated, and we actually have numbers, right? There's a potential for 2 million trips in India, right, by the year 2030, which is just, for the 4 5 years away. at a price point where your trip cost for that trip is not going to be more than 2.5 times the cost of your Uber. At 2x the cost of your Uber, everybody in this room is probably somebody I'm going after. So that perception changed, one. Second is the cost arbitrage and the advantage you get innovating out of here, right? A lot of us don't end up realizing what we've done sitting here, because if you've looked at any other eVTOL company out there globally, they've raised a few $1 billion. We've so far raised $20 million to date. Our last round, we closed at $14 million. And the technology milestone that we showcased in the 6 million that we raised up until the last round was a subscale prototype, right? Some of the Western counterparts had burned through about $55 million just getting to that milestone, right? And the reason why we did that is because we started with smaller platforms where we de-risked the technology going into the larger ones. So we did, hours of testing on the smaller platform, right from, the design of the airframe to manufacturing that airframe or prototyping it internally to, sort of putting a battery pack together, developing a way to sort of test it and validate some of the hypotheses. So we really spent a lot of time trying to validate a lot of the simulations, right? So if you notice some of the world's largest companies today, right, all of them have an R&D center in India, right? If you look at Bangalore, right, JFW Tech Center, General Electric's second largest facility in the world sits out of Bangalore. 98% of the last commercial engine was designed in that one facility, right? So does Airbus, so does Boeing. All of them have their R&D centers here. So simulations is something that we do really well here in the country, which means talent. It's not like there's no talent available. There's a dearth of talent that's available, right? Leveraging that and finding a way to validate your simulations is what we really worked on, and that's been key to how we kept the cost low, right? So we tested a lot of things in the smaller vehicle. That was actually reason enough for an investor to come by, right, and say that, okay, I see it working on the smallest drone, then they saw it work on a subscale. So they're technically de-risking the technology that's going into the larger aircraft, right? That's the second. Third is, I think we're also geopolitically at a situation where there's a lot of potential for us to start manufacturing here, because there is a push into the industry. There are a couple of PLI schemes. I know some of them for the mobility sector or the automotive sector has not been successful. But again, every industry has its own struggle, right? So that's sort of de-risking it. And what was super interesting to me last fundraise was we actually have a lot of retail investors who are now taking really deep interest in deep tech, right? People who traded in public markets are now coming in, putting sizable checks in deep tech, right? Because they see the success stories world over. They now understand that it's a long-term bet. It's not going to sort of yield a return in maybe 2 years or 3 years, but there is potential to hold on to it, right? So I think that's changing quite a bit. Now there are a lot of people who are looking to invest in deep tech, and you see that. You look at the number of incubators, incubating deep tech companies itself, it's on the rise, right? It's not so sparse anymore. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, would want to agree with this point that the perception has been changed exponentially given 5 or 10 years back, which has been, and the kind of people who are investing into deep tech right now. I have spent some time back in my days investing into deep tech companies, and I've spent some time in raising for a deep tech company as well for Tech Eagle. I think in my experience, what I've really seen is that previously investors were really reluctant to invest something into R&D, that they would probably see a couple of years seeing us developing this. And if this is successful, if this is not, kind of a cushion that there has always been. But I think with this frugality point that you mentioned, that what India as a hub, considering the lower cost for all the kind of resources and parts, and then even for human resource as well. I think this lower cost has really helped our deep tech companies frugally build some kind of product, get some testing done, get some certifications done, and then launch this to check the viability of the market as well. I think perception is really going strong. I think if you need to worry about anything, I think it's going to the customers or the business players who want to buy this. I think investments is not any kind of worry. If you have built something really good, I think people want to respect that. With this thought would want to move to Mr. Anas now. So Mr. Anas, how do you see market adoption in terms of business, either from government or private players? I think getting clients, getting contracts is kind of a real game or real hustle now. So how do you see the perception is evolving from government or from private players?
Yeah, so I think initially when we started, we are at an early stage of demonstrating the capability. But as we evolved in terms of technology, matured our product, we see a better feedback. But the cycle of the procurement is there. So we have to honor that cycle. We can't there is no shortcut to it. So everybody is going through that process, and no matter you are putting a conventional, you are trying to sell a pen to a government or a very innovative product, you have to go through the same process. So the process is there, and it's GEM or any procurement process. And so in terms of drone, what we are trying to do, or what innovators try to do, they try to recover their cost of R&D and things. So they are looking for generally larger contracts. Orders which are there on GEM are 2, 5, 10, 20 quantities, are not really sufficient in terms of the hunger that startup is having, or the commitments towards which they have raised the fund to build the technology or the product. So, and that too not consistent over a period of time. So if we have the consistent, so let's say if there is a startup or a company of a D2C market or B2B market, they can claim their investors that we have XYZ footfalls on the website. We can increase it by so, and there are recurring customers, and so are the metrics. In our case, it's very different. It's not similar to what D2C can pitch or any other company, startup can pitch. So that's evolving, but at the same point of time, a lot of patience from our side and from the investor sides are also required. Without that, there is no result. It's still there.
Yeah, to keep it short, I think, very well pointed that obviously B2B market space has to be different from a D2C or B2C market space where we don't really have to show the website traction and say that you can convert it. I think client conversion is really a different kind of hustle rather than being always a technology player. But like you mentioned that the kind of demand government is putting out for the 2, 3, 5 drones, startups have a big hunger. But do you think that startups do really have a big appetite if the government starts putting demand like 50 to 100 drones? Do you really think that you can serve those orders at the current scale or probably at the current stage?
So I think if industry plays collaboratively, we have, previous to that there was a session, there are few panelists who have mentioned about their production capacity or the factory size. Similarly, there are a lot of startups and companies who have their factories. And I'm sure that no one is running on full capacity, not even half of the capacity or quarter of the capacity. So we have more than half of the capacity of overall drone industry production capacity is just getting off. So we have to leverage that. And of course, we will be able to do it. The reason we have started to make sure that we push our capability every time we see the challenge. So, actually, we startup, this is out of particular this context, we startup wish to sometime see ourselves overwhelmed, or in other terms I can say failing from seeing a lot of orders on our website or on our books, and we wanted to struggle for that, to honor that, to deliver that. And this is the desired failure we wish to have at some point. We wish to have so many orders that we should be running and rushing and figuring out things to deliver. So this is, I think, is required to take a leap.
Understood. I think desired failure is the key, that obviously we have to be very thoughtful about the capacity that we have. And considering all these orders have a little sense of uncertainty that it would be in front of you at some point of time, and then you will always have a shorter time, less investments, and then you want to scale, right? You have a hunger in your head and you want to scale. So obviously I think it's really important to look into and being thoughtful of what we can do and why we should do it. Because in my experience, what I have really seen is that there's always a bigger fish in the market. People are already speaking to a lot of people we wish or aspire to speak to, and then there are always some low-hanging fruits. So with respect to drone technology, drones can deliver multiple use cases with a single technology, with a single hardware set. But I think startups really need to be very considerate about what they really want to do or what they really wish to do. There's a fine line of difference between that. And there is low-hanging fruit in every industry. You can probably develop something, start building something. But one needs to be very considerate about the kind of R&D and time and resources that you have to put. And then one needs to be very thoughtful about if it is really going to be a very large market, so that we start building something very different or new out of it. I think with this, I want to start Q&A. We are already short of time. Anyone would like to ask any question from the panelists or from me? Yeah, sir, please keep it short. Yeah.
Hello. Please, my question is, how efficiently our drone-oriented innovations and technological advancements supports the sustainable development goals?
Your question is to whom?
Right. I think I'll try and
Please
take
keep
that.
it short.
Yeah. So there is something called an SDG wedding cake model, right? That talks about what are the first set of SDGs that you want to address, what is the second one, and only if you do that will you get to the tertiary level, right? So I think in terms of mobility, because quick commerce is on the rise today, the direct sort of advantage that you'll get is you will end up having to reduce the amount of vehicles flying in and out of a city to begin with. The second advantage for delivery sort of use cases, again, I'm just going to stick to delivery and keep it short, is the fact that you need lesser warehouses. You don't need to run, and this is particularly true for cold chain use cases, right? Where you need, so if you were to sort of hold cold chain inventory, right, it's fairly expensive for a capex to set up that facility. You can now, if with the use of drones, have one in the suburb and continue serving a larger geography using the same. So it'll all come into energy, right? That's one thing that I could quickly think of, yeah.
Okay, I think I can take one more question. Please keep it short if there's anyone. Yes, please, sir.
Sir, I would like to know, in your journey, have you able to get to a dedicated corridor for your practice in the city?
Oh, no, I don't think so. What the government now is doing is, we're a part of a program called Aviate that the World Economic Forum has set up. We're looking at 2 sandboxes, right? And these 2 sandboxes are being picked in a manner where initially you would be able to do some tech trials, but the same sandbox also has a commercial outlook. So you could, in the future, once you're done with phase 1, sort of use the same corridor for commercial use cases. So we're looking at a dual use corridor.
Thank you.
Great, thanks everyone for the session. If there's any closing remarks any one of you would like to put, I am open to 30 seconds. Mr. Anas, Mr. Soumya. I think we are good. Thanks everyone for your time. Thanks, panelists.
Thank you so much. And it is my privilege to request Captain Narang to please come up on the dais and present mementos to our panelists. So, on the other side of the table, sir. Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. I know we are at the fag end, but we'll quickly merge these sessions so that you can gain from. And we're very grateful to our speakers who have taken out time from their busy schedules to be a part of our sessions. I think we need a whole week of discussions to get to the point that we want to, right? Yeah. So, yeah, but thank you so much for your time. Thank you. And last but not the least, Anna sir, thank you so much for being a support for the PhD's endeavor, always. Thank you. Group photograph, please. So now we come to one of the most important sectors which is using drones in a big way, and it is a proud privilege to welcome Ms. Kamna R. Sharma, Additional Commissioner, Crop Insurance, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And we have a special presentation by her and Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Senior General Manager, IT Services, IFCO, who are the drone Didi. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please. Please stay for. Please stay for. Requesting all the delegates to settle down. It's our privilege to welcome Ms. Kamna ma'am, and she'll be giving a small presentation on the topic and her experience and how to use. All yours, ma'am. Can we have the presentation, please?
Presentation, I prefer standing. So Yes, I'll use this mic. So let me introduce myself. I am Kamna Sharma. I handle crop insurance in Ministry of Agriculture. And I'll be just, this is a presentation which I would like to make because I think a lot of people are not aware about the usage of drones and the technical aspects which are being used in crop insurance. And let me share with everybody, I think everybody is aware that Ministry of Agriculture implements Prime Minister's flagship program on crop insurance, that's Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So it's the scheme started in 2016. The scheme started in 2016 and gradually it has been, I would say, revised 4 times, keeping in view the feedback from the stakeholders, the needs felt for revision, keeping in view the farmers, the sector, the industry, and also to incorporate the technology usage for driving the scheme. So drones are one of the most important aspects, I think, since as the scheme is moving towards technology-based implementation. Drone is the one of the technology-driven tool that is being used for damage of crop loss assessment in crop insurance. So I'll just give you a brief idea about the scheme. So this is how the scheme is being implemented. The scheme has one of the lowest farmer premium. It's nominal, as rest of the premium is subsidized by the Government of India and by the state governments. So farmers pay only nominal premium. That's a major highlight of the scheme. The scheme has a comprehensive risk coverage. It covers ensures the crop from pre-sowing till post-harvest. Till the crop is on the field, the crop is insured under this. And it has been the endeavor of the government to cover maximum crops under the fold of this scheme. So there's a second scheme which is implemented along with Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, that is the weather index-based scheme. Now let me tell you the difference briefly. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana is an yield index scheme based on the shortfall of field. And RWBCIS is also based on shortfall of field, but it gets calculated on the basis of the loss gets calculated on the basis of weather triggers. When there's a drop or deviation in the triggers, the losses are calculated, the damage of crop is calculated, and this is how the insurance claims are payout. Then technology is very important. I'll come to it in detail in the next slides. Then the scheme is voluntary for the farmers. It is a demand-driven scheme, and so far, on an average, around 4 crore farmers participate in the scheme every year for different crops. Now coming to this is how you can see the subsidy is nominal for the farmer. That is 2% for Kharif crop, 1.5% for Rabi, and 5% for commercial and horticulture crop. That is percentage of sum insured. So you can see it's highly nominal, and rest of the share is borne by the Government of India and by the state government. This is the diversification to just give an idea what kind of coverages the scheme sees under PBY, under RWCIs, and under both the schemes. So almost around 22 states and UTs are covered. Some states have their own schemes. Government of India have been trying to bring more and more states and UTs into the field. So you can see that half of the country is covered under the scheme. More than 100 crops are notified. These crops are notified by the state governments, and the scheme is implemented and notified by the state governments. This is the curve for the enrollment. We have seen an all-time high enrollment in 23-24. Around 4 crores of the farmers enrolled. There was a slight dip in between the scheme. There were multiple reasons. There were high premium rates, which the government tried to rationalize, and this is how the curve is moving and increasing again. Now this is the coverage of the scheme. What area is covered? This is percentage of gross cropped area of the states that's implement. We have still long way to go. So there's a lot of, I would say, scope under this scheme for the players to come up and to take part in this scheme. I'll come to the stakeholders involved so that I can explain that how every sector, or not only insurance companies, but how a lot of people are involved under the scheme. And it's I would say, an employment generating scheme also. Now, these are the key elements of crop insurance. One is the premium, because this is the financial aspect. Second is the enrollment. Ultimately, if a farmer is enrolled, then the crop insurance coverage increases. Yield estimation is where technology plays its part. Drones have an important part in estimation of the yield or assessment of damage. Then the most important part of insurance is claim settlement. Claims are to be given to the farmers for the losses that occur. And yes, finally, grievance redressal if any grievance arises in the entire process of crop insurance. This is how we move towards technology adoption. Now, the National Crop Insurance Portal, I would say this is one of the, a portal which has maximum of hits. The enrollment window is very small. If we talk about Kharif, it is, July is the peak season. Generally, 31st of July is the cutoff date for enrollment under Kharif and 31st December under Rabi. That's tentative dates. Some crops may have different dates. So what we have seen, that we have seen around maximum hits of 48 lakhs of application in one day in one of the Kharif seasons. So you can imagine the kind of uptake the scheme has wherever, especially in those areas which are perilous or prone to crop damage. So this crop insurance portal is the repository of the entire data, including the historical yield data of, we have around 12 years historical yield data on the basis of which the insurance companies conduct the premium pricing. Then the entire enrollment data, the demographic data, the financial profiling. It's a financial portal also. All stakeholders operate through this portal, nearly 20 insurance companies, all state governments, the district level users, 1.66 lakh bank branches, the common service centers, the insurance brokers, the intermediaries, including the farmers who can track the applications and get themselves enrolled. All of them operate through this portal. So it's a heavy financial as well as demographic portal, I would say. Then YesTech, this is an initiative which has been rolled out by Government of India in 2023. It's very important. It's about yield estimation based on technology. Yield estimation means what's the yield of the crop, because it's used to judge that the extent of loss occurred to any crop on any field. So this is one of the most important aspects, because it is the yield estimation on the basis of which the claims are settled. The insurance companies settle the claims. So it has financial implication, the most important aspects. And the usage of drone is very important for yield estimation. I'll come to it. Then Government of India has started a ambitious initiative which is called WINDS. It's about the weather information network and data system. The idea is to establish an entire nationwide grid of automatic weather stations, automatic rain gauges, and other instruments which can measure the weather parameters. So the idea is to have automatic weather station and rain gauges all across the India, and the entire data will come through that data logger on the National Crop Insurance Portal. So that is also something which Ministry of Agriculture has initiated. There's a portal also, and then this is the entire scheme which is supporting crop insurance, and it will not only support crop insurance, but will go on to support other allied businesses or usages also. The data will be open subsequently. The data can be used for other purposes also, especially for weather forecasting, advisory, and any other purposes for which any institution deems fit. Then Cropic is about photo analytics. This is an insurance intermediary app which is used for enrollment of intermediaries. And then there's a centralized helpline. It is not only helpline because it's not merely a call center. All grievances through other modes are also planned to be captured through this helpline. So this I'll skip. This is about the portal. Now coming to the yield estimation system based on technology. This is about smart sampling of the plots. While assessing the extent of damage, it is important that the plots are selected in a very smart manner, because every plot cannot be, I would say, assessed for assessment of an yield. Crop insurance in India or in other countries also operates on area approach. It's an insurance unit is defined and an yield is arrived at, and the deviation, whatever deviation is occurring in that plot, it is assumed that every plot is affected in that manner. Yes, but there are certain localized claims also which occur on farm level. So this is something technical, may not be in a position to explain right away, but that is one part of the yield estimation or YesTech technology. Then addressing the area discrepancy issue, YesTech is also used to assess the extent of damage in a particular area. So it's very important that correct damage is reported and it's reported in the correct area, because any deviation in area or any deviation in extent of damage will affect the extent of claims also. It can affect, it may project it lesser, it may project it higher. So it's very important that correct area is estimated. Then technology-based crop yield estimation and modeling, I'll come to it in the next slide. And index insurance, crop health loss assessment, winds and cropping, these are all tools which help in the implementation of the crop insurance scheme in India. Now this is how YesTech operates. It's just giving you a cursory view how it operates. We have partnered with ISRO, ICR. Pilot studies were conducted, and we came out with 5 models. These are the 5 models which are used for technology-based yield assessment. And there's ample opportunity of usage of drones also while these models are carried forward for tech-based yield assessment. Now, that's our YesTech framework, how the entire framework is implemented. And at present, we have started with 30% of tech-based yield. In India, the yield estimation process was very tedious. It is tedious because it's completely manual, dependent upon crop cutting experiments conducted by the state agriculture departments or revenue department, and the yield that is estimated, it's average out. It's a long process, and it's heavily dependent upon manpower. So in order to, I would say, minimize that pain, it was felt that intervention of technology is very important. So we started with 30%. States are free to increase that percentage, and the idea is to gradually move to 100% of technology-based assessment. Now, these are the, just to give a view that how many states have taken up this implementation. MP is one state which is 100% on technology. Now, this is how the WINS network operates. This is the existing network. We have projected the requirements. The entire country will be catered with a network of automatic weather station ARGs, every 10 kilometers an AWS and every 2 kilometers an ARG. This is to get the best weather triggers for assessment of the crop damage that occurs in any agriculture field. Now, yes, coming to the topic for which I'm here. So this is usage of drones in PMBY. So at present, as I was discussing about yield estimation system based on technology, 5 models are already there. Government of India would always welcome to have more models if somebody comes up with a proposal, but these are tested models. So, and I think within 3 years, we'll be in a position to get good feedback from the stakeholders who are and the state governments also. In case any modifications are required, they would be implemented. So this is about the pilot initiatives. Then usage of drones in PMBY for disaster response and assessment. When an area is affected and there's widespread loss or there's localized loss, the process at present involves manual survey by the joint team of state governments and the insurance companies. The survey is basically based on eye estimation. So there might be disputes, there might be delays also. So that part becomes very difficult. I think drones could be very helpful in such kind of assessment of damage, and that is, I think, required at present. So, and that is required to be, I would say, they have to be set procedures, standardized protocols, and something which is acceptable to the farmers also. So it is very important. I've been listening because I am from the government. I would say for rolling out any initiative, especially where you are deviating from the conventional thing, acceptability, I'll not go into other factors. Acceptability is very important. Acceptability by that stakeholder for whom you are running the scheme. So if, in case of agriculture, if the ultimate beneficiary is the farmer, it is very important that there's acceptability on the part of the farmer. And acceptability comes with faith, and I think for faith it is very important that whatever technology is rolled out or used, that technology should be close to ground truthing. So that is the very idea, that whatever technology is used, it should have minimum error, should be close to ground truthing. It would help government to move from that 30% to maybe to 100% usage of technology. So that is where drones can be effectively used. And because at present, there are issues with identification of plots and all. I think drones can help in identification of plots and getting better accuracy about the plots and in better damage assessment of the fields. So this is, I think, something which we have a futuristic look about the usage of drones. Drones are being used in agriculture extensively, and there's a lot of potential. As I said, since I am connected with crop insurance, I can guess that as crop insurance spreads, as I said, around 4 crore of farmers opt for crop insurance. We are facing climate changes. There are unseasonal rains. There are cyclones. There are other effects also. So worldwide, since climate change is a big issue, so I think crop insurance is something which will be highly needed in days to come. So more and more coverage, government wants to promote that coverage. The best, I think technology can help in not only increasing the coverage, but also in prompt assessment. Because it is very important that insurance claims are paid in time. It's a highly challenging scheme, let me tell you. Very sensitive also. So it's very important that whatever technology is used, it actually targets to the benefit of the farmers. That's what I would say on behalf of the government. Yes, and we also face challenges. It's not only the private sector, the government also faces challenges. There are certain challenges because, yes, rules and regulations are to be respected. And I think rules and regulations also changes on the basis of feedback of the stakeholders. So we also do the same. There are certain challenges which our stakeholders communicate to us. And on the basis of that, we take up the matter with any associated government institutions. And at present, so I'll just end up my presentation here. It's a long presentation. But I would say that we have 20 implementing insurance companies, which include 5 public sector companies and 15 private sector insurance companies. And insurance companies have been using drones for for damage assessment, for getting the better idea of the crop loss scenario, so that it's a kind of, I would say, just a kind of validation. Even if there has been assessment of claim, technology can be used for validating or second validation of ground truthing or maybe whatever process is followed. So this is what is being done, and I think drones will play a very important role in the crop insurance scheme, and we also expect that the scheme grows further given the situation that we face a lot of climate change. So that is what I have to say at present, and over to you.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Sanjay Kumar. I am Senior General Manager, IT Services in IFCO. In addition to the IT services, I am heading their drone project since last 2 years. So we'll start the presentation. Please. The topic is the use of drone in nano fertilizer application. Before we'll start the drone application, so I'd like to explain what is the nano fertilizer. IFCO is the first company in the world who has innovated the nanotechnologies. We have invented nano urea first and patented, and after that we have gone for the nano DAP also. We have started the production of the nano urea in August 2021. Before that, we have done the trials on 90 crops and 11,000 trials has been done across the India. After the government approvals and the KVKs, universities, and so many people, stakeholders were involved. And after the success, we have started the production. And in 2023, we have started the production of the nano DAP. So our project was how we can use the drone for application of these fertilizers. Next slide. This small video the BBC has taken. I'm just taking a glimpse of that only. This is the one of our IFCO Namo drone Didi. She was flying the drone. So about IFCO, IFCO is the world's largest #1 manufacturer and marketer of the processed fertilizers, conventional fertilizer in the cooperative sector in the world. And we have around 36,000 member societies. They are basically our shareholders. Through them, we are selling our products, and we have around 65,000 retailers. And we are serving around 5 crores farmers, and our group manpower is 10,000 plus employees. We have 5 state-of-the-art manufacturing plants in India. We have 19 JVs. We have 3 overseas JV in Oman, Jordan, and Dubai. The IFCO's turnover is $7.5 billion, and the group turnover is around $10 billion. As far as the production is concerned, we are contributing 32% in the phosphatic fertilizer and 21% in the nitrogenous fertilizers. And these are the IFCO's innovation, nano urea and nano DAP. This is the snapshot of the agriculture in India. We have around 6.4 lakhs the villages in the country, and 58% of the population is dependent on the agriculture. The average farm size is 1.08 hectares only. You will see around 86% of the holdings are marginal and small farmers. So if you'll consider that 6.4 lakh villages are there to serve the entire country for the drone, I think if you'll consider 5 drones in a cluster of villages, we need to have more than 1 lakh of drone, agri drones, for spraying. This is about the nano. This particular 1 bottle of nano urea or nano DAP is equivalent to 1 bag. The 1 bag of 45 kg of nano urea and 1 bottle, 500 ml bottle. These are the 500 ml bottle. The 500 ml bottle of DAP is equivalent to 50 kg of the DAP, conventional urea. It's a better use efficiency. In the conventional fertilizer, the use efficiency is around 30% only. But with this technology, the use efficiency is more than 90%. It increases the yield also, less cost, more income. Basically what happens, we are selling the 500 nano urea plus bottle of 500 ml at rupees 225 rupees. And the cost of the nano DAP is 600 rupees. But the farmers is buying the urea bag on 266 rupees. But the actual cost of the urea bag is around 2,000 rupees. Rest of the things are being borne by Government of India. Now you can imagine how much subsidy Government of India is giving. Similarly, the bag, the price of nano DAP is 600 rupees. We are selling at 600 rupees. And the farmer is buying the urea bag at 1350. And the cost of the urea, this DAP bag is 2,500 rupees. Now you can imagine how much subsidy is going. This is very innovative product and eco-friendly, easy to transport. Even the farmer can carry. You can imagine in transportation also. When we are manufacturing the bulk fertilizer, we have to use the railways, trucks also. And the carbon footprint will be very less. It helps in reduction of the soil, air, water pollution, and carbon, hydrogen gas emissions also. So these are the different spraying methods available in India. Battery sprayers, tractor mounted sprayers, boom sprayer, neo sprayers. So IFCO has given more than 1 lakh sprayers for spraying of these fertilizers. Now we come to the IFCO Kisan drone. This project started in 2023, April 2023 we started this project. Under this project, we are planning to buy 2,500 agri drones. And we are planning that these drones should be handed over to rural entrepreneurs, or the people who are living in the villages. We have to train them. And these, along with the drones, we are going to give the electric three-wheeler to transport these, and the other components also, so that it will be self-sufficient. And these things we are going to give free of cost to them. And whatever income they will generate, that income will be for them only. The only thing we are just making one agreement of 1 lakh rupees, and after 5 years, the property of this drone and everything will be transferred in their name. This is the IFCO's scheme. Now the benefits of agriculture spraying is it's a uniform. If you start with the drone, lower health hazards, save time and cost also. Basically what happens, if through the drone we will be able to spraying 1 acre in 6 to 7 minutes only. And the save water. If you are spraying the nano fertilizer through the other sprayer, it's for 1 acre, 1 bottle, we need to have 150 liter of the water. But here with the 10 liter of the water, we are able to do the spraying. Less usage of pesticides, increase crop yield also. And these are the specifications. How we have designed the system. Our target was that with the single charge of the battery, with single set of the battery, the farmer, this drone entrepreneur, should be able to spray 3 acres. So we have gone for the medium class drone. We have 25,000 mAh batteries. 2 sets of 25,000 mAh batteries was there. So we have given the 1 set of 25,000 mAh battery. We have provided the downward facing camera also in the drone. And we have given the charger, battery charger hub, anemometer to check the speed, wind speed. And we have given the pH meter to test the water quality also, water pH. And in addition to the drone, we were giving 3 sets of the battery, extra battery, and 1 spare propeller set, and 1 petrol portable manual generator to charge the battery in the field. We have given 3 kVA generator set and extra charger battery hubs, and we have planned for 15 days training, 10 days RPTO training plus 5 days OEM training. Basically what happens when the training is given, that will be given, the training will be given on some other drone, but he has to fly the other drone. So 5 days training is for that drone only. And during that 5 days training, we are giving the training on the how to use the nano DAP and all these things, and repair and maintenance training. And we are giving training, then the complete insurance, everything is covered, and the electric three-wheeler with 3-year comprehensive warranty. The complete set that is costing around 13.5 lakh. So that thing we have given to, for 1 set, free of cost. These are the features: 6 drones, radar-based collision avoidance and terrain following, downward facing cameras, back-end LEDs, petrol genset, and 25,000 mAh batteries. And these are our drone partners. These 2,500 drones we have given to the 6 drone partners, Daksha, Airtech, Thanos, General Aeronautics, Garuda, and Paras. And electric three-wheelers we have taken from Piaggio, Kinetic, and Mahindra. And lot of efforts has gone to design this box, where these things has to be placed. All the 6 vendors were having the different size of the drones box. So we have to accommodate, and we are having 3 types of the vehicle. So lot of arrangement where to place all the items. And in addition to this, we are giving 5 cans of waters, 20-liter capacity, so that when the entrepreneur is going over there in the field, if they don't find the good quality water, they can use that water. And this is just some shot of where we have placed the genset, the water, everything is there. And after that, the Namo Drone Didi scheme has come. Our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister declared.
और इसलिए हम एक नई योजना सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में टेक्नोलॉजी आए, एग्री टेक को बल मिले, इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की बहनों को हम ट्रेनिंग देंगे। ड्रोन चलाने की, ड्रोन रिपेयरिंग की हम ट्रेनिंग देंगे और हजारों ऐसे विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को भारत सरकार ड्रोन देगी, ट्रेनिंग देगी और हमारे एग्रीकल्चर के काम में ड्रोन की सेवाएं उपलब्ध हो। इसके लिए हम शुरुआत करेंगे। प्रारंभ हम 15,000 विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के द्वारा ये ड्रोन की उड़ान का हम आरंभ कर रहे हैं।
So in the first phase, the government of India has decided to give 500 drones, and to IFCO they have asked to give 300 drones to the Namo Drone Didis. So we have taken the Didis from the SSG group and RLM, we have trained them and handed over these 300 drones to them. Now we have another scheme, Drone as a Service. In addition to that, we have started the Drone as a Service also. This is an open-ended scheme. Anybody can join this scheme. The only thing they have to integrate their drone with our portal, so that when the drone is flying, the data will travel to our portal. We can verify how much they have spent. The other thing is, we are providing their app also, mobile app also. They have to do the entries in the mobile app and they have to scan our bottles. Their QR code is there. Have you brought the bottles? Okay. The QR code is there on the bottle. When they will scan the bottle, so we'll came to know that our bottle has been consumed over there. Based on the area entered by them in the app and based on the data available through the drone, we are making the digital payment to them. And this is the data, how the live data is coming from the drone and data is coming from the app. We are validating and we are making the payment digitally. The impact is so far 6.5 lakh acres of the area has been sprayed through our drones. And out of that, our 300 Namo Drone Didis has sprayed 1.11 lakh acres. And we have distributed the incentive of around 2.5 crores. When we started this journey, there were only 8 players, 8 drone manufacturers who were manufacturing the agri drones. And now you can see more than 45 plus manufacturers are there. When we started, there were only 800 drones were there, agri drones. Now these numbers is more than 6,000. We have generated the employment, and there were only 2 training centers, RPTO, for the medium class. So we faced a lot of difficulties. Now this number has increased. Now we'll come to the technology. We are setting up the drone command centers, and these are the actual figures where our drones are distributed across the India. And the pink one you will see, these are the Namo Drone Didis drones. In the entire country, we have given the 300 drones. And this is the landscape. And how we are monitoring. This is the actual snapshot. The pink one is the Namo Drone Didi and the green one is the male entrepreneur. And we can see the live view also. And this is the snapshot how we can monitor, we are monitoring. This particular video is coming from the drone, this one. And this video is, we have given the provision in the mobile app. They can take the videos also. So the complete data is being transferred to our cloud. This is the latest video of the drone spraying. Last month only, we have given the special training to the Assam in the tea garden. So how difficult is the tea garden? There are so many trees are there. So they are doing it manually, spraying. They are spraying manually. I'll skip this. Okay. And the challenges we have already discussed, there are a lot of issues in the certification also. We have given the orders on 30th June 2023, but our manufacturers start getting the certification in November and December only. So after that, our production of the drone has started. Yeah. And there were some issues related to the service network. These are basically no ecosystem was there. People were not having the service centers. So when we face the issues, there is some drone crashes are there, some repair and maintenance issues were there. So they are finding a lot of time was being wasted in giving the service. And what happens in our scheme also, lot of people, lot of entrepreneurs are leaving. They are surrendering, basically. They got some jobs also. So we have to take the replacement candidates and train them, then again hand it over. So there are a lot of challenges. Now this is the technology, how we have integrated. This is our cloud, IFCO's cloud. We have migrated to the Oracle cloud. So all our data centers and DR site is in the Oracle. Our data center is in Oracle cloud in Mumbai and DR site is at Oracle cloud in Hyderabad. So all the drone manufacturers' data, when the drone is flying, through the APIs, the data is being transferred to our cloud. And similarly, for the e-vehicles also, we have integrated. The telemetric data is traveling from these vehicles to our cloud also. And these are the applications. We have developed the drone portal, where we are maintaining the complete history of our pilots, all the information related to the pilots, when they have got the training, their training certificate, the insurance policies, each and every information is being maintained in the portal. We have developed the farmer app, the pilot app. Okay, we have developed an insurance module, insurance and repair and maintenance module, where all the OEMs are uploading the data. And our insurance company, IFCO Tokyo General Insurance, is online accessing that particular portal and they are settling the claims over there only. So we are keeping the historical missions. We can see the nearby drones, EVs, and we are managing the pilot performance also. And these are the information are traveling through the drones. And these are from the EVs. GPS location, flight mode, how much area has been sprayed, altitude, speed, area covered, how much liquid has been consumed. Just all the parameters are being captured. And out of that, we are developing the analytics also. And these are our mobile apps. IFCO Kisan Uday is our farmer app, and this IFCO Sehkar Udan is our pilot app. Thank you.
Sir, what about nitrogen percentage, composition stability, and side effects of this nano urea?
Basically, what happens in our nano urea, First of all, I'll tell you, in the one bag of conventional fertilizer, we are having 46%. 46% of the nitrogen is there. If you multiply 46% into 45 kg, you can calculate that will be in the kgs only. So when we have innovated, the percentage was initially when we have come out with the first product, percentage was 4% only. Initially, it was 4% only. There, the farmers were complaining that our performance is not good. Then we have gone for the revised one. Now it is 20%. And the huge efficiency, basically these are the nanoparticles. And the foliar spray will be there. So basically what happens in the conventional fertilizer, it is going to the soil. And from the soil, it's going to the root. From roots, it's going to the leaves. Now here, we are directly spraying on the leaves, and it is being stored in the stomata. So whenever there is a requirement, it gets released. I'm not the agriculture person, but this is what I know. It's very stable.
Side effects?
No side effect. In fact, it's better than that. Yeah.
Let's say they increase the supply of your whatever chemicals. Can it harm the agriculture field? The concern was if somebody deliberately tweaks it against it. And second part is, my biggest concern when Kisan Drone scheme was that now it is not going to help Atmanirbharta. Do you have a policy on Atmanirbharta?
Basically, what happens, initially we have given the order of 2,500 drones, but later on we have restricted to with the 1764 drones only. And after that, we are planning to have more drones also. But we came to know that government has come with their schemes also, and we were continuously involved with so many meetings when the specs were designed with the Agriculture Ministry, Fertilizer Ministry, Aviation Ministry. Then after that, there was a decision that we should have the indigenous parts only. But as far as the drones are concerned, I think it's very difficult to have the 100% indigenous.
No, is there a method in madness? We have decided that these components we can get it, and later on we'll go for more.
Basically, this is not my area. Basically, the government of India has to decide, basically. Right now, they have given the mandate of 70%, I think.
That is by cost?
That is by the cost. The QI has to give their recommendation. How
that's a cost.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, can I say something?
Yeah, please.
सर, आपने जो कहा कि इसका साइड इफेक्ट क्या है, तो क्या है सर, कोई भी स्प्रे के लिए 30% चाहिए बॉटम ड्रेसिंग and 70% spray has to done through the top dressing. So when the nano urea get this thing by the drone, it cover 80% to the plant. So when it go to the plant, it increases the yield by 8 to 12%, sir. And due to that, it reduces your air pollution, water pollution, and the soil pollution, sir.
My main concern is if some deliberately tweaks your system and let's say increases the spray by double.
This is not going to impact.
It's not going to impact.
It's not going in fact, in the nano DAP, we have started giving the seed treatment also. First, we are giving the seed treatment, and after that, we are doing the spraying. With the seed treatment, the yield is very high.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May we have a big round of applause for sir and for ma'am. Thank you for making time for the presentations and for the good work that is being done. And I have firsthand seen the technology at IFCO that sir has shown me. I think we are in for bigger times with them, sir. Good luck. And thank you, ma'am, for being a part of our session. May I request Dr. Jitendra, sir, to please present mementos to both our esteemed panelists for this session, please. And a big round of applause for them again. Thank you. To Ms. Kamna Sharma. And Mr. Sanjay Kumar, sir. Thank you very, very much. So, photograph. clubbing the last two sessions before we go in for our networking cocktails. And it is a proud privilege to welcome AVM Ashish Singh, ACAS remote from Air Headquarters, Indian Air Force, to be a part and our guest of honor for the valedictory session, sir. Thank you for sparing time and being with us here, and we look forward to learning from you. And then also in this session, so this is going to be like a khichdi session, and we are going to have Dr. Vivek Mahajan, Chief of Joint Replacement and Anthropology, Head of Orthopedic Surgeries, Indian Spinal Injuries, who will be talking on the robotics. So this is the only robotic session for today. So we'll be talking about how he uses it in his surgery. And then the moderator is Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, sir, founder and director, Chakra Foundation. We have Mr. Rajat Kumar, Assistant General Manager, IIFCL Projects. Dr. Sham Narayan S., Hub Technical Officer, IIT Hyderabad. He has come specially on behalf of Rajalakshmi ma'am as well. Dr. Shankar Goenka, Chief Architect and MD, Wow Go Green. And Mr. Chirag Sharma, CEO, Drone Destination. So I'll request all the esteemed panelists to please join us on the stage. Requesting all the delegates sitting behind to please come a little in the front so that we can have a more interactive session. Please come a little in the front. A big round of applause for our panelists.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing the most difficult part of the day, managing technical khichdi, which in military parlance is often called multi-domain operations. So this is my first attempt in the private sector domain as a fighter pilot. So what we'll do is since we have an interesting task at hand to capture the views of all and yet be brief and specific to the point. So what we will do is that I'll request each of our panel speakers to be precise and flag the issues which have already been covered since morning. We may kind of avoid them unless there is an important context, then you just flag it. Because everybody here who is present in this room understands generally the technology and the interfacing with the issues. And other than the presentations, how many slides? Right. So other than the presentation, I'll request all esteemed panelists to focus on about 3 minutes each, 3 to 4 minutes each, and then thereafter we can do a round. And in the end, I'll request AVM ACS remote to give his closing valedictory remarks. And we must be very fortunate. We are very fortunate, in fact, to have him here because this is a newly created post in the Indian Air Force, and it has huge strategic value. So all those who are present here, I consider us all blessed to be listening to him, and those who missed it out, just too bad. So with that, may I request our esteemed Dr. Vivek Mahajan, sir. He is the Chief of Joint Replacement and Orthoscopy, Head of Orthopedic Surgery at Indian Spinal Injury Center. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. And I'm not sure if my presentation has been discussed since morning, but still I'll try to be precise and crisp. And I must tell that I'm a little nervous because I'm not used to this kind of audience. And I have tried my best to keep the presentation as simple as possible. Okay. So I work in Indian Spinal Injury Center. They head the joint replacement and arthroscopy unit. So let's move on to the presentation. So in my practice, we use robotic and we call it as ROSA. ROSA means robotic surgical assistant. So what I mean by ROSA is that still the surgeon is in control and robot act as a surgical assistant. Why I am highlighting this issue is because a lot of people think that robot is doing the surgery and surgeon is having a cup of coffee or tea somewhere else. So it's not like that. So the key concerns of any executives or the management is the patient safety and quality, patient satisfaction, then physician and the hospital relations, how to adapt the new technology, how to reduce the operating cost, how to increase the patient footfall, and then of course there is a competition between various hospitals. And the most important thing in today's world is the accurate data management. Data is king nowadays. You should have your data all with you at all the time. So when we are using the robotic, basically it is the legacy that's meeting the innovation. So the ROSA knee system is a collaborative robo for total knee arthroplasty which we are using. That's a cut guide base. So there is a guide that helps in taking the precise bone cuts for implantation when we are putting the implants or when we are doing the knee replacement. And it's an image based modality and it is compatible with various implants which are available. So it's a winning combination. There's a robot, there's an optical navigation, there's a 3D planning, and there's a navigation system. I know it might be some medical jargon for you, so I try to make it as simple as possible. So basically, we are doing the registration of the patient knee, and then we are having a 3D plan. That plan in collaboration with the navigation system, the surgeon comes up with the plan, and once you approve that plan, the robot helps in executing that plan. So, so basically based on this plan, you can use the various implants. And how robotic is redefining the knee replacement. Basically, it's a surgeon-centered. There's a bone loss, there's a soft tissue imbalance. A lot of patients that come to us because they're having various deformities in the knee. So some patients might be having weakness of muscles, muscle wasting. Some people, they are having the curved knees. So there's a bone loss, there's a cartilage damage, soft tissue imbalance. And we are taking all the data and then we are managing this data in the real time. And then once we are putting all the data inside the machine, then there is a validation. You come up with a plan, you want to take a cut or you want to put an implant, then intraoperatively we are validating the data. Basically, you can't sweep anything under the carpet. Previously, the surgeon used to think, okay, I have done 10,000 knees, I have done 100,000 knees. So what I am doing, the skills is in my hand. But nowadays, it's not like that. We want every knee surgery to be executed in a perfect way. For that, we have a perfect surgical assistant in the form of robot. So whatever you are doing, all your values, all your data, all your result, you can have a real-time data-based look inside the operation theatre, what you are doing. So it has 3 modes. The robot has 3 modes: automatic, collaborative, and stationary mode. In the automatic mode, the robot moves and goes to a predetermined position. In a collaborative mode, the robot and the surgeon, they work in collaboration. The surgeon can move the robotic arm where he wants to station. And stationary mode means once the surgeon takes his foot off the pedal, the robot is not going to move. It's get fixed over there. So this is the video in which you can see, like, this is the automatic mode in which the robot is moving to a predetermined position on its own. So in this is collaborative mode in which the surgeon is moving the robotic arm and then placing it over the bone. Wherever the surgeon is placing it, the navigation machine or there's a screen that shows where you are placing, how much bone you are cutting. Then you just check with your plan. Okay, I want you to cut 5 millimeters from this side, 7 from that side. Actually, I am doing that or not. And then once you're happy with that, you take your paddle off the robotic foot switch, and then it goes to the fixed mode. Now, these are the values. You can see once it's moving, it gives you the values in millimeters. So basically, we are trying to execute the surgery in a precise way, in a millimeter fashion, so that you get the best possible result. So you can see, oh, sorry, it just went off. Oh, I'm not able to do that from here. Somebody, I think they have to do from there. It just comes. Sorry about that. And we have two models for this. In this, there's an imageless model and an image-based model. Image-based model means you are doing the X-rays before, then you are working on those X-rays, you are doing the planning, and then you know what size of knee you required, where you are cutting it. All these things are done before the patient goes for the surgery. Then imageless model means whatever planning you are doing it on table. You are planning it, you are registering the patient knee, you are acquiring the data, then you are coming up with a plan. Image-based model gives you more time to think. You can sit, you can relax, and then you can plan it. Whereas the imageless model, you are doing all the planning on table, intraoperatively. So for image-based model, we have a trackers which we put on the patient knee. We take X-rays, and then we do all the planning. So we are acquired for an imageless model. We are doing all the planning intraoperatively, where we acquire the various bony landmarks. I'll show you more videos for this, how we are doing this. So what is the advantage for us? Or basically, this is my instrument trolley if I am doing a surgery without robot. You can see so much of instrumentation is required. If so much of instrumentation is required, you put extra load for sterilization, your central supply and sterilization department. But if I am doing robotic, so my instrumentation significantly comes down. That put less stress on my staff, on my assistant, less stress on the central sterilization department, and it will help me to execute more surgery in a lesser time, in a more precise manner. So the data also shows that if we are doing robotic, basically whenever we are doing a knee, we are chasing an endpoint in which we want the knee to be straight. Plus minus 3 degrees, still we accept it. If we are doing robotic, then probably close to 100% we are putting the knee in the right position. With the computer navigation, only 87%. And if you are doing without navigation, without robotic, only 70% of the knees are precisely straight. 30% are outside this 3 degrees of safe zone. This is the data which we are acquiring real time. So this is another small video. So these are the on-table data which we acquire. We come up with a plan, and then we execute that plan, taking the precise bone cuts with the help of robot. So we are also moving towards integrating the robot with the post-op care, in which we whatever data we have acquired from the, let's say somebody knees are 30-degree bent, and we have put that implant in a particular position. Now there are some figures which we acquire in the post-operative rehabilitation or a physiotherapy session, and we are doing scorings. Now we are integrating the data and seeing if we are putting this knee in this position, how much is the satisfaction in the patient, how much range of movement is the patient getting. So we are working on that for the ideal scenario in which the patient is more satisfied, in what position we should put the implant, how much bone we should cut. So we are taking the data throughout the care of patient. So for the surgeon, it improves the accuracy, reproducibility, it improves your operation theatre efficiency, and obviously the data. Most common cause of failure in the knee replacement, if you are putting the implant in the wrong position, and the chances are more in obese patients. Like you can see this X-ray, the patient is 135 kilos, morbidly obese patient. Very difficult to operate these kind of patients. There is a high possibility you will end up putting implant in the wrong position and it will fail early. If you are using robotic, there are more chances that you will put your implants in the correct position. Like this lady came from northeast, from the Mizoram. You can see her walking effortlessly. This video was made 6 weeks after the surgery. She is walking effortlessly, quite happy with the surgery. Because this surgery was done using the robotic technology. Previously, we used to say no to these kind of patients. You reduce weight, you come back, then we will operate. With the help of robotic, we are able to execute even these complex surgery in a precise manner. For the patient, quick return to daily activity, more personalized procedure, fewer complications, and less radiation, because we are not usually doing CT for the robot which we are using. For the hospital, it increases the patient volume, it reduces the patient-to-patient variability or reduces the outcome variability, helps in building up the reputation of the hospital, and obviously you stand out among the competition. So why we are using the robotic, I have already gone through it. So idea is to improve the patient satisfaction and function. Another small video in which you can see the patient walking with lot of pain, not able to walk even a single step without the pain. She got a good straight knee after the surgery, walking effortlessly after the operation. This is the X-ray before operation. So we are doing both knees and single knees also, depending upon what the patient required, catering to all categories of patients from all parts of the country and even from abroad. Average duration of hospitalization is 3 to 5 days for 2 knees and 3 to 4 days for 1 knee. So this is the real-time video in which I am operating using this robot. And as you can see, I am not having a cup of coffee. I am actually scrubbed and doing the surgery with the robot acting as a surgical assistant. We are looking at the figures in the real time and operating with the help of robot for precision and increased satisfaction of the patient. Another video. So when we are doing the surgery, I don't use staples. Discharge the patient. Once they start climbing stairs, they can start driving at 6 weeks, walking without support at 4 weeks. Previously, people used to think you can't bend the knee. So with robot, you can have a good range of movement and patient bending the knee completely 4 to 6 weeks after the surgery. Just maybe one more minute, I'm almost finishing. So these patients have come for follow-up. You can see them walking effortlessly. 2 weeks after the surgery, this lady came for stitch removal, walking comfortably without any stick 2 weeks after the surgery. So this patient, India is actually shining. We are becoming a hot destination now for medical tourism. And if we want to stand out in terms of medical care all over the world, because right now people prefer going to Turkey, to Thailand, or to Singapore for medical tourism. But India is slowly shining in the medical tourism, because if we offer them the latest technology with good results, obviously they start coming to our country. So we are getting a lot of patients from Africa. This patient came from Somalia, severe deformity, quite happy with the results of the surgery. Robotic also decreases the blood transfusion rate. Usually, we are losing only 50 to 100 ml of blood compared to 500 ml to 1 liter blood without robot. So our philosophy is to use the most to make the robotic knee replacement most affordable, to use the USFD approved implants, best available implants, and we have one of the best rehab facilities. And we strongly believe that if the solution is not affordable and accessible, it is not a complete solution. Thank you again for inviting me here.
Thank you very much, Doctor. May I please request Dr. Shankar Goenka, Chief Architect and MD, Wow Green, to make his very brief comments, sir, since we are really running out of time.
So you said 3 minutes, I'll make it 2.5 minutes.
Done, sir.
Okay. So good evening and namaste. Can I hear the voice, please? Good evening and namaste. So just 10 seconds for a very small activity. My name is Shankar Goenka, and I represent a company called Wow Green, and I also got schools called Goenka Public School. So can I request everyone to please raise your finger, please? Everyone who is in the auditorium. वैसे भी देश में उंगली उठाना बहुत आसान काम है, so please raise it. And can you move it slowly, please? ऐसे ऐसे नहीं करना, अच्छे से घुमाना है, तो थोड़ी नींद में भी मदद मिलेगी. और चूंकि 3 सेशन एक में कंबाइंड हो गए हैं, so आपको बहुत जल्दी से छुटकारा मिलने वाला है. कॉकटेल आपका वेट कर रहा है. And please put it on your chin. So which is your chin? This or this? So आपने यहाँ क्यों रखा? क्योंकि मैंने रखा. तो देश में सबसे आसान काम है किसी को ब्लेम करना, क्योंकि तूने रखा. क्योंकि हम देखते कुछ और हैं, सुनते हम कुछ और हैं और करते हम कुछ और हैं. तो आज का जो अभी का जो टॉपिक जिस पे मुझे कहना है वो रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एंड स्किल ट्रेनिंग. इसको आई फिनिश इट इन 1.5 मिनट. मुझे लगता है कि इस समय का जो टाइम है, इससे पहले का जो सेशन था उसमें ये बात हो रही थी कि भाई देश में मार्केट नहीं है, अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है. हमने 3 साल पहले शुरू किया और मुझे लगता है इस समय से बढ़िया कोई टाइम ही नहीं काम करने का. मुझे लगता है दिस इज ए ह्यूज मार्केट. पर ये जो एग्रीकल्चर जो फील्ड है, जो मुझे समझ में आई आफ्टर रनिंग स्कूल्स एंड 19 डिफरेंट फैक्ट्रीज ऑफ माय फादर, मुझे समझ में आया कि ये वाला काम एसी दफ्तर में बैठ के करने वाला नहीं है. You need to develop a right product, you need to reach farmer, you need to give them right information, and you need to do the after sale service. जो ड्रोन का इकोसिस्टम है टू एग्रीकल्चर ड्रोन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, व्हाट आई वांट टू टेल यू इज कि यदि आपने अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बनाया, ड्रोन बेचने के बाद में भी कस्टमर्स को आपने राइट सर्विस दी, तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ इससे वी आर क्वाइट बिजी ओनली बिकॉज वी गॉट ओनली वन फैक्टर दैट आफ्टर सेल सर्विस हैज़ टू बी गुड. दैट इज व्हाट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. रही स्किल ट्रेनिंग के बाद, मुझे लगता है ट्रेनिंग का बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है. जितने आरपीटीओज है खूब चलने चाहिए. मैंने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को लिखा कि भारत में 34 लाख रिटायर्ड फौजीज हैं सर, और उनको जॉब दी जा सकती है. आई रिटर्न गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को मैंने 3 बार चिट्ठी लिखी कि सर मुझे 10,000 रिटायर्ड फौजीज को चाहिए ताकि उनको ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग दे सकूं और खेतों में उनको एम्प्लॉय कर सकूं. भारत में 6,40,000 गाँव हैं. हर गाँव में कम से कम 10 ड्रोन चाहिए. 64 लाख ड्रोन का रेडीमेड मार्केट है. एंड सर, to be honest with you, I didn't get 10 people out of military, the retired Fauji's. And I'm talking to the top level, even I returned to Prime Minister of India. So मुझे लगता है स्किल ट्रेनिंग का बहुत स्कोप है. पार्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की जो बात है वो इंडिया में खूब अच्छे से हो रहा है. इफ़ यू टॉक अबाउट अस, वी गॉट अ फैक्ट्री एट फरीदाबाद. जितना भी फ्रेम है सब कुछ हमारे पास है. आने वाले 3 महीने के बाद में एक चीज़ हम नहीं बना पाएंगे, दैट इज़ मोटर्स. यदि बैटरी की किसी को देखना है, we got a state of the art battery factory at Noida. Do come and visit us. आप में से जितने यदि यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कोई हैं, यदि उनको कोई बिजनेस करना है, वी हैव अ सेटअप जहाँ पर बच्चे आएँ, हमारे यहाँ काम करें. हम उनको ऑफिस देंगे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देंगे, सारा कुछ देंगे. उनसे 1 रुपया भी चार्ज नहीं करेंगे. और यदि उन्होंने कोई ड्रोन बनाया है उसको हम मार्केट करेंगे, उसके अंदर उनकी रॉयल्टी रखेंगे. सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, इस देश के अंदर 75 साल के इतिहास के अंदर मुझे लगता है जितना तेज़ी से काम ड्रोन के अंदर हुआ है वो किसी भी सेक्टर में नहीं हुआ है. खाली बात यह है कि हम काम कैसे करते हैं और कैसे पहुंचाते हैं, मुझे लगता है उसका चैलेंज है. बाकी रही चाइना का, ताइवान का, चूंकि इंडस्ट्री इतनी नई है, एक साथ कोई चीज़ नई चीज़ें नहीं बनने वाली है. बट हेड्स ऑफ टू गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, द वे दे आर पेनिट्रेटिंग, जो उनका फोकस है कि हम मेक इन इंडिया करने वाले हैं. आई एम श्योर इन टाइम टू कम विल स्पीड अप वेरी फास्ट. हर एंटरप्रेन्योर, मेरे स्कूल के अंदर अभी हमने प्रोग्राम चालू करा है सर 6th ऑनवर्ड्स बच्चों के साथ में. एंड आई वांट टू टेल यू एवरीवन इन दिस ऑडियंस, द काइंड ऑफ न्यू असाइनमेंट, जितना बच्चों में एक्साइटमेंट है, जितना उनके चेहरे पे चमक है, मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता हूँ कि तो मेरा ये कहना है कि प्लीज़ इन्वॉल्व एवरीवन, हैव मोर स्टेक होल्डर्स, आपस में कोलैबोरेट करिए और काम करिए। किसी ने कहा इस सेशन से पहले कि देश में 500 मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, 500 लोग रजिस्टर्ड हैं। मैं कहता हूँ भारत इतना बड़ा देश है, 500 नहीं 5000 लोग भी यदि काम करेंगे तो शायद इकोसिस्टम उनके लिए छोटा पड़ेगा काम करने के लिए। पुट इन ऑल योर एनर्जी and do best. Thank you very much for inviting me and God bless you.
May I now request Dr. Syam Narayan to please make his comments, and I'll request you to specifically also focus on bringing out what are the challenges that you've been facing in the skilling ecosystem, and especially because there's a huge variability of machines that are there. So the ground implementation part, if you can highlight so that we get some lessons out of it.
So good evening all. So I am Shyam. Just I want to be introduce myself because I came on behalf of Professor Dr. Rajalakshmi. So TIHAN is full form. It is Technology Innovation Hub on Autonomous Navigation. It's a DST funded mission under National Mission for Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System. So I am very surprising that a drone Manthan program research and skill development is kept as a last program, as it should come as the first one, right? So the thing actually what it is, so the talk was there, the first talk what was the panel discussion. I heard about how the academic has a role in the industries. Right now, based on that, TIHAN is a company working inside an academic institution. So what we are doing, we are not just an incubator. We are just finding out the technology, what is existing or what is developing by the students, and we are trying to make it as a market-ready product. So that is the main purpose. So initially we started with, what actually our main focus in autonomous navigation, it is started with ground vehicles. So we got more projects and everything from different OEMs. Surprisingly, the companies from abroad, they shown more interested than Indian OEMs to have a project with us because they trust more than Indian OEMs, what feel. And we actually developed an autonomous vehicle and it is working for last 1.5 years. It is running in IIT campus, daily around 6 to 7 trip. More than 30 to 40,000 passengers is already. If you want to experience a autonomous drive on a real road, you should go to US and experience in Tesla. Otherwise, you should come to IIT Hyderabad. You can experience a autonomous ride there. So, so later stage, what the autonomous we want to bring to the aerial industries, like again aerial, there is no OEM to supply a drone for us. So then we started to manufacture. So I am a mechanical engineer. I went to a group of electronics engineers there, and I started my postdoc's career there in IIT Hyderabad. So what actually we found that we started with the small drones, especially the skilling purpose. We know how to assemble the drones. Those things we taught them. But later stage, we made micro drones, swarm of drones, especially not for entertainment purpose, for a distributed or centralized surveillance purpose. Then slowly we shifted to, categories wise around 40 kg, 50 kg. Right now, we achieved around 200 kg of payload. Yesterday while I was coming from there, we tested around 40 minutes of endurance and around 200 kg payload tested at successfully around 200 meters of altitude with a hanging mode. That is what actually we developed. Again, we are not some entity. We are a Section 8 company. We cannot able to commercialize as it is. So we are not developing something which is non-exclusive product. It is not exclusive product. It is a non-exclusive product. So what I was actually here, basically thing is, I just want the startups or any industries, they want to collaborate with us. We are ready to transfer the technology, right? So we cannot able to commercialize as it is. If somebody comes and said we need 100 drones, we cannot able to make 100 drones for them. So please come to us. We have a ready, market ready, higher TRL level product with us. You can take the technology from us and industry can develop. So I can say you the last 1 week we got around 7 to 8 R&D projects, which is not from India again, it is from other countries. So again, we have a wonderful autonomous testing facility for even for drone and aerial vehicles. So you can try that. And also we have developed something air taxis kind of things, which is a very challenging thing. It is around 30 minutes of endurance, which can carry one person. As a campus shuttle, we tried around 6 to 7 trip from the main gate to the veterinary port, what we called it as. We are setting up a small veterinary port setup there. There we did around 8 to 9 trips weekly once. We are trying it. So we are also in the stage of commercializing that same product on the same. Then the point of Chinese made product, all these things, we are just actually shifting towards Indian, indigenous product. Luckily, we first jump into the software side. We made our own ground control station, which has very close to urban air mobility solution. So we are adding so many urban air mobility features into it. And we are also collaborating with some of the Udan scheme airport, how we can combine, how the ATC works. The same method can be bring out to the UAM platform. And also we get into slowly into controller part also. And so we are also moving again into that. So I can just want to tell you one experience. We train the students, and we also, if they come up with some idea, we will fund them also. So one guy who was very expert, he made a flight controller, and we started to fund him. He went to, he started up a company. After 1 year, we approached him, what you are doing? I am doing agriculture drone. So I just go and see that what is EFT frame, it is available everywhere. They are changing the color of that. And he said, sir, my product is different. My cap color is lavender. So this is why the thing it is happening here, it is they want to sustain in the market. So we want to give more time to those kind of startups, and we want to support them furthermore. Then they will focus on their product, and they can do much things to there. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have Rajat from IFCL projects, and I've had the honor of working with IFCL during my stint as a director of Indian Space Association, and they have developed some good PPP models. So today, when I was listening to the challenges of the industry, especially in setting up huge manufacturing, machines and all, where electronic products have to come out, and individually it is very difficult for companies to make chips and all, go outside the country and do it. So I thought of why not creating a kind of an ecosystem which is in a PPP mode, and wherein the combined multi-sectoral requirements can be brought in under one roof, and thereafter the manufacturing can be done, especially for those electronic chips and all, till the time we have our own semiconductor ecosystem developed. So since they have been into the financial ecosystem, I just wanted to seek his point of view, because that is one critical area, because everybody's been talking about that challenge. So how do we bridge that? Does IFCL have any answers for that?
So I'll just take your question sitting down. Just to apprise everybody, already the government has introduced skill training centers and educational institutes under the harmonious list of infrastructure. So if somebody wants to set up a college or a training center, in the financial institutions, this is considered as priority lending. So this is at par with roads, ports, power projects. So if you're coming to any financial institution with a viable model, I use the word viable model, to set up an institution, a skills training center, an educational institute, there's already a priority lending offering from the government. However, when I use the word viable, it has to be, if you're putting the money, if a lender is putting the money, they want returns on it. So this is a catch-22 situation. Today, I'll give you an interesting statistic. I think already people here in the deep tech industry are already aware of it. There are growing number of job openings in the deep tech sector. However, they're not filling up. My fellow panelist has already brought that part out. And the reason is that people are coming and passing out of the colleges, but they're not skilled enough to be entering into the deep tech space. So what do we need? We need, when Satyam sir has asked about public and private participation, on terms of public, already this is covered in the harmonious list. The second is, you already have policies like the deep tech startup policy where capacity building is already covered. We have incubation centers, we have training centers, we have skill development centers. NSDC is doing it, NASSCOM is doing it. So public part is partly taken care of. What is the private parties doing here in this case? So whenever somebody has to put in money, they have to put in with certain returns and expectations. Now, there are certain funds which are available all over the world. Especially, I'll give you an example. Harvard has an endowment fund of upward of $50 billion. Stanford has an endowment of upward of $30 billion. We have not been able to replicate here in India. What do they do? They give out scholarship programs to people. They invest money in research and development, and obviously they have other financial aid programs. But we have so many colleges in India, and we do not have large endowment funds. Whenever you are entering into skill development, do not expect returns in terms of cash. You have an economical return. You don't have an internal rate of return. You have an economical return. So whenever we are putting money into skill, endowment funds appear to be the holy grail. Then when the sector moves up, when you have value in the sector, when the returns are higher, you go to any college today, people will be more interested in giving exams, going for higher education, or sitting for UPSC exams, or going for some very low-hanging fruits. Very few passionate people actually enter deep tech sector. So if you're even setting up a skill development center, there are not many people who are entering as many as you have for MBAs and computer engineering and going for coding, etc., where you just start getting salary from day one. So these are some of the pain areas, and this can be tackled. One, you go for endowments in IITs and other NITs and other colleges. Even tier 2 colleges, I would say, set up endowment, please, because you have high net worth individuals who can actually put in this money without expecting returns. Second is when the sector scales up, you will have people who will come to join certain courses which are giving jobs in the deep tech sector. So again, it is a process which will take some time, but in my opinion, public portion is something which people need to know, it's already available. They are also scaling up. At the same time, you have people from the sector itself who need to provide training to bring out people, and also institutions who will provide funding to develop skills. And lastly, when the sector grows up, you will have institutions like us who will have larger training institutes, and we'll put our money so that we can get our returns. It's all about money. My simple philosophy is, wherever there is money, the problem is solved.
Thank you so much. May I now request Air Vice Marshal Ashish Singh to deliver his valedictory address. Sure, sir. You got control, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am painfully aware of the time. I had been given a certain time to talk. I will not talk for that much time. It is too late.
Because the kind of topics that we have requested you to cover are actually of interest to the industry, so you can.
Okay, I'll still speed up and I'll stop in between and take your opinion. Do I continue or we stop? If you say stop, I'll just wind up right there. It's your time. Okay, I may not speak on what you think or you expect me to speak. I plan to speak on why we might wish for something rather than what we wish for, right? As an Air Force, as a military guy, I'm a fighter pilot through and through. I have been lucky enough to have flown unmanned aviation searchers more by chance than I volunteered. Therefore, I have some knowledge of that firsthand. I also have an academic track. Why I'm saying all this is why I think it's important for me to convey to you why we might need something, because that if I give you specific products right now, they will change tomorrow. But if you understand my mind, a typical military mind, you might work on products that are better suited, and that I think is important for you. First things, the fact that I'm standing here is important. It means this Air Force is serious about unmanned. We've started a whole new branch. Right? This is called remote. It's not so important that there's Air Vice Marshal standing here. More important, this year, the first 3 young officers have got commissioned into this branch. They will stay in this branch all their life. That's a big move. They will think drones. They will evolve. They will evolve with you, and you will probably mentor them. I hope you'll be part of that mentoring. So that is what is going to create the demand for the future. From them, that demand is going to come. That's going to change a lot of things. We're creating a center of excellence. We're trying to do it at Bhatinda for drones itself. There's the training institutes coming up. So there's lots happening. It will take a little time, but that's why I'm saying hang in there. It's going to grow. A little bit about drone warfare and context. Is it a revolution or evolution? I believe it's evolutionary. Air power itself is very young. This wing that I wear, 100 years in warfare is when aviations come into being. It's just this much. It's a baby. Think of armies have been here for thousands of years. Navies even couple of thousands of years. 100 years. It's nothing. The drone revolution, as people call it, is one more symptom of the evolution of air power, and it's not insignificant, as I see it. In patterns, what I see is the evolution of this technology is going on similar patterns as manned aviation has been. So I won't take time explaining this, but if you study manned aviation, you can sort of guess of what's coming next. At least, so I'll just stop there. This is a pattern I've seen. So when you study this history, you will get to know a bit of the future of the part you're dealing with. Current usage maximum till about 5 years back has been on what we call intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance. But what the last 2 wars have shown, that is changing, right? With this Nagorno-Karabakh and now with Russia, Ukraine. But so what's going to happen is unmanned aviation is going to do every role which manned aviation does. So the problem then in front of us is which ones do we prioritize first, which ones do you prioritize first, right? I'll try and answer those questions as we go along. The acronym you will know better than me is that dull, dirty, dangerous are the tasks which unmanned is better suited for. I'll keep the dirty part out of it. That means the radiological environment, etc. I will put dangerous the most important. From our perspective, wherever there is great danger to the manned person, if you can replace that with the unmanned, you'll see a buyer. And I'll cover some of those jobs. Dull jobs. Air defense for the Air Force is a 24/7 job. But to put a radar up in the air, like a AWACS kind of aircraft, is very, very expensive. One, it's expensive. Two, because of human limitations also, I can't put him more than a few number of days. But when your unmanned aviation comes in and puts something up for months, like HAPS is going to do, or even in an airship technology, there's dividends there. I will add 2 more things to this DDD, I and a E. Unmanned aviation now can also do jobs impossible. That I is for impossible to be done with manned aviation. Getting into a small building, hunting out a person was impossible for manned aviation to do. Unmanned can do it. And there's a reason I'll come to why that is now happening. So similarly, there are other things that manned aviation could not do. And those are the limitations of air power unmanned can do. I'll just shift track to the second issue. I'll be coming back to this. What is the context we are working in? What is the context I am working in? I have 2 neighbors that are arming a lot. That's my primary job. I'm clear on that. They're arming. China is arming like nobody's business, and most of its money is going towards arming on aviation and followed by the Navy. These are the 2 things it's betting on. You look at the latest generation aircraft it is putting up, you look at the infrastructure, and all this is open source across us in Tibet in terms of runways, etc. It's massive. So I can see what he's betting on, right? In manned aviation, we don't have that capability. So does unmanned present an option? I believe it does. So they've also got huge amount of air defenses in front of us, right? What are missiles and radars and that kind of a network. And that deters us from entering, deters any force. But now, does unmanned aviation present an answer, right? So that mission is very important. What we call destruction of enemy air defenses or suppression of enemy air defenses by electronic fronts is very important to us. Again, I'm trying to tell you why something, I'm focusing on why that would be important to us so that you could focus on what to develop. Similarly, other things, I'll skip a bit. So counter UAS systems are also coming in, as we've seen from last wars. Unmanned aviation is becoming so effective that counter unmanned is the need. But there's a problem here. In the offense-defense curve, which keeps changing, sometimes offense is strong, sometimes defense is strong. Currently, offense is very strong. It is effective. It is also cheap. Defense is ineffective, and it is also very expensive. Israel is using $1 million missiles to shoot down $100 drones, right? So in terms of strategy, a strategist would bet on offense. That's clear. But in terms of technology, if you could really invent the defense, you'd make a lot of money across the world. Fine? It's not easy right now, but I'm telling you where that's how it is, right? The Air Force also has peacetime tasks, things like I told you about air defense, so persistent surveillance. I see great future for airships going back to 100-year-old technology, lighter than air. No, I don't. Is anybody working on lighter than air here? I do see potential for it, me personally, especially if you combine it with the hydrogen push of the government. It went out because the Hindenburg caught fire because of hydrogen, but we've mastered hydrogen now, right? When I put these things together, if you can put up a lighter than air platform with a radar on it for months on end or even days on end, that's a great cost saving measure. It will change things. So worth putting money in, but that's my opinion, right? There are other things like supply. The Air Force, we work a lot in supplying things. We have a massive army deployed up front, so we need to supply them. Even within that, why should I change manned aviation? You travel by airlines, right? Is there any sense is there economic sense in taking the pilot out? You have 300 people behind. By taking 2 pilots out, what do you gain? Just think about it, right? But when these large transport aircraft or any transport aircraft is transporting cargo, and when it is doing it in dangerous conditions like mountain supply, in bad weather, it makes a lot of sense to go unmanned. Just find those dangerous missions, invest in them, and you will find returns. I mentioned this large transport aircraft. So one thing which is very obvious, but people don't seem to have, or at least it looks very obvious to me, I don't know if you've realized it. What's changed in the last few years? To me, what's really changed is the fact that unmanned aviation has started to evolve into these smaller platforms. Till the man was in the cockpit, you had to have a minimum size of a platform. Once you took the man out, you can now go small. So which is why, again, I'm saying that if you have Air India, by taking 2 pilots out with 300 passengers, how much money does he save? Not much, right? But the air taxi we were talking about, where he's got 3 passengers, 3 seats, and 2 of them got occupied by pilots, that's a lot of money wasted, right? And now when you take all 3 people out, you can start shrinking the size, which is what is happening. And with that small size, you get to do the impossible things, the intervention in a room, for example, what I talked about. And there is more to follow, I believe. I'm just stating something very obvious of why, and there are industry ramifications to this. Today, the aviation industry is dominant. It's oligopoly internationally. There are, just the US itself had about 300 companies manufacturing aircraft at the end of World War II. They have about 5 today. About 5, yeah. And with many subsidiaries. But they dominate the world market. That form of aircraft, those forms of aircraft dominate the world market. We have an opportunity here. Unmanned, even in India, there is a monopoly, and it's not it's just happened that way, how it happened. There's a monopoly both of R&D as well as production of aircraft by government agencies. And now with government policies have changed and private industry is being asked to come in, and you're coming in. But the competition for you to make manned aircraft it's a very big uphill task. Not so for unmanned, and from what I see out here. Again, an opportunity to change the norms, and with the volumes we have, and as somebody said, with the number of brains we have, we can change the ecosystem from the exquisite platforms. Think of the stealthy F-35, the Chinese ones, etc. That's one way to go, faster, stealthier, carry more load. 2, things which are smaller, things which are simpler, cheap to build, to replace, and maybe if you work on the endurance, can gradually reach wherever you want them to reach, but maybe slowly, right? A different way to work. This shift, I believe, is possible. It's a fork in the road. I don't know where it will go. But I'm giving you the possibilities, so hang in there, because that's where you could lead the world. I'm jumping because I had a little longer because it gives me more time, but I'm jumping, right? So that's why I might be a little, it might appear a little incoherent. So the another thing with aviation is it's dual use. It's inherently dual use. So while that presentation on agriculture IFCO was going on, I was looking at how would I weaponize this, right? When there is a chemical weapons ban, so otherwise somebody, including a terrorist, would be thinking of putting a chemical weapon on that thing, and it's a lovely weapon, right? It works both ways. So similarly, the air taxi that we were talking about here earlier, as somebody mentioned, is excellent. I'm just waiting for that technology to come in. We have a dangerous mission called combat search and rescue. In the army, they have a saying, leave no man behind, right? Well, in the Air Force, it's leave no man forward. Reason being, in war, we penetrate a couple of 100 kilometers inside enemy territory, and when we leave somebody, he ejects over there, 100 kilometers inside enemy territory. How do you get him? So it's very important to get him, so we send a lot of effort to pluck him and get him out. It's a very risky mission. Chances are you might lose 3-4 people just trying to get that one person out. You've seen movies to that effect. But an air taxi gives me a new, unmanned aviation gives me a new possibility, right? You can just send a scout drone, finds the guy, small guy, fetches the air taxi, he gets him, comes back in, no risk. Very doable. I'm just waiting for that air taxi to come in before we specialize this role, right? Things like that. It's dual use. So there is a huge possibility. There is a massive market. We will have to keep arming. Your possibilities are there. So understand our missions, understand our concerns, and you will understand how your particular product can serve it. Instead of looking for the list of what the military is telling you of, this is my next buy list, or this is the next RFP. Right. Next is autonomy and AI. For aviation, again, I believe it is inescapable that we will have to have autonomy and artificial intelligence embedded. So the people who work on it and put their bets on this are going to gain. I would strongly suggest we do it, not just for the Indian market, anywhere across. For things like, we fly deep inside, our missions are deep inside enemy territory. You cannot keep a man in the loop deep inside enemy territory unless you have SATCOM. Satellites can be jammed, right? Therefore, if I don't have communication, but I need to go to the enemy's capital and hit him there, I need a degree of autonomy that I will need to give those machines. Fine? Therefore, with autonomy, they will need intelligence. The autonomy needs intelligence. So that's one of the reasons this will have to come into aviation. Then the air fight in the 3 domains, land, air, and sea. The air fight is very, very intense. It happens in minutes, and when you see 50 aircraft, we fly every day. We practice in real, right? As close to real as possible. It's a very, very intense fight. It's over in minutes, 15-20 minutes it's over, but there's an actual case, there's lots of missiles flying around and things. Reactions are needed very fast. As AI gets into this, if the other guy is using AI, there is no, and your AI, and you start using AI, if your AI is even 10 seconds slower, you will die. So AI will come into this kind of a fight. I'm just telling you where the future, I think, is going so that you can use it as you will. Swarm drones themselves will need both AI and autonomy because they can't be managed with one person per drone kind of thing. Right. So that's it for industry. Couple of things. As I said, I think the drone industry allows us to break this foreign oligopoly as well as internal monopoly. You have that chance. But the answer is in creating new knowledge. If I believe if we keep chasing what somebody else is inventing, we won't get there. The answer is in creating new knowledge, and I understand it's a big challenge, but we have to work for it. Right now, I do see people seeing something that is invented somewhere else and trying to make it and hoping the armed forces will buy it. I would also urge you to work on payloads more than the machines, as well as interoperable payloads. As a user, it's a logistical nightmare to buy 20 different kinds of drones for 20 different missions, whereas it makes sense to buy one drone and keep changing the payload. Electronic warfare now, a weapon tomorrow, right? But this will need collective work from the industry to set some standards. So this is where you will have to sit together, including for operating systems. So I saw some, I think somebody in the US has done this. They built a drone around a cell phone, right? Android. That's a belief. I thought that was a fantastic idea, because if your drones were being built around a smart Android smartphone, which is way powerful than the computers of the aircraft fighter that I fly, anybody can now make any app and come in. It's a supercomputer, right? It even has a camera. It can take photographs. You understand the concept. So this is where industry will have to, I think, come in to make this interoperability happen, right? From the Air Force side, we are thinking how to help you, how to make testing facilities available to you, maybe even runways. We're doing internal introspection. So when we found this out, we'll come up with something. I see the need for UTM. As air defense managers of the country in peace and largely and in war, UTM, the unmanned traffic management system. Today, it is we see everything that flies manned. We don't see everything that flies unmanned, and that's very uncomfortable. So we will, at least I will try to push in that direction. We look for maintenance so when we buy something, it's not just about buying it. Life cycle. When it goes bad, is your company going to still be there? If you can assure that, I think you will find better sales, whoever your customer is. For more complex, one, urge you to make simpler machines, which can be operated simply. And next, if it is slightly complex, simulators really help. So put that at design stage itself, so that we don't have to spend money in training. Right? I think I'll quickly wind up. Something I've learned from manned aviation: trust matters. Build trust with your customer. It's a very obvious thing, but it matters. I've flown different kinds of aircraft. I have a different opinion of different manufacturers. Last point, I believe, and this only you can. I don't know. I don't know how to solve this. We need to create a mechanism which rewards ideation. It seems a very silly last point, but I believe it's really, really important. Today, it's you file patents for things you make. Ideas is where those things have to be made from ideas. Again, we are so many of us. There are many people who have ideas, but they don't get rewarded, so they don't come out. If we have to be world leader, if we have to break the mold and take the leadership away from where the countries it lies in, we have to be able to reward ideas. I don't know how you would do it, how you would create a mechanism in which people can sell ideas, not just things. It would help you. It would help us. So that's it. I kind of skipped a few points that I had in between, so maybe it sounded incoherent. These were some thoughts I wanted to share with you as an operator, right? So I'll just, in the end, say thank you to PHDCC as well as Chakra for allowing me to have this conversation, and a big thank you to you for end of the day. There are very few people sleeping, and I'm very amazed at that. I think I wouldn't have lasted full day and listened to a man rambling on for so long, right? Thanks a lot, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we'll end the session here. And since too late, we can have questions over the drinks. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir. My privilege to give mementos to everybody.
There must be somebody. I'll find out. I'm just waiting for the
Thank you for your patience. We'll see you all tomorrow. We have an exciting sessions tomorrow, and I invite everyone for cocktails and snacks in our Modi Hall. Please, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.